This man, Karen Llewellyn, was the richest and most powerful man in the entire empire. My head spun. No way. This was too absurd. He was also the protagonist of the novel I had read, The Days of the Llewellyn Family. And I was just a beggar girl, a background extra who didn't even know when she would die. For someone like me, becoming his daughter was like winning the grand prize, a dream so sweet I wouldn't even dare imagine it. But at the same time, an icy fear settled heavily in my stomach. My small, filthy hands clenched the fabric of my ragged dress. There was only one thing that bothered me. His handsome face, which had been expressionless just a moment ago, was now twisted into a frown. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous gleam flashing within them. "Why?" he asked, his voice so low it rumbled like a beast's growl, making my bones shake. "You don't want to?" My heart slammed hard against my ribs. In a novel, the male lead was someone who killed people. A pure wave of terror shot down my spine. Was this it? Was he going to kill me just because I had hesitated for a second? I remembered how desperately I had studied before, piecing together letters from newspapers other people had thrown away. This girl has a house. 4 words. Today, I had managed to read exactly 4 words. My friend Walter leaned over my shoulder, his voice full of scorn. "Why are you holding that? You can't even read." I puffed out my cheeks and glared at him, though there wasn't much real anger in it. "I can read a few words, okay?" I huffed. Then my expression turned serious, my voice filled with a determination he couldn't possibly understand. "If we want to change our fate, we need to find work so we can get off the streets," I declared. Walter only blinked at me in confusion. "What's fate? How do you change it?" he muttered. I let out a sigh, suddenly exhausted. He wouldn't understand. Fate was hard to change. I had to focus. My life as a beggar had begun after my mother died, leaving me alone in this cold, cruel world. To survive, I had no choice but to beg, with my stomach always aching like there was a hole inside it. My friends, the other street children, told me people gave me food because I was cute. So whenever they spotted someone who looked rich, they would tell me. If I succeeded, if I managed to beg even a tiny piece of bread, we would share it together, huddle close for warmth, and rely on one another. It was a miserable life, but it was our life. Suddenly, Walter's voice broke through my thoughts, urgent and low. He whispered, patting my shoulder. "What? Can't you see I'm busy?" I muttered, but he was already pointing. "Doesn't that tall guy look rich?" My gaze followed his finger. Not the man in the red hat. No, the one behind him, the man dressed in spotless black. A spark flared inside me. This was it. "Leave it to me, Walter," I said brightly, my confidence surging at once. Who could have known that this moment, this single choice, would completely change my life? I hurried over and reached out my little hand to tug on the expensive fabric of his cloak. "Excuse me," I said, my voice trembling only a little. I looked up and put on my most pitiful expression. "Could you spare me a coin?" The man turned around, and my breath caught. Wow, he really was handsome, but that beauty was cold as ice. His voice was sharp and impatient. "Get lost. I'm busy," he snapped, shoving me aside without even giving me a second glance. The world first turned stark white, then blurred into afterimages. This is the smell of disinfectant, the low hum of machines. A hospital. I saw a girl lying in a hospital bed with a book resting on her knees. Wait, was this my past life? My eyes focused on the cover of the book, the golden letters gleaming under the fluorescent lights. The Days of the Llewellyn Family. Then my memory shifted, dragging me violently into the world of the novel. Karen stood in the noisy crowd, his gaze sweeping over every face like a predator's. Damn it, where did that bastard go? He thought, his grip tightening around his cane. He was hunting down a criminal, and that criminal, a man disguised in a red hat, had already blended seamlessly into the crowd. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Karen ran toward the train station, but that monster had already reached the slums. A massacre began, and blood stained the cobblestone streets crimson. Death spread like a river, leaving more than 30 dead. And the very first victim was a poor, innocent boy, a boy named Walter. The vision shattered. I was back in the alley, the stench of filth and despair filling my lungs. My eyes flew open in horror. Damn it, where did that bastard go? Those were the exact same words from a book. Walter was in danger. A sharp, electrifying panic tore through my whole body. Staggering to my feet, I grabbed the Duke's cloak again, my fingers clawing desperately into the fabric. "You can't go to the train station," I screamed, my voice hoarse with desperation. He spun around, his face full of annoyance. "What?" He spat. "People are going to die there. There's a suspicious man in a red hat." I saw him pretend to head for the train station, but he slipped into the alley. He looked exactly like the wanted poster, the demonic murderer William. His crimson eyes locked onto me, sharp and probing. "Really?" he pressed, his voice lowered to a deadly whisper. "Really?" I cried shrilly, raising a trembling hand to point. "He's over there. Hurry." He moved like a ghost, and with a flicker of black cloth, vanished into the depths of the dim alley. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Trembling all over, I peeked around the corner. Tendrils of swirling black energy twisted through the air. It was black magic. The shadows swallowed the man in the red hat, constricting around him, choking the life out of him. Then Karen's polished boot came down hard on the murderer's face with a sickening crack. A cruel smile slowly curled across Karen's lips, and the sight was terrifying. "You know," he murmured, his voice like silk wrapped around poison, "beating bastards like you to death with my own hands is one of life's greatest pleasures." I clapped my hands over my ears and squeezed my eyes shut. He was a complete lunatic. Then everything went quiet. The screaming stopped. Summoning my courage, I opened my eyes. Karen stood above the mangled corpse. Specks of blood splattered across his cheek, looking as calm as if he had just finished a cup of tea. Blood dripped from the weapon in his hand, and every drop that struck the stones made a faint yet. No setting, but raw fear seized me. "Run, I have to run." I turned to flee, but a hand shot out, caught the back of my dress, and lifted me clean off the ground. I was trapped. He forced me against the cold, damp wall, his shadow swallowing me whole. My teeth chattered, and my body shook so hard it felt like I might fall apart at any second. He was terrifying. "Let me go," I whimpered, tears blurring my vision. Footsteps sounded in the distance, the city guards. Karen leaned down close, his warm breath brushing my cheek. He pressed something cold and metallic into my palm. It was a heavy gold card. "My name is Karen Llewellyn," he said softly, his figure beginning to dissolve into swirling black smoke. "Come find me, all right? There's something I want to discuss with you about helping me." And just like that, he disappeared, leaving me alone in the dark alley, trembling and clutching the unbelievable proof that everything that had just happened was real. I never imagined I was actually living inside the world of a novel, and not even as an important character, just a background extra. I curled up on the cold cobblestones, with newspapers as my only blanket against the biting wind. So this was a beggar's life. A memory from my past life surfaced. My parents' warm embrace, their loving words. "You know, you have to be born safely and healthy." A bitter smile touched my lips. Well, I had at least been born healthy. I let out a huge yawn, and a rustling sound came from the nest of newspapers beneath me. "A red flower? What's this?" My eyes widened. The newspaper underneath the flower, these letters. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. I fumbled frantically for the gold card Karen had given me. They were definitely the same letters. My heart pounded as I quickly turned the newspaper over. Printed across it in bold were the words that would change everything. "The Llewellyn Duke's mansion is hiring maids." A wild hope surged through me. This might be my chance to change my fate. I had to go find him. Standing before that enormous ducal estate, I felt unbelievably small. The guard looked me over with obvious suspicion. "You're saying the Duke gave this to you?" he asked, his voice full of disbelief. I nodded and lifted my chin. "Yes, he gave it to me, and then he told me to come find him." My voice was quiet but firm. I wasn't lying. Just then, the harsh sound of a carriage arriving cut through the tense atmosphere. A handsome young man stepped out, with dark hair and sharp eyes just like the Duke's. "What's going on?" he asked, his gaze falling on me. After the guard explained, the young man, this had to be Karen's son, Jed, looked me up and down. "Does father have that kind of taste?" he muttered under his breath. I must have looked pitiful because he sighed. "I really want to see him," I pleaded, staring up with wide, desperate eyes. He relented. "I'll take you inside first. Come with me." He led me through corridors more splendid than anything I could have imagined and into a study where the Duke himself was sitting. The moment those crimson eyes landed on me, I trembled all over. "Father, do you know this girl?" Jed asked. She has a gold card. Did she steal it? Karen's voice was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. No, I know this child. I owe her a great deal. I seized the chance and spoke at once. Are you looking for a maid? The Duke's question came sharp. Why do you ask? I answered in a tiny voice. I saw the notice in the newspaper about hiring maids. Oh no, I was so scared. He had already helped me once, but I had no idea whether he would help me again. He looked at me coolly. You, how old are you? I announced proudly. I'm 9, but I'm a very strong, very healthy 9-year-old. I only need to eat once a day, and I can do anything. I can scrub floors, wash laundry, and sweep. I frantically search my brain for more skills. I'm small, so I can even climb into chimneys and clean them. A soft, pleasant voice interrupted me. Oh, really? An astonishingly beautiful woman entered the room, her long black hair flowing behind her. It was Marion, Karen's sister. Just like in a novel, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She crouched down in front of me, and there was a gentleness in her red eyes that was almost pity. Why your parents? She asked softly. I swallowed with difficulty. My mom was around before, but she died a few years ago. Then where are you living now? Nowhere. We don't have a house. Jed's voice suddenly cut in, sharp with curiosity. No home. Then where do you sleep? On the street, I said quietly, my face burning with shame. I hurriedly waved my hands, trying to reassure them. I'm not carrying any diseases. The alley is very clean, and at night, I can sleep warmly with old blankets I pick up. A heavy silence fell over the room. Why had everyone stopped talking? Marion's expression was unreadable. It seems Karen called you here to repay you, she said. Then why do you want to be a maid? Don't you want a better life? My voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, but it held every desire buried in the bottom of my heart. I want to become someone different. When I grow up, I want to be something other than a beggar. I stared at the floor, vividly remembering the mocking, the kicking, everything I suffered walking the streets by day. I don't want people cursing at me and kicking me when I walk down the street. I want to be an ordinary person. That's why I came here. Marion gently patted my head, and her touch was unexpectedly warm. I see. I'm very proud of you. Then her gaze fell to the flower I had been clutching the whole time. But what is this? She asked, lightly drawing it from my hand. Ah, it's a flower. Karen stared at it as he spoke. I brought it as a visit gift, I explained. His voice turned hard as steel. Where did you get that flower? Someone gave it to me. Who? I don't know. It was there when I woke up. You don't think I stole it, do you? One of my friend's older brothers sells flowers, and sometimes he gives the leftover ones to children. I thought maybe my friend left it while I was asleep. Marion smiled calmly and changed the subject. Then how much pay do you want? I panicked. I'll take whatever you give me. How about half an adult's wages? I immediately shrieked and tried to backpedal. Karen lifted the flower, a quarter of an adult's wages. I raised both hands and showed a tiny gap with my fingers. That much. But his questioning still wasn't over. His gaze was too sharp, as if it could see straight into my soul. Before that, there's something I need to confirm. How did you know I was chasing William earlier? My heart pounded wildly, but I had already prepared for this. I saw the same face on a wanted poster in the alley. He rolled the flower stem between his fingers. Then why did you come to me for help specifically? I gave him my most innocent smile. It was just a coincidence. Yes, I would have asked anyone for help, but you caught my eye right away. Because you're just so handsome. I had no idea you were such a high-ranking noble. The faintest hint of a smile brushed his lips. All right, one more question. How did you know I was heading to the train station? Proudly, I showed off my knowledge of the slums. Going through the back alleys is the fastest way to reach the train station 2 streets ahead. He looked genuinely a little surprised. You're quite clever. My heart jumped. So have I cleared your suspicions? He stood up. Go wait in the next room for a while. I need to discuss this with my family. The heavy door clicked shut behind me. I sagged against the door, my legs as weak as noodles. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Even if I can't be a cleaning maid or a kitchen maid, I'd be happy just taking care of the stables. Please, just take me in as an apprentice or something. Please. Inside the room, Marion lounged lazily against the sofa. That child is so pitiful. Why don't I go bring her back? Jed answered bluntly. A child isn't a pet. Marion said thoughtfully, then send her to the temple. At least she'll get food and an education. Karen's voice turned cold in an instant. Enough. If she goes to the temple, she'll have to become a nun. So you're planning to keep her in this house? Marion shot back. If you make a child that young into a maid, strange rumors will spread about the ducal household. Jed stared at his father in horror. You can't mean you're going to raise her, father? That isn't funny at all. Karen's gloved hand tightened suddenly, crushing the delicate red flower into pulp. A chilling smile spread across his face. I'm not joking. They call me back in. Nervously, I perched on the edge of the enormous sofa. Karen's words hit me like a solid blow. First, the hiring notice you saw is already 6 months old. Since then, we've hired 3 more maids. My shoulders slumped at once. What had I even been expecting? How stupid. He continued. You said you'd do anything I asked, right? Yes. I'll give you 5 gold coins a week. My mind went blank. 5 gold coins? That much. My thoughts churned wildly. No way. He couldn't possibly be giving me that much money just like that. Did he want to turn me into part of his collection too? Uneasily, I glanced at the taxidermied animals on the wall and started trembling. What would I have to do? Karen seemed to read my thoughts. Our family has never had a daughter, so I don't know what girls usually do to pass the time. His crimson eyes met mine. Would you like to be my daughter? A daughter? I was certain that couldn't possibly mean he intended to adopt me. Could it? What kind of adopted daughter was also counted as a maid? Marion burst out laughing. Ha! An adopted daughter and a maid are 2 completely different things. You be the one being served by maids. The room began to spin around me. You want me to be this family's daughter? A knock at the door interrupted the chaos. A butler entered. Excuse me, the prince is waiting for you. Karen's response was cold and dangerous. I'm speaking with someone right now. Send him away. The butler bowed and withdrew without another word. Was it really fine to treat royalty so coldly? The Duke must be incredibly powerful. Karen turned back to me, his expression unreadable. He gently patted my head. I can't have you doing heavy work. You're too young. His gloved fingers brushed lightly over my cheek. I'll grow up quickly, but I don't like the idea of you continuing to live on the streets. So stay in this house and be my daughter. My mind was in complete chaos. Becoming Karen's daughter meant becoming one of the most exalted girls in the country, surrounded by jewels and lace. At the same time, it meant stepping onto a battlefield drenched in blood. I didn't know whether I was lucky or not, but my heart pounded furiously in my chest. I knew very well this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I met his eyes and nodded. I'll do it. He simply said, good, and stood up. That's it. Marion cried out. Brother, we don't even know her name, do you? He waved a hand dismissively. There's no need for me to know what she was called on the streets. I'll give her a new name. Panic seized me at once. I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Ree. I shouted. It's the name my mother gave me. Karen stopped walking, surprise flashing briefly in his eyes. He turned back, and a slow, knowing smile crossed his lips. I'm guessing you were born on a Monday. I froze. How did you know? His smile deepened. Re means Monday in the ancient language. Later, I found myself soaking in a bathtub, so huge it was like a private lake. This bathroom was bigger than the hall where family gatherings were held. From an adult's perspective, the butler Shin explained everything to me. It was rare for noble families to adopt daughters, but not unheard of. Sometimes, if a family had only one child, they would adopt another as a companion, or do it out of charity. They would take in orphans, educate them, and raise them into outstanding people. If a young lady were raised as a member of a noble family, everyone would praise the Duke's kindness. Charity? Huh, I see. So when I grew up, I would have to repay this kindness. I thought about my old life. As a beggar like me, what were the odds I would have survived? In a world where murderers could roam around freely and escape justice. Here, I could study, eat, and even someday do charity work myself. Thank you, I whispered to the water. I won't forget this. Shin bowed deeply. I apologize for my rude words earlier. From this moment on, I will serve you as the young lady of this house. Before leaving, he added quietly, and besides, the Duke does not like people very much to begin with. I do not think he would show kindness to just anyone. But he is the Duke, after all. So the most important thing is that you grow up safely and healthily, young lady. The door clicked softly shut. Shin, I sank deeper into the warm water. Was it really possible for me to grow up safely and healthily? Especially when the man who had adopted me was a murderer. He had killed a full 107 people. Of course, Karen was not an ordinary murderer. He was the highest-ranking dark mage born 500 years ago, a sorcerer of extremely high standing, cursed to survive only by killing. To stay alive, he had to absorb magical power, and the more he absorbed, the stronger he became. This was called a magic absorber. After learning this truth, the family decided to raise Karen as a weapon, and the imperial family colluded with them. That was his true nature. He was a villain who killed serial killers, a serial killer who specialized in killing serial killers, the imperial family's one-man special unit, Karen Llewellyn. I leaned back in the bath and relaxed, a faint smile rising to my lips. He was a little scary, but not dangerous. He stood on the side of justice, just like a hero. The warm water was a luxury she had only ever dared dream of, gently washing over skin that knew only filth and cold. But the sudden sound of the door being thrown open shattered the silence. Ree jerked upright, her heart leaping in her throat. A whole line of maids filed in, their faces a mix of professional calm and surprise. The head maid lowered her head and steadily apologized for disturbing the young lady. Bubbles softly burst against Ree's chin as she sank back into the water, blinking wide-eyed in confusion. What on earth was happening? Had she caused trouble already? A young maid approached with a rough sponge and seriously asked whether it hurt, saying she should definitely speak up if it did. Ree shook her head, still dazed. The scrubbing did not hurt, but it felt strange. No one had ever treated her so gently before. The water around her gradually turned a murky dark gray, proof of how much grime had built up on her body. The maid looked at the filthy bathwater and apologized again, saying they could drain it and refill the tub. Ree only stared blankly, completely overwhelmed by all of it. All of this was for her. Later, wrapped in a towel as soft as a cloud, she carefully touched the fabric. I'm really allowed to use something this soft to dry my body? It almost felt sacrilegious, like wiping mud away with silk. Once she was dressed, she could hardly recognize the girl in the mirror. Her strawberry blonde hair fell down her back, tied with a pretty ribbon. So this was the real color of my hair? She touched a silky strand. It was beautiful, and the dress trimmed with white lace and strawberry decorations made her feel as though she had fallen straight out of the sky. The maids gathered around her, softly praising her with genuine fondness in their voices. A warmth slowly spread through her chest, so unfamiliar it almost hurt. Afterward, the head maid led her down a long corridor echoing with footsteps and brought her to a dining room so enormous it seemed large enough to seat an entire village. But it was empty. The long table was covered with a magnificent spread, glittering under the crystal chandelier. Her stomach gave an eager growl, but before she could eat, she first had to conquer the chair. It was practically a throne, absurdly huge for her tiny body. She huffed and strained before finally managing to climb onto the seat. Her emerald-like eyes widened as she stared at the food before her. Roast meat, fluffy bread, gleaming fruit. It all looked so delicious. She sat obediently with both hands on her knees, waiting to eat together once everyone had arrived. But time stretched on forever. 20 minutes passed, and she was still alone. The tempting aroma kept tormenting her. Her stomach gave a pitiful little growl. I can eat now, right? She thought, her resolve crumbling bit by bit. Her gaze locked onto a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a strand of drool slipped from the corner of her mouth. Just one little bite. She lifted the bread in both hands and brought it to her mouth. The moment her teeth sank into its unbelievably soft crust, a memory crashed into her mind. A cold white hospital room, the constant beeping of machines, a body so weakened by illness that it had no appetite at all. She remembered those bland, nearly impossible to swallow meals. And now, this bread was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Tears surged up at once and rolled down her cheeks. It's so good, I'm crying. Just then, a cool voice pierced through her emotion-blurred thoughts. Small, but you can really eat. Ree froze instantly, still clutching the bread. A boy stood in the doorway, his hair black as midnight and his eyes the color of blood. It was Jed. When had he gotten there? Her face burned with embarrassment. He had seen her devouring food like a wild animal. Jed walked toward her, his expression unreadable, and said coldly, "You're sitting in my seat." Panic seized her. She sprang up from the chair and started apologizing incoherently, but her legs had gone weak and shaky. With a short cry, she lost her balance and pitched forward, falling straight into his arms. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. He looked down at her, and she looked up at him, her face red as if it might burst. Then, expressionless, he lifted a hand and pointed to the chair across from his. Your seat is over there. He gently pushed her off his lap and helped her stand properly again. Mortified, she hurried to the other chair and sat down, keeping her head lowered, too ashamed to look up. She could feel his scorching gaze on her, and at last she could not resist sneaking a glance at him. He was staring at her hair. Tilting his head, he asked if her hair was strawberry blonde. Is that why it smells like strawberries? He leaned in slightly and sniffed the air around her hair, making her face burn all over again and her heart pound wildly in her chest. I think it's probably the soap, she stammered, but her earlier good mood had vanished, replaced by a familiar sense of guilt. Noticing her sudden gloom, he asked what was wrong. Her lower lip trembled. I ate your share too, she confessed softly, her voice barely audible. Memories of the slums came rushing back. Her gaunt, starving friends huddled together, sharing a hard piece of stale bread. That was how they survived and how they showed they cared. Tears started spilling again as she sniffled. Friends share snacks with each other. I wanted to be friends with you, young master. But now you probably just think I'm a glutton, she cried. She had expected him to sneer or call her a pig, but he merely waved a hand indifferently. He explained that he had simply found it interesting to watch her eat. He had always wondered why she only ate once a day, and eventually concluded that it was because she ate a lot in a single meal. Her sobbing stopped short. That was what he had thought. He pushed a plate of pastries toward her and told her to eat more. He also said that when she puffed out her cheeks with food, she looked a lot like his old pet cat, Bobo. Akat. He explained that whenever Bobo saw food, it could never focus. It would always stuff treats into its mouth, afraid someone might steal them. Then, in the same flat tone, he added that the experiment had failed and the cat had died. A cold chill shot down her spine. An experiment? What kind of experiment killed a pet? He's not going to experiment on me too, is he? She shook her head frantically, trembling all over. He must have seen the fear in her eyes, because he explained that he had only been trying to prolong the cat's life with medicine and care, but its natural lifespan had already come to an end. Oh, so it was more like treatment, not a real experiment. She instantly felt relieved. He was not a monster. Just like in a novel, he was quiet, powerful, and not a bad person. A sincere smile bloomed across her face. She wanted to be friends with him. But why do you want to be friends with me? He asked, a trace of curiosity in his red eyes. She told him it was because she was grateful that he had allowed her to stay. In her eyes, the decision rested with the young master. She pictured him objecting and the Duke immediately throwing her out. Since he was the Duke's most precious son, his opinion had to matter a great deal. Jed's expression remained unreadable. But siblings can't be friends, he said calmly. Her shoulders sagged at once in disappointment, but then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. However, we can become closer in some other way. He leaned in a little, his voice low. It's pretty interesting watching you eat, too. Rhee's heart gave a small jump. To hide the flush on her face, she quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, there's something I wanted to ask you. She brought up the flowers she had given to the Duke. The red flowers streaked with golden patterns. The relaxed mood shattered in an instant. Jed's face turned cold at once, as if covered in ice. Where exactly did you get that thing? He asked in a dangerously low voice. Before she could answer, she had already seen the dark expression on his face. He thinks I stole it, doesn't he? I really didn't steal it, she insisted hurriedly. Leaning back, he tapped his chin thoughtfully. Then why would father adopt you as his daughter? He muttered. Unless, have you killed someone? Her mind nearly short-circuited, and she waved her hands in panic. No, I am not even capable of killing anyone by myself. He continued questioning her. Then have you ever done anything bad? Uneasy, she lowered her gaze to her lap and admitted that she had once been mistaken for a pickpocket. The memory hung over her heart like a heavy shadow. She had only wanted to pick up someone's dropped wallet. His sharp gaze softened a little. Do they hit you often? He asked quietly. She nodded, her voice tiny. They hit my face a few times. I almost died. He seemed to be piecing something together. So you're not father's toy, he concluded. Toy. The word sent a chill through her whole body. He explained that he had only wanted to confirm whether she was Karen's prey. The meaning behind those words was far too terrifying. What kind of family is this? Was coming here really the right choice? She thought, her heart pounding. But then he said something that surprised her. The people who hit your face were bad people. He said it calmly. Do you remember what they looked like? She shook her head and said it had happened a long time ago. A slow smile, sweet enough to feel cold, spread across his face. If you remember, tell me. I'll let you play with their faces like their balls. She gave a dry laugh, thinking to herself, even if I do remember, I am absolutely never telling you. That night, in a gloomy, oppressive study. The butler Shin reported the results of the investigation to Duke Karen. The girl's name was Ri, 9 years old, an orphan from the slums. Her only family, her mother, had already died of illness. In the corner of the room stood a chilling guillotine, silently proclaiming the Duke's power. Shin continued, saying that Ri had always lived as a beggar and had no ties to crime. Karen lounged lazily in his chair, looking utterly uninterested. Nothing suspicious, he concluded, but then his gaze turned ice cold. The real reason he had brought the child back was that flower. He had searched the entire country and failed to find one. There was no way a child could have stumbled across it by chance. The red morning glory marked with golden patterns was clenched in his hand, his knuckles white with force. It was a provocation from the person who had murdered his mother. Horrible memories flashed before his eyes. His mother collapsed on the ground, lifeless, surrounded by a vast pool of blood and red flowers scattered everywhere. Ri would either become the next victim, or she was an accomplice of the murderer. Either way, he intended to keep her where he could watch her closely. Shin voiced his doubts. It was hard to imagine a 9-year-old child being a spy. But Karen rejected that immediately, saying his butler was too soft-hearted toward children and animals. Then the topic turned to Jed. Karen mentioned that ever since his chimera cat had died, Jed had grown somewhat distant. Then he leaned forward slightly, an ominous glint flashing in his red eyes. By the way, do they still use chairs down in the dungeon? In the dungeon below, a man was groaning in agony. Standing before him, Shin apologized and said he had been given less medicine than usual. The man writhed on the floor in pain, and then Karen's boot came down, crushing his head hard against the stone floor. I heard this bastard killed 30 people and collected their body parts, Karen asked casually. Did you return those collections to the families? Shin answered, not yet. A cruel smile curved Karen's lips. Cut this piece of filth into 30 pieces and send them to the families together with his collection. What do you think? Shin bowed deeply. I think it would make an excellent gift. As a scream echoed through the dungeon, black magic consumed the prisoner and reduced him to dust. Ri dreamed again of another life. It was the life of a girl named Yuna, trapped in a hospital bed, with books as her only escape. She remembered the last book she had finished before her heart stopped beating. Its title was The Days of the Llewellyn Family. She jolted awake as the morning sun streamed through the window into her luxurious bedroom. Why do I always remember that novel in my dreams? She thought. Every time she opened her eyes in this place, she still suspected none of it was real. She pinched her cheek hard. Ow, good heavens, so it really isn't a dream. A few days later, she skipped into the dining room. She cheerfully greeted Jed, and he replied with a brief good morning. As usual, the Duke was absent. Jed explained that he had gone out on an inspection, but Ri knew very well that was just an excuse for going to work. These past few days, she and Jed had been eating breakfast alone together every morning. He always stared at her, making it hard for her to relax and grow closer to him, but at least he now allowed her to call him by name. As he watched her swallow a huge bite of toast, he asked if it was really that good. Then he gently reminded her that she ought to learn table manners soon, though there was no need to rush. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly covered her mouth and nodded. Looking at him a little shyly, she asked whether he was busy today. Expressionless, he replied that he had to go to the academy. Her shoulders drooped at once. Just then, Shin stepped forward. Then play with this, he said, offering her a shining gold balloon. Ri's eyes widened in surprise. A balloon? Balloons only appeared on special occasions. A bittersweet but warm memory surfaced, her father in her previous life bringing balloons to her hospital bed to ease her boredom. Tears started falling again. Jed looked a little flustered. Why are you crying again? He asked, his voice carrying a rare trace of concern. Smiling through her tears, she said, because I really like it. He seemed utterly unable to understand how such a small balloon could make her so happy. While she was smiling brightly, he reached out and gently patted her head. Thank you for the gift, Jed. I'll keep it with me all the time. Holding a warm milk tea, with the golden balloon safely tied to her chair, the morning felt dreamlike in its perfection. Later, Shin took her on a tour of the vast ducal estate. He explained that the ducal house was the oldest family in the empire. Ri looked at a row of empty buildings and asked who had lived there. Shin told her. Those used to belong to the Duchess's family. Then he pointed toward an ancient temple in the distance and sternly warned her never to go near it. That was where the Duke kept his precious collection. Her heart jumped. Wasn't that Karen's workshop in the novel? Just then, the sound of an approaching carriage broke the silence. A temple carriage was driving straight toward them. Shin instinctively pulled her behind him protectively. The carriage door opened, and a familiar, elegant woman stepped out. We meet again." It was the beautiful woman she had seen in the app. Smiling, she mentioned the rumor that the Duke had adopted a daughter, wondering how word had spread so quickly when she had tried to suppress it. "Rumors always travel faster than newspapers," she said with a sly smile. Her eyes swept over Ree's dress. "Oh dear, this dress." She clicked her tongue. "Isn't it too big for you? And the design is far too old-fashioned." Ree's heart sank. She actually liked the dress very much. By then, Ree also knew that the woman before her was Lady Marian. Marian went on to say that it was no surprise, considering the men in this house did not understand girls' fashion at all. "Is Karen home?" she asked. When Shin told her he was out, her eyes lit up at once. "Perfect then." She grabbed Ree by the arm. "In that case, I'm taking this child with me first." Shin tried to stop her, but she waved him off. "Right, I'll get permission afterward. First, I'm going to buy her some new clothes." She bent down and brought her face close to Ree's. "How old are you?" "I am 9, my lady," Ree answered timidly. The woman gave an exaggerated gasp. "Goodness, do I look like a married woman to you? Call me Marian." Turning to Shin, she declared that Ree was old enough to choose her own clothes now, and that they would meet Karen later at the hotel in the city center. With that, she whisked the bewildered Ree straight into the carriage. Inside, Marian praised her for being a pretty girl, even cuter than she had imagined. Hugging her balloon, Ree shyly replied that Marian was very beautiful too. Then Marian revealed that she was the temple's saintess. Ree was so shocked that she could not speak. The saintess from a novel? But right after that, the so-called saintess pulled out a cigarette. A smoking saintess? Seeing her stunned expression, Marian quickly apologized and put the cigarette out. Ree thought that Marian really was not a bad person, just a little unconventional. Before long, they arrived in the bustling, prosperous city district. Ree's gaze was immediately drawn to a magnificent toy shop. It was the kind of place she had never even dared dream of entering when she was a beggar. The owner hated children from the slums and always drove them away. But she remembered one dreamlike night when the owner had forgotten to turn off the lights in the display window. The sight had been as beautiful as heaven. She had stood outside all night, simply staring in a daze. She looked up at Marian with eyes full of hope. This time, could she really go inside? But Marian led her past the toy shop and onto Seville Street. It was the most fashionable district in the capital. They entered a luxurious boutique, and the attendants immediately crowded around them in excitement. "I'm picking out clothes for this child," Marian announced. "The newest member of our family." The shop owner politely asked about the budget. Ree instantly shrank behind Marian's skirt, suddenly nervous. But Marian only gave a cold, dangerous smile. "Are you asking about the budget in front of a member of the Llewellyn family?" The owner's face went pale at once. Marian's voice rang through the entire shop. "Your budget today is 100 gold coins. I intend to spend every last one of them today." Ree's head swam. 100 gold coins? That was an astronomical sum. This is way too much. Panic surged through her, and she thought, "I'm not even their real daughter. This is definitely going to get me thrown out." But the attendants were already bustling about in excitement, bringing out one gorgeous dress after another. Someone even gently took her precious balloon and promised to tie it up securely for her while they measured her. As she was led away, only one thought kept echoing in her mind. Was this really okay? The shop assistants clustered around Marian, their arms piled high with bolts of fabric and dresses, chattering excitedly without pause. Ree, meanwhile, only curled deeper and deeper into her chair. These designs, they were all far too old-fashioned. Marian thought a pretty little girl ought to wear pretty things, but Ree felt like a doll to be dressed up at someone else's whim, stuffed into dusty old clothes that belonged to another age. Then Marian's eyes suddenly lit up. This one is nice," she cried, pointing at a dress in the catalog. "They even have a sample here for her to try on first." Before Ree could protest, she was already being whisked into the fitting room, the cheerful voices of the attendants following behind her. Once inside the private dressing room, the attendants began adjusting the plain dress she had on. "This is a banquet style," one of them explained. "It's the same design as the one Her Highness the Princess ordered." "Princess?" Ree's eyes flew wide in shock. When the attendants helped her into the new gown, a wave of wonder washed over her. It was so beautiful, so dreamlike. But just as she stood there staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror, hushed voices drifted in from outside the door, low and malicious. It was Lady Ross speaking with another noblewoman. Her voice hissed softly, dripping with contempt. She could hardly believe that Marian had adopted a commoner, some filthy little slum brat. That child was no noble by blood. How could she possibly compare to Jed? The other woman chimed in. One of Marian's companions joined in as well, her voice sharpened with venom. How could someone from the imperial family ever be an ordinary commoner? Breeding matters, she sneered. The only proper way to deal with a girl like that is to marry her off to the countryside. Though with a face like hers, who would want her? Lady Ross's voice grew shriller, edged with cruel mockery. Unless you sell her to a circus as some kind of monster. The words sliced through the air like a cold, sharp blade and wrapped heavily around Rhee's body. Her world dimmed in an instant, and the bright, lively boutique seemed to fade into a wretched purple haze. She froze where she stood, and that beautiful dress suddenly felt like a costume from Freak Show. One of the attendants noticed her darkened expression and the way her shoulders had slumped in defeat. Mississippi, she murmured softly, trying to comfort her, trying to make her feel better. But it was no use. The shadows on the fitting room door twisted and warped into the dreadful outlines of all the people who always looked at her with contempt. Their eyes were full of disgust. "It's all right. Everything's all right," the attendant soothed gently. But Rhee couldn't hear her. All she could hear was the frantic pounding of her own heart. Then the door suddenly opened, and Marian stood there with both hands clasped together in excitement. "Oh my goodness, you're adorable," she squealed, her eyes sparkling with sincere delight. "My lady, would you like a matching dress as well?" One of the attendants suggested. "We have a similar design here." The light in Marian's face only grew brighter. "That's always been my dream, dressing in matching outfits with the little girl at home." Seeing Marian's pure, unclouded happiness, a real smile finally bloomed on Rhee's face, and in that instant the shadows were swept away. For a brief moment, everything felt perfect, like a dream. An attendant brought her a glass of water, and as she sat down, she almost felt like a real noble young lady. But then a wave of cold fear struck her all at once. She looked around frantically. Where was it? The balloon. Is it still here? It was gone. Panic seized her instantly. "Miss," one of the attendants cried out, because Rhee had already leapt from her seat. That had been the first gift Jed had ever given her. She ran out of the shop and into the bustling street, her eyes desperately searching the crowd. "I can't see it anywhere." Her heart sank at once. I promised I'd keep it with me." She stood there all alone, swallowed by a sea of strangers. Then a voice slithered out from a dim alley like a snake. "Mississippi." A hand as thin and bony as a skeleton reached out and grabbed her arm. "Would you like your fortune told?" The voice was hoarse in a way that made her uneasy. "What pretty hair," said the cloaked figure softly, fingers brushing through her hair. "Something like fate is best learned while you're still young." "Only 5 silver coins." Rhee shrank back in fright and tried to wrench herself free. "No, I don't need that," she insisted. The stranger's grip tightened for a moment, then suddenly flung her away. Rhee stumbled backward, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. She scrambled to her feet and turned to run, only to stop dead in her tracks. That was an antique and toy shop. It was the very shop she had wanted to visit in the first place. But the joy she should have felt had already vanished, leaving only an agitating fear. Where is this?" The crowd around her seemed to press in from all sides. "This dress, it isn't mine. I put it on without saying anything." Guilt tightened painfully around her chest. "I better go back quickly." She tried to turn around, but she crashed hard into a passerby and fell to the ground with a thud. "Ah, that hurts." Yet the first thing she thought of wasn't herself. "I can't let the dress get dirty." She hurriedly brushed the dust off the delicate fabric, her tiny hands trembling. "I don't know the way home." Her lips shook. "What am I supposed to do now?" Tears welled up in her large green eyes, and a shadow of despair slowly crept across her face. "Well now." A low, familiar voice cut through the noise around her. A pair of polished shoes stopped in front of her. "Running away from home this early already?" Rhee jerked her head up, her breath catching. "Why, your grace." It was Karen Llewellyn. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. "I heard you were in the fitting room," he said calmly. "Ah." She waved her hands frantically, eager to explain. When Lady Marian was changing clothes, I ran out to look for the balloon. It was a gift from Jed. I promised I'd keep it with me, but then it floated away. He sighed, his tone flat. Idiot, you could just buy another one. It sounded so indifferent that a familiar hurt rose in her chest again. But how did he know it was me? The last time he saw me, I still looked miserable, a dirty child from the slums. As if he had seen straight through her thoughts, his crimson eyes softened for just a moment. I saw that shiny thing in the street, just like the first time we met. When I came closer, it really was you. He said it so simply, so naturally, with something almost gentle in his voice, as though he were calling her an angel. Her face flushed bright red. Wow, is this how nobles talk? By the time they returned to the boutique, the attendants were nearly in a panic. Miss, you suddenly disappeared. I was so worried I was just about to report it to the police. Karen explained that she had gone out looking for her balloon. Just then, a sweet but piercing voice cut in. Ah, Your Grace, why have you come to a place like this in person? It was Lady Ross, the same gossiping noblewoman from before. Her gaze fell to Ree, secure in Karen's arms, and the carefully painted smile on her face instantly turned into a sneer. Whose child is this? Karen's expression did not change in the slightest. It's been a while, Lady Ross. He pulled Ree a little closer in his arms. This is my daughter. Ross's jaw nearly dropped. Then the rumors were true? You really did adopt some poor child? She stepped closer, her perfume so heavy it felt suffocating, her smile like a poison mask. Little girl, you'd better get used to me soon. We'll be family before long. Liar, riscrim din wardi. You don't want that at all. Ross turned back to Karen and fluttered her lashes coquettishly. She's prettier than I expected. I'm not entirely sure, but she is certainly pretty, Karen replied coolly. Ross let out a bright peal of laughter. I do respect your interests, Your Grace. Charity is very important, after all, isn't it? Have you arranged a tutor for her yet? I happen to know a very strict one. The sort who isn't afraid to be harsh when necessary. It would be very helpful for her upbringing. She reached out as if to pinch Ree's cheek, and Ree gasped and quickly shrank back. Karen immediately pulled Ree away from her hand. He looked down at the little girl in his arms and asked softly, "Who am I?" "You're the Duke." She answered quietly. "No." He leaned in a little closer. "I'm your father. Try saying it once." Ree's face turned scarlet at once, and she hurriedly buried it in his shoulder. He let out a quiet laugh. "So you do get shy." Then he lifted his head, and when his gaze landed on Ross, it turned cold as ice in an instant. "I have one more request." "What is it?" she asked with affected charm. "Could someone throw her out?" Ross stared blankly. "Your Grace? What do you mean by that?" Karen smiled in a way that sent chills down the spine. "Ah, so you don't understand polite phrasing. What I mean is disappear from my sight right now. To put it more clearly, get out. Do you understand, Lady Ross?" The woman couldn't say a word, her face filled with fury and humiliation. Ree stared at him in shock. So Karen had this side to him too. What a nasty man. Even when I was poor, I still thought people shouldn't be this mean to each other. Karen, however, seemed completely unconcerned with everyone else's reaction. Leaning down to Ree's ear, he whispered, "Say goodbye, darling. You won't be seeing this person again." Then he took her hand and made her wave. "Good girl." He patted her head, a trace of satisfaction passing through his eyes. "Also, they've made you even prettier." Ross finally recovered enough to speak through her rage. "Do you know who I am?" "No," Karen said blandly. But Ree remembered the cruel things she had overheard earlier, and she couldn't help adding one more blow. She reached out and brushed a small stain from Ross's dress. "What?" Ross snapped. Ree looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. "I think I'm lucky not to be as pretty as you. Because if I were as pretty as you, I'd have to get married very young." She paused, her voice sweet as sugar. "Or, will I be sold to a circus instead?" Ross's face went white, then red, then white again. The smile at the corner of Karen's lips deepened. "I was just about to advise you not to threaten my daughter like that again. Eavesdropping on other people makes you no better than a stray cat. This isn't your house." Ross screamed, "Your Grace." One of the attendants gasped. "But this entire street belongs to me," Karen said as casually as if he were making small talk. "I thought that was why you approached me in the first place." What a disappointment. I've always preferred people of somewhat higher social standing. Ross grabbed his arm, all traces of poise gone. "Karen, aren't we seeing each other? How can you treat me like this?" He looked at the hand, clutching his arm with obvious distaste. So having a few meals together means we're in a relationship? I didn't realize your delusions had gone that far. If you truly believe that, then consider this me breaking up with you now. His voice dropped, edged with danger. Before I call the guards, would you kindly leave, Lady Ross? The shop owner hurried over. Is something wrong? Riblinked innocently. This is getting out of hand. Just then, Marion emerged from the fitting room. Karen, when did you get here? She looked a little surprised. Karen's expression immediately softened. We broke up, he said simply. Marion looked confused. Really? Then when he lowered his eyes to Ree, he added, I was the one who got dumped. Ree couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and snickered. Marion quickly changed the subject and pointed at the mountain of boxes stacked nearby. Did you buy all the necessities? Did you see that pile over there? Ree's eyes widened in horror. I really had fun today, and Lady Marion brought me here. But that's just too much money. I don't think I'd even be able to use all those things. Karen asked Marion how much she had spent. The total budget was 100 gold coins, since I bought accessories and silk too. Was that too much? Ree thought that was already an absurdly restrained way to put it. But the very next second, Karen said, place another order for 200 more. Marion clapped her hands. Exactly, that's my brother. Next time, make sure to reserve only the finest goods too. No, that's really too much. Ree protested. This dress alone is enough, Lady Marion. I already have 5 outfits at home. Marion merely waved a hand dismissively. How is 5 outfits supposed to fill a room? And how could that possibly be enough for attending banquets? Karen added, this is a guardian's duty, after all. What kind of person spends hundreds or thousands on clothes they haven't even tried on and calls it duty? Guess how many there are? Around 20 outfits, I suppose. Tell them to send even more. Ree clutched her head. No, I can't win against these two at all. She only felt dizzy and sick. There was only one last resort left. She dramatically pressed a hand to her forehead. I'm so tired. I think I'm going to faint. Marion's face was instantly filled with concern. Really? That won't do. Just hang up the rest of the clothes for now. Success. As the carriage slowly pulled away, Karen gave Marion a stern look. From now on, don't take her out again without my permission. Understood? Ree happily waved to her through the carriage window. See you next time. And next time, remember to call me your aunt. As the carriage rolled through the evening streets and returned to the Duke's mansion, Ree's cheerful mood gradually faded. In the end, she still hadn't found that balloon. How am I supposed to explain this to Jed? Just then, a woman with flaming red hair came stumbling out of the shadows, her face deathly pale and full of terror. Help! Save! Ree sucked in a breath as the woman staggered toward them, then collapsed heavily onto the stone road. Karen immediately crouched down beside her. Ree's heart pounded violently in her chest. Is she dead? She doesn't have any wounds. Did she have a heart attack? That's very possible, Karen said gravely. You're quite a smart child. Just then, the police arrived. Excuse me, did a woman collapse here just now? One of them asked, then recognized the Duke. They quickly reported the results of their investigation. The deceased was named Bennett Alium, the daughter of a merchant. There were no external injuries, and the suspected cause of death was cardiac arrest. Afterward, they covered the body, bowed deeply to Karen, and departed with it. Inside the carriage on the way back, Ree's mind raced. According to the novel's setting, the imperial capital didn't just have the highest crime rate in the world, it also had the highest death rate in the world. Was it really just an ordinary heart attack? If only I knew the contents of that book. Karen noticed that she was trembling. The first time I met you, you were pretty brave. Are you scared now? Is it that frightening? The memory of the fortune teller flashed through her mind, the horrifying hand, and that cold, whispered prophecy. Come, let me read your fortune. She shook her head violently and grabbed his sleeve. There are already enough strange things in life. I don't need that too. Well, they got home. Jed was standing at the foot of the grand staircase, waiting for them. Welcome back, father. The two of you. Karen cut him off. I picked her up off the street. Jed immediately hurried down the stairs, his face full of concern. What happened? Ree lowered her gaze to her toes. Young Master Jed, what is it? He asked gently. I'm sorry, I lost the balloon, because I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. Jed's expression softened. He crouched down and gently patted her hair. Don't cry over something that can be replaced. Was that balloon really so beautiful? He smiled. Someday, let's go boating together, all right? Is he comforting me? Rinoded SHYLY. But, aren't you very busy? It's fine, he reassured her. You must be tired, so rest a bit before dinner. I'll take you back to your room. He gently wiped the tear tracks from her cheeks, and she immediately broke into a radiant smile and took his outstretched hand. Okay. That night, Karen sat alone in his study, a glass of amber liquor in hand. The butler reported that they still had not uncovered anything about the child. There's nothing about her except that she's cute. Whether she's useful or not doesn't matter, right, Shin? Karen said quietly, while a sinister black energy coiled around his hand like a snake. That's true. Raising children is troublesome. With a faint, bitter smile, he took a sip of liquor, then lightly set the glass down with a crisp clink. At dinner, Ree stared in amazement at a gramophone powered by magic stones. It was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. She turned and asked Jed, "How old are you?" He answered that he was 14. 14? I thought he was 17. Huh. Then is it okay for you to drink? You're not an adult yet, are you? It's fine, he answered calmly. Our family doesn't drink much, and we don't use drugs either. Across the table, Karen curled his lips into a smile. Which is why you're still very small, only half Jed's age. Ree puffed up her cheeks. I really want to grow up quickly. Just then, Shin entered carrying a silver tray with a letter on it. Karen took the letter, and the joking expression on his face vanished the instant he read its contents. His eyes narrowed slightly. Another unexplained heart attack. This isn't the first time it's happened. The only thing the three dead women had in common was red hair. And they all had distinctive features as well. He let out a low chuckle. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. That would be good news for Karen, wouldn't it? Because then he'll get to hunt. You don't look well. He reached out, removed his glove, and lightly cupped her face. The moment his skin touched hers, a vision shattered reality. It was a memory. Thursday, August 9th. The target was a girl from the slums. A cloaked figure led her onto a dark road, promising to let her see whether her mother was in heaven. The deceived girl was ultimately thrown into a cage. A man hidden in the shadows stood over her, a bloodstained saw in his hand. "What beautiful hair," he rasped. Those were the last words she heard before her hand was sawed off. Ree gasped sharply and jolted back to reality. "Miss, please wake up. Are you all right?" Karen and Jed were both staring at her, their faces filled with concern. Her voice trembled with fear. What's today's date?" "August 9th, Jed answered. "Why do you ask?" The words hit her like a blow. All the blood in her body turned cold as she gripped the hem of her dress tightly, the horrifying truth crashing down on her. Today was August 9th, the day the girl named Ree was murdered. In the historical records, a dark story had once circulated in whispers. It was said that during the era of the seventh prince, Llewellyn, a fortune-teller had been murdered. But the truth was far more twisted and far more tragic. The culprit had been haunted by his own past, trapped since childhood beneath the suffocating obsession of his mother. Within him, warped love and poisoned hatred had grown together, both aimed at the woman who had given him life. In the ruins of his broken, chaotic mind, a horrifying thought had taken root. He no longer wanted his mother. He wanted to become his mother. A sick, blood-stained smile spread across his face. His sanity had long since shattered beyond repair. That grotesque obsession led him step by step into darkness, to seek out women with the same blazing red hair as the mother he hated most. He disguised himself as a fortune-teller to get close to her, offering her a small, beautiful vial of medicine, a miraculous elixir. He promised it would make her even more beautiful, and for a while, it really did seem to work. Her skin glowed with a radiance and vitality it had never possessed before. But the mirror of hope soon shattered into 1,000 pieces, because that so-called beauty potion was nothing more than a slow-acting poison, meant to make her heart stop little by little over time. In that instant, everything fell into place. The scattered pieces of the puzzle clicked together with horrifying clarity. Ree's eyes flew open. All the red-haired women had died of heart attacks. That was no coincidence. It couldn't be an accident. That fortune-teller she had met, he was the culprit. This wasn't a string of unfortunate incidents at all. It was murder. She turned to the Duke, her heart slamming against her ribs, her voice trembling with urgency. "Your Grace," she said, "that case you mentioned earlier." He listened, his dark eyes fixed on her. She had to make him see it. She had to make him understand. If this was someone's plan, she continued, then wouldn't the victims have something else in common too? Karen's expression turned thoughtful, his mind already racing through possibilities. What else could connect them? He asked. Her thoughts spun wildly. She couldn't tell him the truth, not all of it, anyway. For example, she said softly but firmly, they may all have gone to see a fortune-teller. He raised a brow, signaling for her to continue. Their red hair matters too, but I can't explain that yet. She stammered, frustrated by the secret she had to keep. But most fortune tellers live in the slums. I've heard a lot of nobles secretly go to see famous ones. It was the only place she could think of that might serve as a bridge between two completely different worlds, a place where victims of different social standings could have crossed paths. A faint smile slowly appeared on Karen's face, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his voice low. "You're right. It's worth investigating." But just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through her chest. She gasped, clutching at her heart as she stumbled forward. "It hurts even more. I can't take it." Karen's expression changed instantly. As she collapsed into him, he caught her at once. "Shin," he barked, his voice tight with worry. "Contact the investigation team." He gently supported her, his warm hand cupping her feverish cheek. "Hey, are you all right?" But her world was already fading, blurring into a terrible vision. "No, please, not now of all times." Blood splashed across the cold stone floor, and behind iron bars, a woman with blazing red hair was trapped, her face twisted in agony. "It hurts," a low voice spoke, chillingly similar to her own. "You'd be better off just killing me." The vision shifted, and she saw him, Karen kneeling beside the dying fortune teller. His face was full of shock. "My God," he murmured. He reached out, trying to save her. "I'll take you to a doctor." But it was already too late. An arrow cut through the air and buried itself deep in his chest. Blood burst from his lips, and he crashed heavily to the floor. From the shadows, a sneering face watched it all. "No, this can't happen." Ree's eyes snapped open, a silent scream caught in her throat. She was lying in bed, safe. It had only been a dream, a nightmare so vivid it felt real. A hand rested on her shoulder. She flinched and turned to see Karen bending over her, his face full of concern. "Are you all right?" he asked softly, but she was not all right at all. Her mind was in chaos. What had just happened? Then the memories from the novel came flooding back all at once. The arrow that struck Karen had been coated in a deadly poison. He had fallen into a coma, lying cold and pale beneath white sheets. Doctors had been summoned from all across the kingdom, and even Shin, in despair, had grabbed one of them by the collar. But it was useless. A month passed, and Karen never opened his eyes. And the moment the Duke fell, the vultures began to circle. Outside the mansion gates, a line of visitors formed. Some came seeking favor. Some hoped to win over the young heir, and others, the most dangerous ones, saw a chance to overthrow the Duke completely. That was it. That was everything she knew. It was the last chapter she had read before she collapsed, before she died. Back then, her parents had still been crying outside the operating room. A fresh wave of panic seized her. Why did he have to become this important to me right now? She clutched her head, haunted by her own actions like a nightmare. I shouldn't have told Karen about the fortune teller. A hand gently took hers, pulling her back from her spiraling thoughts. It was Jed. "Are you awake now?" he asked, his young face serious despite its childishness. She looked around blankly. "Is this my room? Why is everyone staring at me?" After the doctor examined her, the butler had gently urged Jed to go to bed, but he refused. He had waited the whole time for her to wake up. When she saw him through the window, standing there like a small but loyal guard, a strange warmth rose in her heart. A soft knock sounded at the door. The butler entered with a folder in hand. "The investigation report you requested has arrived." That was how he announced it. Karen took the file, his robe hanging slightly open to reveal his bare chest. And in that moment, everything was there in black and white. The report on that red-haired woman's movements. It confirmed her worst fear. The report said Karen was going to the fortune teller's house tonight. No, she scrambled out of bed, her bare feet hitting the cold floor as she grabbed hold of his robe. "Your Grace." He looked down at her, seemingly surprised by her sudden movement. "What is it?" Panic churned in her mind. "I have to stop him. But how? What can I even say? That this is the world of a novel I read in my past life? He'll think I'm insane." He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice very gentle. "It's all right. You can tell me." But there was no real belief in his eyes, only weary, patient reassurance. Tears slid down her cheeks. Hot and desperate, she clenched his robe, even tighter, her voice breaking with sobs. Your Grace, please don't go. Karen glanced at the report again, his face darkening. The common link was the red-haired fortune teller in the slums. It's too exact to be coincidence, he thought. They're trying to lure me there. He felt someone still tugging lightly at his robe. Looking down, he saw Ree still standing there, pale-faced and streaked with tears. What is it? He asked, his tone softening. She looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. You're the Duke. Please don't go. The words came out nearly as a cry. Her small body trembled nonstop. Don't go. Please don't go. He crouched down in front of her. Calm down, little girl. What is it? She seized the only excuse she could think of. I dreamed you were badly hurt, she said in a low voice, hoping he would believe her. My dreams are always accurate. I'm really worried. She clutched his sleeve, as though it were the last thing keeping her afloat. Can't you stay with me tonight? For a long while, he said nothing, his gaze unreadable. At last, he nodded. I understand. I'll stay at the mansion tonight. Then he added, it seems I'll have to wait until your condition stabilizes first. She looked up at him, her lips trembling. You're not angry? You won't throw me out? He looked as if he almost wanted to laugh. No, why would I do that? He gently patted her head, but her tears still would not stop. She hiccuped through her crying, and another fit of sobs made her little body shake again. He let out a sigh. Have you cried enough? Just then, Shin rushed in carrying a cup of medicine. Young lady, please drink your medicine. Ree stubbornly shook her head. I'm fine now. I just need His Grace to stay with me. But the doctor's words were chilling. If you keep feeling nauseous, you'll have to undergo surgery. Surgery? The words struck her like thunder. No, not again. I don't want to get sick in this life either, and I don't want surgery. She snatched the cup away, grimaced, and gulped down the bitter medicine in one go. The butler gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a cloth. I can do it myself, she muttered, embarrassed. Karen gestured toward the bed. Lie down now. But the moment he turned to leave, she panicked. No, I want to stay with you today. He sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes, then climbed onto the bed and sat against the pillows. Come here. Is this enough? There was a tired smile in his voice. She nodded, her cheeks faintly pink. Then he turned to his son, Jed. Come here. Jed blinked, a little confused, but obeyed. Joyful tears that had not yet fallen shimmered in Ree's eyes. The three of them ended up nestled together in the bed. Shin stood by the door, completely bewildered by the sight before him. Karen waved a hand, signaling him to withdraw. The room fell quiet, lit only by the soft glow of a single candle. Lying between them, Ree felt as though her heart was so full it might overflow. Lying here like this felt like being a family. Is this my real family now? How much luck can an adopted daughter possibly have? Her eyelids only grew heavier. You're getting sleepy because of the medicine, Karen said softly. She blinked. Hey, you tricked me. You're not going somewhere else, are you? She asked drowsily, her speech slurring. You promised me. She yawned, and he gently patted her head. I know, he said quietly. Her last waking thought was a promise to herself. Tomorrow morning, I'll get up and report it to the police. As long as they catch the culprit, Karen will be safe. The next morning, Shin straightened the coat of an already dressed Karen. Karen glanced toward the bed and saw Ree and Jed curled up together, still fast asleep. A strange softness appeared in his eyes. Jed really seems to like that child, Shin said. The corner of Karen's lips curved slightly. And I'm interested in that child too. In his mind, he pieced together all her strange behavior one by one. She wanted to tell me the information, and then she cried and begged me not to go. That doesn't seem like a scheme. He had to know the truth. Once I get there, I'll know whether it's really a trap. And if something happens to me, that child. His gaze turned suddenly firm. Shin cleared his throat. The spy you sent out, the one with the codename Phoenix Flower. Karen curled his lips into a sharp smile. I thought he'd keep it secret a little longer. Shin only smiled. Dressed in a dark coat, Karen's red eyes glimmered faintly, making him look every bit like a predator. Then he said in a low voice, like the growl of a beast, let the hunt begin. Ree woke in a room flooded with bright morning light. Morning? Her eyes flew open. I have to report it to the police before Karen wakes up. She sat up and looked around the large, empty room. Karen, he was gone. Her heart dropped instantly. On the floor, she saw the report he had left behind. Don't tell me. She hurried to Jed's bed and shook him hard. Jed, wake up. He groaned and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. What's wrong? The Duke, she cried. Where's he? Jed yawned. Father went out at dawn. He said he had something to take care of. She immediately let out a scream of pure frustration. I knew it. That nasty Duke was never going to listen to me. I shouldn't have fallen asleep. Jed watched her outburst for a moment, then asked a very strange question. Can you ride a horse? She froze, looking utterly confused. His crimson eyes were serious. I need a favor from you. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he were testing her. Of course I can ride a horse, but what are you going to give me in return? Desperation left her with little room to think. Just trust me this once, she pleaded. If you help me, I'll give you whatever reward you want, I promise. He looked at her sharply, as though weighing the truth of her words. In the end, he sighed and relented. Fine. Then the two of them sprinted down the long corridor toward the stables. Ree's jaw nearly dropped. The horse was far too huge and imposing. A towering black stallion. Is a horse really supposed to be this big? She cried. But Jed swung into the saddle with practiced ease, far too skilled for someone his age. Then he reached a hand down to her. Here, take my hand. The stallion thundered through the streets, the wind whipping Ree's hair hard across her face. She clung tightly to Jed, her eyes squeezed shut, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. I can't hear you. Are you okay? He shouted over the wind. I'm okay, she yelled back at the top of her lungs. She pointed toward a narrow alley. This way, the third alley. The horse came to a sudden stop in front of a rundown building. That was the fortune teller's house. She slid off the horse and ran toward the door. You came to find my father? Jed shouted after her in disbelief. It makes no sense for him to be here. I have to make sure, she shouted back without turning around, the sick feeling in her stomach growing stronger. I have a really bad feeling. He grabbed her arm, his small hand unexpectedly strong. What exactly do you know? He demanded. She met his eyes, hers full of pleading. Jed, you promised you'd help me, didn't you? He sighed helplessly and let her go. All right. An unnatural silence hung around the door. I think she's probably already downstairs, she whispered. And if I'm right, someone else is hiding inside. Jed pulled out a crossbow that looked small but deadly. If someone's by the door, run immediately, he ordered. I'm stronger than most adults, so I'll be fine. Ree took a deep breath, pushed the door open a crack, and peeked inside. A man stood in the shadows, wearing a cruel, familiar sneer. It was the assassin from her vision. Her blood seemed to turn cold all at once. I'm so scared. This is terrifying, but stronger than the fear was a desperate resolve. I don't want him to get hurt. The scene inside was a nightmare. The fortune teller was already dead on the floor, black blood staining her lips. And standing beside her was Karen. Tendrils of dark magic churned around him, and in his hand he held a strange weapon made of shadow. Jed sucked in a sharp breath beside her. Father, what in the world is going on here? Karen turned his head, his crimson eyes shining with cold anger in the darkness. Jed recoiled a step in shock. I didn't do it. Karen's voice sliced through the taut silence like a blade of ice. Jed, take that child outside. I'm busy right now. We'll talk later. Jed was just about to raise a hand to cover Ree's eyes. Come here, Ree. It's too early for you to be seeing something like this. But Ree's gaze wasn't on the corpse at all. She was staring at the ground near Karen's feet. There was no one else here, so who was going to? Her eyes suddenly widened in horror when she saw it. A thread so thin it was nearly invisible. The trap was right there. It was an arrow mechanism. She screamed, her voice sharp with terror. You can't stay there, Your Grace. Ree, Jed shouted, trying to pull her back. But she tore free and rushed forward. Click, click. Karen's boot caught the line. He looked down, his eyes widening the instant he understood what had happened. But it was already too late. With a cry of desperation, Ree threw herself forward and shoved him away. An arrow came whistling through the air and slammed deep into her shoulder with a sickening thud, pinning her into his arms. Ree! Jed screamed, his voice breaking. Karen caught her as her body sagged, his face filled with shock. Child! A tiny moan of pain escaped her lips. He held her tightly, the last of his composure finally collapsing. Stay awake. You mustn't lose consciousness. His voice cracked as he begged her. Stay awake. Look at me. Her eyelids trembled, and her voice was no more than a breath. My shoulder. It hurts. It's okay, child. You'll be okay, Jed said through tears. He rushed to their side, but her world was already fading, dissolving into memories from another life. The sterile white of a hospital, her parents' faces soaked in tears. It's okay, Yuna. And the feeling of being wheeled beneath the harsh lights of the operating room. Her small, trembling hand lifted and gently touched Karen's cheek. Dad, she called softly. A tear slid down her dirty face. I'm sorry. Her hand suddenly lost all strength and dropped from beside his face. Jed shook her gently, his voice hoarse with grief. Wake up, Ree, please. Karen did not move. He only held her small, broken body in his arms. The whole world seemed to retreat, leaving behind only silence and a single unanswered question sharp enough to tear apart the soul. Why? Heavy footsteps echoed through the silent corridor. Shin's face was deathly pale, his breathing ragged and uneven, and he stammered out an apology for arriving too late. But the words that came next sent a chill down Karen's spine. The young lady and the young master. They're gone. Karen's crimson eyes flew open, and a cold bead of sweat slid down his temple. Gone? How? What happened? The night was dark and ominous. Standing before that scene, Karen felt as though his heart had turned into a block of ice inside his chest. On the floor, his son Jed was holding Ree's small, motionless body. Her pink hair spread across the ground like a sorrowful halo. Her tiny body lay limp in his arms, and from her lips came only one heartbreaking whisper. Mom. Sharp, unwelcome memories clawed at Karen's mind, and from the past came a voice dripping with malice and contempt. You're a monster. It was his biological father, the previous Duke Llewellyn, who had once sneered those words at him. You're the cursed child of this family. That man's jealousy had been like poison, rotting everything it touched. He envied Karen's power, envied his ability to summon demons with ease. He envied him, and he feared him. The dull sounds of fists striking flesh, the crack of breaking bones. Those were the background sounds of his childhood. Karen would curl up into a ball, his small hands shielding his head as he desperately tried to block the rain of blows. He was nothing more than a stray dog to be kicked around at will. But then a gentle warmth would always wrap around him. It was his mother. In that cold, cruel world, she was the only one who shielded him from the storm. She would hold him tightly and soothe his wounded soul with a tender voice. It's all right, Karen, she would whisper, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Mother is here. For his sake, she endured her husband's rage and used her slender shoulders to bear the brunt of the abuse in his place. And then she left. On the day his mother died, Karen's world shattered into countless fragments that could never be repaired. The whole world collapsed around him, leaving behind only endless, suffocating darkness. Just like now, he looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms. This homeless child named Ree. By some strange twist of fate, he had adopted her, and now she had saved him. But why? His thoughts churned in confusion. This child had taken an arrow for him. She did not loathe him, nor did she fear him like everyone else. With those large, pure eyes, she looked at him and saw a father. Hurried, panicked footsteps broke through his daze. Young lady, your grace. Jed and Shin came rushing toward them, both their faces filled with terror. Jed's eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the little girl. Karen Llewellyn lowered his voice, and when he spoke to his butler, Shin, his tone was lethally dangerous. Shin immediately straightened up. Yes, your grace. Karen issued the order in a voice as cold as a tomb. Catch him. A chill ran down Shin's spine, but he still bowed his head and obeyed. Karen then turned to his son, his voice urgent. Jed, stop the bleeding first. He saw Ree's body begin to convulse, her teeth nearly biting through her own tongue. Without hesitation, he tore off a strip from his immaculate white cuff and gently tucked it into her mouth. Dense black magic surged into his palm, and thread-like shadows coiled toward the little girl. The black butterflies formed from his power fluttered around her, and the bleeding gradually slowed. He gathered her fragile body into his arms. Take her somewhere safe first. That was his command. Shin had already bound the fortune teller with thick rope and nodded grimly. At once, the scene then shifted to a lavishly decorated bedroom, more luxurious than anything Ree had ever dreamed of. Pale-faced, she lay quietly on the large bed while the doctor examined her. Karen stood by the window with his back to the room, like a statue of death. How is she? He asked, without a trace of emotion in his voice. The doctor, an elderly man with trembling hands, cleared his throat. We'll need the surgeon to confirm further, but she has passed the critical stage. He added that fortunately, the arrow had not been poisoned, nor had it struck her heart. Only then did Karen's shoulders loosen by the slightest fraction. She has to live. The voice in his heart was like a low roar, carrying a savage vow. If this child died, if she died, he would slaughter every doctor in the imperial capital with his own hands. The doctor shuddered as if struck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. We will do everything in our power to save her, he stammered, clearly terrified by the murderous aura radiating from the Duke. Karen walked to the bedside, his shadow falling over Ree's tiny body. He sat down, his crimson eyes never leaving her face. All the possibilities he had once imagined surged through his mind. Was she a phoenix flower? A tool meant to help him track down his enemies? Or was she simply a spy? He had thought the information she gave him was a trap, yet she had taken that arrow for him. Even unconscious, a faint pain smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. He had never imagined it would turn out like this. He gently touched her face, his gloved fingertips slowly tracing the line of her cheek. "You took an arrow from me," he murmured softly. "Even if this is a trap, I still want to love you." His voice brushed through the silent room like a soft rustle. "Who exactly are you?" He gazed down at her, his eyes burning with fierce, stubborn possessiveness. "First, you have to survive. You must take responsibility for what you said." A strange, unfamiliar warmth slowly spread through his chest. "Since you call me Dad, then our fates are bound together. Even if you're only a child used to cover someone else's tracks, I will take you back and make you my daughter." He gently held her tiny hand, his palm firm and unwavering. A dark smile curved his lips. "When you wake up, I'll have to teach you differently. I'm going to raise you into a selfish, arrogant child, so you won't care whether I've been shot with an arrow or stabbed." He lifted her hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to her knuckles. "That's right. Only after placing you somewhere comfortable like this can I feel at ease." He leaned closer, his voice brushing her skin like a desperate whisper. "Please wake up." The days blurred together. Maids came and went, changing the curtains with quiet hands and tending to the little girl who would not wake. A group of doctors huddled together, whispering anxiously. Shin approached Karen with a grave expression. "How is the young lady?" Karen asked, still looking at the bed. "I think she'll live," Shin replied, his voice carrying a note of relief. "And Jed, he said he would wait until the surgery was over, so he's resting in his room for now." Karen sat in his chair, lightly swirling a glass of dark red wine in his hand. Shin noticed that it had been a long time since he had seen the young master show his emotions so openly. "Did the temple send anyone?" Karen asked, his voice taut. "A high-ranking holy mage would know how to use magic without harming her," Shin explained. "I've already contacted them, but there's a ceremony at the Imperial Palace today." Karen narrowed his eyes. "Nearly all the high-ranking holy mages have gone to the palace. They said that as soon as the ceremony ends, they'll send someone here immediately." Karen took a slow sip of wine. "Now listen very carefully to what I'm about to say," he said, his voice dropping into a dangerous murmur. "Repeat it to the Emperor word for word." He set the glass down hard with a sharp clink. "If he does not send every holy mage here at once, then I will personally go to the palace and make the imperial family taste the pain my daughter is suffering right now." Meanwhile, Jed was sitting beside Ree's bed, his young face full of worry. Something his father had once said drifted into his mind. "Do you want to become a stuffed toy like Bobo?" Karen had asked him that day. It was also the day Jed received a gift from his father. Not a toy, but a little creature peeking out from behind a door, its ears flapping. Jed's red eyes widened slightly in surprise. It was a fluffy cat, white and gray, with blue eyes like sapphires. "This cat looks so unusual," he said softly, cradling it with care. "It isn't an ordinary cat," his father explained. "It's a chimera. It's a magical creature that shares its life with its master. If one of them is injured or dies, the other is partially affected as well." The little chimera licked his face, and that sealed the bond between them. "From now on, you are its master," Karen told him. "Treat it as you would yourself, and take good care of it." But that bond had been a lie in the end, just like Bobo. He looked at Ree's sleeping face and gently stroked her cheek. When she was sick, she looked even more like his stuffed toy than usual. But she was different in the end. There was a difference between them. He wanted to see her smile again, to hear her speak, instead of lying still like this, so pale and lifeless. He could not imagine a world without her radiant smile. Chaos churned inside him. Why didn't I believe this child? Why did she save father even though she herself was hurt? This feeling was too strange. An unfamiliar pain gripped his chest tightly, making even breathing hurt. Then, in the darkness, a sliver of light broke through. "Where am I?" Ree's consciousness was hazy as her memories slowly returned. "Right? I saved Mr. Karen. That arrow. It flew toward me. She tried to speak, tried to call out, but no sound came. Panic seized her instantly. I can't talk. Did I die again? Is this the world after death?" She clutched the bedsheet in alarm, her heart pounding against her ribs. Then she felt it. Someone was beside her. She turned her head and saw a familiar mop of dark, messy hair. It was Jed. He was asleep, his head resting by her bedside. A huge wave of relief washed over her at once. If he's here, then I must still be alive. But wait, why is he sleeping here? As if sensing her gaze, his eyelashes trembled lightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His sleepy crimson eyes met hers, and then a breathtaking smile slowly bloomed on his face, as if phantom rose petals were drifting through the air around him. "Good morning, princess," he said softly, his voice as smooth as velvet. "You finally opened your eyes. I've been waiting so long." Ree could only stare at him blankly, her mind completely empty. Then her awareness fully returned, and pure, untainted joy surged up from the bottom of her heart. "I am alive. Do you know how lucky that is?" She wanted to shout and jump up in celebration on the spot. She wriggled her arms and legs, rejoicing in silence. Karen had not been hit by a poisoned arrow, and everything was fine. But when she tried to laugh, only garbled sounds came out of her mouth. Jed's smile instantly faded, replaced by worry. "What's wrong? Why is Jed making that face?" She wondered in confusion. He quickly poured a glass of water and held it to her lips. "Here, it's okay," slowly. She drank greedily, the cool water soothing her dry throat. At last she could speak, though her voice was still hoarse. "Jed, where am I?" "The hospital," he answered simply. "Then where is his grace?" He stood up, his face unreadable. "He's fine. You were unconscious for a full week." "A week?" Ree's eyes flew open in shock. Before she could even process that, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open with a bang. Jed turned his head and, with a smug look on his face, announced to the empty hallway, "She's awake." Then, a huge crowd of doctors came flooding into the room. Ree peeked out from behind Jed, looking completely bewildered. The way they looked at her was not professional concern. They were crying. "My heavens, really?" One of them sobbed while clapping. She opened her eyes. Another wailed into a handkerchief. "We're alive!" They all shouted in unison. Ree was utterly dumbfounded. "What is this? Did he arrange this on purpose to surprise me?" She tugged at Jed's sleeve. "Who are they?" she asked quietly. "Doctors," he answered calmly. Then he explained that at first everyone had thought she would wake up quickly because the arrow was not poisoned. But later they discovered that the arrowhead had been coated with a sedative. For a child of her size, even a tiny amount was extremely dangerous. "I really am lucky then," she said in a small voice. Jed raised a brow. "What's lucky about being shot with an arrow?" Ree could only smile guiltily. "Well, positive thinking. Waking up with you by my side is practically a miracle. But why were they saying they would live?" Ree still didn't understand why their reaction had been so dramatic. Jed hesitated a little. "You know, Father has a strange personality, right? You didn't wake up for a whole week, and Father was very angry." He told her how Karen had paced back and forth in the hallway, his dark aura frightening everyone out of their wits, and how he had declared that if anything happened to his adopted daughter, he would vent all his fury on them. "You mean he said that because he was worried about me?" Ree asked, her heart giving a small tremble. Jed nodded. "He said Karen had invited the 7 best doctors in the imperial capital the day after she was hurt." To Ree's ears, that word invited sounded dangerously close to kidnap. Even the imperial family had helped gather them. This country was practically ruled by the Duke. The lead doctor cleared his throat, finally regaining a little composure. "Miss, may I examine you again?" After a simple checkup, he declared that she was fine. The doctors were just about to leave when Jed suddenly grabbed the old man by the collar, his voice laced with threat. "You're certain this time, right?" The doctor shook all over. "Yes, absolutely. You are the luckiest person in this kingdom." Then he fled in panic with the rest of his colleagues. Ree tugged at Jed's sleeve again, her face pale. The luckiest person in this kingdom? Was it really that serious? She buried her face in his chest, her body trembling slightly. "I don't even know how to face Karen. What if I get so scared I can't say a word?" After the doctors bowed deeply and left, Ree grabbed hold of Jed's clothes. "Jed, tell me what happened. What happened while I was unconscious? Why did they say I'm the luckiest person?" At last Jed gave in and explained the trap in the fortune teller's house. The ring on that man's hand had been the mechanism. Turn it right, and it fired a poisoned arrow. Turn it left, and it fired a sedative arrow. Father had his hand around his throat at the time, so he could only barely activate it, Jed said, a shadow passing over his face. If that ring had been turned to the right, the arrow fired would have been poisoned, and you would be dead now. So that was it. In the original story, Karen was the one who got shot, and that arrow had been poisoned. Jed went on to describe the criminal's twisted motives, and Ree felt sick listening to it. The criminals in this world were truly terrifying. I'm scared, she whimpered softly. Jed gently patted her head. It's all right now, because Father has already given him more than enough punishment, which meant he killed him then, and probably in a very painful way. Does your wound hurt? Jed asked, looking at her shoulder. She shook her head. I don't think the wound was that bad. Jed stared at her in disbelief. No, the flesh on your shoulder had split open. I could even see the bone. You nearly bled to death. What? Riscrim inwardly. Jed told her that priests had been continuously casting pain relief magic on her all week and were still waiting in the room next door. That kind of holy magic was supposed to be used for important people. She was completely stunned. Is this how villains think? She was too shocked to speak. Jed's expression suddenly turned serious. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but before that, what I want to know most is why you did something so foolish. He gently cupped her face. If my father had been the one hit by that sedative arrow, it wouldn't have been a big deal at all. Why did you block it for him? Her face grew hot, and she didn't dare meet his overly earnest gaze. I thought this was enough, since everyone's alive anyway, she mumbled quietly. I just didn't want you and his grace to get hurt. Jed's expression softened. I'm sorry, he said suddenly. I should have believed you from the beginning. Believed me? What was he talking about? Her thoughts spun furiously. How am I supposed to explain how I knew about the fortune teller's house? Am I supposed to say I read it in the original story? There's no way I can say something like that. She desperately needed to change the subject. She suddenly clutched her stomach. Zed, I'm hungry, and I'm sleepy. She flopped dramatically on the bed. Ever the gentleman, Jed immediately relented. All right, then I'll have them prepare something to eat first. Only then did Ree let out a long breath of relief. A little while later, she sat propped up in bed, eating in small bites. By the way, where's his grace? Jed told her his father had gone out for a while, but someone could be sent to fetch him. And no need. Ree hurriedly waved her hands, crying out in panic. With something this serious, it's probably better not to disturb him. She still had no idea what she should say. More than that, she had seen Karen kill someone with her own eyes. Just remembering those cold, merciless eyes made her shiver. Are you all right? Jed looked at her worriedly. What do you mean? She stammered an explanation. If he can come, of course I'd be happy, but he's busy. If he can't come see me, that's okay too. Jed leaned closer, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Did you think Father hadn't come to see you even once? He playfully pinched her cheek. Don't be silly. He comes every day. He just happened to go out for a little while right now. Every day. Rifroze. Maybe he isn't so angry that he wants to kill me after all. Maybe I can keep this life of mine. Jed stood up, his expression unreadable. When Father gets here, we'll talk about what happened this time. Panic instantly seized Ree's chest. What am I supposed to say? Should I pretend I was so traumatized that I don't remember anything? No, that won't work on Karen. He'll see through it immediately. Think of something. Hurry, think. I have to think. The Duke's face looked like a mask coated in frost, fury burning in his crimson eyes as one heavy question pressed down on him. What the hell happened here? The room before him looked like some grotesque garden, overflowing with vivid blood-red flowers. Every container, every surface was covered in red blossoms, like a scarlet sea. His gaze swept over the scene, his jaw tightening, the muscles twitching faintly. What in the world were those police doing? How had they let things turn into this? He had only left the scene for a short while, and this was the result. Shadows fell across his face, and that darkness had nothing to do with the dim light. Call the police, he ordered harshly, his voice sharp as shattered glass. Shin, his gloved hand reached downward, parting the sea of petals and revealing the horror beneath. It was a corpse. The investigation began at once, and the air was thick with grim, rigid tension. The body discovered among those clusters of scarlet flowers was heartbreakingly small. As the investigation progressed, a cruel fact came to light. It was a boy, one of the flower-selling children from the street. The Duke listened to the report, his expression unreadable. Connected to that fortune teller, he asked in a low, dangerous voice. The official went on to explain that, according to the other children, This boy was often hired to introduce certain drugs to the women in the red light district. So he was the fortune teller's runner, the Duke said quietly, rapidly piecing together a broken puzzle he had no wish to solve. Selling flowers. A chill colder than midwinter slithered down his spine. I feel like I heard something similar recently. Then memory struck him. The nanny. That flower. She had received one. His blood turned cold in an instant. He spun around and seized Shin by the collar, a rare trace of fear rising in his eyes. "How are they?" he demanded, his voice a hoarse whisper forced out of him. Shin had gone pale too, clearly frightened, and could only stammer, "I think you're truly furious." But it was not anger at all. It was fear. Pure, untainted fear. A memory flashed through his mind. The old steward had reported that the flower had been delivered on the very first day. The boy who brought the flower was dead. Panic seized him, suffocating and relentless. He shoved past the guards, his coat flaring behind him like the wings of a god of vengeance. "Shin, come," he ordered, his voice stretched taut. Shin froze for a moment, only managing a baffled, "What?" The Duke's last shred of composure finally snapped. He whirled around, despair written all over his face. Those red eyes were filled with near uncontrolled panic. "We have to confirm Ree's condition right now." He did not wait for an answer. His polished shoes struck the floor in a rapid, fear-filled rhythm. He slammed open the door to her room with a deafening bang. Ree, who had been hiding behind the curtain, jumped in fright. He froze for an instant, chest heaving violently, until he confirmed that her small body was still alive. Then he staggered a step forward and grabbed Shin again, as if only to steady himself. After the adrenaline ebbed, it was as though all his strength had been drained away. Ree trembled slightly in the room. "What do I do? What should I say first? I don't know anything." But before she could utter a single word, a large gloved hand gently touched her face. He had already reached her side, and then suddenly pulled her into his arms, holding her with almost savage desperation, burying his face deep in her hair. "Child," he choked out, his voice full of emotion he could no longer suppress. "Dad is here." He held her tightly, as if she might vanish in a thin air at any moment. "I'm sorry. I came late. Something suddenly came up outside that had to be dealt with." His deep voice sounded right beside her ear, filled with such profound relief that it almost hurt. "I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you." Ree froze in his arms. Worried about me? A memory from her previous life flashed through her mind. When she was sick, when she was starving, she had always been the only one to look after herself. No one had ever worried about her. Her vivid green eyes widened slightly. So this was what it felt like to have someone worry about you. A strange, powerful warmth surged up in her chest, but was followed at once by an icy fear. "I can't let myself get used to this feeling. What if one day I have to leave this place?" The Duke drew back a little, his expression turning serious. "There's something I need to ask you." He took out the scarlet flower and held it between his fingers. "Do you remember this? What exactly do you know about this flower?" Ree looked at the flower, then up at him, her face full of pure innocence. "Isn't that the flower I brought with me when I came to the Duke's mansion? It is very pretty, but other than that, I don't know anything about it. That's all. I really don't know much about it. I am sorry." The Duke let out an irritated sigh and ran a hand through his dark hair. "Sigh, what am I even saying?" He looked at her again, his gaze softening. "Right, there's still a lot I want to tell you. First, thank you for saving me, but don't ever do that again." His voice turned stern, but it was wrapped in deep protectiveness. "I'm your guardian, and you are my daughter. A father is supposed to protect his child, so absolutely never sacrifice yourself for me again. Not for me, and not for anyone else either." He gently patted her head, and the tenderness of the gesture made her chest ache. "Ah," he awkwardly looked away. "Why, yes, go ahead. I'm listening." "What you mean is," Ree broke into a radiant smile, bright as the morning sun. "You're saying that because you were worried about me, right?" The Duke went still, his face blank with surprise. "Why do you look so stunned? Since I'm conscious again, my life isn't in danger anymore. Did the doctor lie to me again?" He immediately panicked and cupped her face with both hands. "No, it's not that. I'm just so happy," she managed to say. He clearly had many things he wanted to ask her, like whom she had seen him kill or why he had been there, but she hadn't asked any of them. It must have been because the other person was bad. You wouldn't attack an innocent person, would you? He had his own principles, an absolute iron law. Karen never raised a hand against anyone unless that person had killed before or committed a crime just as grave. He looked at her, truly looked at her, with open amazement in his eyes. "Where on earth did you come from? Weren't you afraid of those people?" Ree shook her head. "Of course I was. They were terrifying. But did you want me to scream and run away?" "Fine. but there's still something I absolutely have to ask. He leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Shin said you went to the fortune teller's house. I asked him to take me to the place where it happened that night. How did you know I was there? Her hands quietly clenched on her lap. I'm not trying to pressure you, he said gently. I saw the papers your grace left in my room. The papers, he repeated, puzzled. Somehow, though, it was true. Why does Karen always leave clues from his cases in my room? It had been a report about the red-haired woman, which really had been a little unexpected. I see. But he leaned in a little more, fresh suspicion sharpening his eyes. How do you know how to read? Ree's heart lurched. I can't read, but I remember everything, including the signs on the streets near where I used to live. The place where it happened is only 2 alleys away from the fortune teller's house. You know that place? Yes. A creepy fortune teller lives there. There were rumors that she ate children's flesh to keep her power. I kept seeing familiar words and phrases over and over in those papers. So, since I was the one who figured out the part about the fortune teller, I thought maybe you had gone there. But what if the fortune teller ate you? So I woke Jed and went to find you. The Duke stared at her, completely speechless. That's unbelievable. It's not that I don't believe you. It's incredible. He lightly tapped his knee with his fingers, slow and thoughtful. So you reason it all out, even that I was investigating the case. Fine, we'll leave it at that. But from now on, you absolutely must not act on your own again. Yes, she answered softly. I'll be more obedient from now on. I'll properly ask your permission before I do anything. The corner of his mouth twitched. It seems my daughter is very clever. You've misunderstood, but for now, I'll let it stay that way. He raised the flower again. The first time I came to the Duke's mansion, he looked surprised because of the flower I brought, and now he's asking me about it again. What exactly is this flower? But may I ask, what kind of flower is this? Every time you see it, your expression becomes strange. The Duke stayed silent for a long time, and Ree's eyes widened in alarm. Ah, did I say something I shouldn't have? This flower was left behind by a bad man. Is he really, really bad? Really, really bad? How bad? Actually, I don't know. I don't even know who he is. Huh? Karen began to explain briefly. At certain murder scenes, this kind of red flower had been left behind, like a signature. In the dim, blood-soaked scenes, there would be a person in a black cloak standing there, holding a red flower. As for the killer's true identity, even Karen had not managed to uncover it. Ree's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Someone left that flower for me. Wait, someone left that flower for me. Karen hadn't adopted me out of pure chance. Could it be that he decided to adopt me because I brought that flower? Her thoughts became a tangled mess. I really don't know anything about these flowers. Is he suspecting me? Hey, is there something behind this? I don't know. She looked up at him, her large green eyes brimming with tears that had not yet fallen. I really love living with Karen, Jed, and Shin, but I truly don't know anything. The Duke's expression softened completely. You really are a sharp child. At first, I did suspect you. I thought maybe you knew something. Every time something happened, you appeared and even helped solve it. Were you suspicious of me? Don't feel bad. You saved my life, so it's okay. Even if you did suspect me, girls' thoughts are always complicated, aren't they? Yes. A faint, gentle smile curved his lips. But it's all right now. That day, Karen told me many things. He told me everything. What I do is punish bad people and do what the police cannot. Isn't that Karen's deepest secret? I didn't expect you to tell me all that. You helped me with a great deal this time. Only Jed and Shin knew what I was doing, but that was before. Now you're my daughter. You have a right to know, don't you? Don't you feel anything? Yes, now I've truly become part of this family. Since you know my secret, you should be staying away from me. Ree's eyes flew wide open, and she seized his arm, her voice full of urgent sincerity. I swear I'll keep this secret until the day I die. At last, a real, warm smile appeared on his usually cold face. Anyway, I still have a very important question to ask, my darling. I'll ask again, what am I to you? He bent down, staring intently at her. Say it. What am I to you? Ree's cheeks flushed red at once. Father. You're my father. What was that? Father. HM? Why didn't you call me that before? Father. Good. He praised her, though he looked a little embarrassed himself. Now, try calling me that one more time. Ree's whole face turned bright red, and she hid herself behind her pillow. But what about brother? She asked stiffly, changing the subject. He fell asleep in the next room. Young Master Jed stayed by your side all night and never once closed his eyes, Shin teased from the doorway. Karen glanced at him, then smiled gently at Ree. Let's go home, my darling. He swept her into his arms, and Ree's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Okay. In a carriage on the way home, the sky was brilliantly blue. The carriage was decorated with colorful balloons as well. Wow, balloons. Brother, are these all for me? me. Jed merely nodded. Wow, thank you. I love them. Karen looked at her, his eyes full of affection. If you want, we can stop by the toy shop too. The toy shop? Why is he being so nice to me? Is it because I was sick? He quietly admitted, last time I saw you standing in front of the toy shop, looking in through the window. You looked adorable. Last time, when I went out to look for balloons. The memory rushed back all at once. The festival in the streets, and the little girl in the shop with her parents. To her, that had been another world, something she could only envy, never hope to possess. And now she was standing before a grand gate, holding his hand. From now on, you could go to any toy shop you want. If you don't know what to buy, then just buy the whole shop. He gently patted her head. Why yes, why the whole shop? She turned to Shin in shock. Shin, is that true? Young lady, I did try to talk him out of it, but his grace... Don't say useless things, Shin, Karen muttered in a low voice. What was it? Please tell me, Shin. Shin gave a light cough. The day before yesterday, his grace said that when you woke up, he would take you to the toy shop to buy you a gift. But there were too many things to choose from, and he couldn't decide for a while, so he simply bought the whole shop. Or rather, to be precise, he first put down a deposit large enough to buy the entire shop. Ree stared at Karen in complete astonishment. He turned his face away, the tips of his ears quietly reddening. Is that really true? I didn't know what to buy. I've never bought gifts before. Wait, not even for brother. I did buy him a gift once. I think it was a bear dressed like a soldier. A memory surfaced of Jed in his younger, ill-tempered days. That's right. You don't have to treat me the way you would other children. There's no need to bother with gifts. A good relationship between father and son is enough. Rather than birthday presents, it's better to take care of each other when one of us is hurting. But in reality, that gift had been chosen by the butler. You noticed even that, young master? His grace could never have chosen such a sensible present. What kind of person do you take me for? More importantly, you locked me in a cell and even bought me the venomous snake I'd always wanted. That brought out cold sweat. It's dead now. Why is the relationship between this father and son so violent? There really wasn't anything better. Lord Karen still hasn't bought Jed a birthday present even now, Shin said in a lowered voice, as if sharing a secret. His grace is particularly bad at picking gifts for children. Karen only kept muttering to himself under his breath, completely ignoring the two of them. Ree looked at him as if she had suddenly understood something. Oh, that's right. Karen had never received gifts from his father when he was little either, because he had not been allowed to show any desire for them. She tugged on Karen's sleeve. That teddy bear can chase away nightmares at night. Superstition. Karen gave a quiet snort. I'm truly speechless. Ree puffed out her cheeks. Oomph. Then she declared loudly, if you're scared at night, then I'll allow you to come to my room. You can hug me because his grace doesn't have a teddy bear. Both men were left speechless by her words. What is it? Karen only reached out and ruffled her hair, his look a little strange. Hold back, all right? I want to take a bite out of you so badly. You're so cute, I can't stand it. Father, I understand how you feel, but please don't express it like that, Shin cut in. Young lady, is there anything you want? Until you're fully recovered, you still cannot go out. If there's anything you want, I can bring it back for you from the toy shop. Ree shook her head. I don't need that toy shop. When I grow up, I'll buy gifts for all of you. She turned to Karen, her expression serious. I only want a doll chosen by you personally. His eyes widened slightly. Say that again. A doll. Would you really be happy just because of the doll I chose for you? He bent down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead, his voice once again returning to that familiar, cool tone of the Duke. He's become the Duke again. What a pity. Fine. I'll choose the best one for you. Ree burst into giggles, her heart so full it felt as if it might overflow. Anyway, the shop owner will refund the money in the end. The days that followed were boring, happy, and peaceful. Ree was forced to lie obediently in bed, while Shin kept lecturing her from the side. Do you understand, young lady? You must be protected. Until the doctor or the holy mage arrives, you are not to get out of bed. She obediently agreed aloud, but inside, she was restless. I don't even hurt at all. Did I really almost die back then? Lying here this long is making even my stomach uncomfortable. I'll just try moving a little. She quietly slid down from the bed. Her bare feet touched the cold floor softly, but her body felt unbelievably heavy, and after only a few steps, she collapsed straight to the ground. Panting, she looked out the window and saw the moon, large and beautiful in the night sky. Come to think of it, today was the day the waxing crescent moon rose. It was the night when it looked biggest. That's right, this is it? It was a detail from the book she could never forget. That really, truly bad man. Who exactly was he? The book had described in detail how brilliantly Karen solved the case. But the man who sent the flowers left her with a vague sense of unease. There was one blurry detail. The book said the poison used by the killer was a rare poison, colorless, tasteless, odorless. But how could a poor country fortune teller possibly get hold of such an expensive poison? She sat by the window, lost in thought. Had Mr. Karen thought of that? His voice echoed in her memory. Good girl. From now on, call me father. Of course, I had dreamed of having a father, too. She had seen happy families. It was a dream she had never thought could belong to her. Being alone was just too lonely. Having a family felt to her like an unreal dream brought on by a high fever. But if too many good things came at once, it only made her afraid. What if I can't keep calling him father forever? What if he gets tired of me later? What if I'm not as useful as he thinks I am? She shivered and hugged herself tightly. Pressing her hands together, she looked up at the full moon. Mr. Moon, am I being too greedy? I hope you'll keep smiling on me. Elsewhere, beneath that same bright moonlight, a vague figure stood on a balcony. He ordered his subordinate to take care of the boy who had delivered the flower and leave the corpse somewhere visible. That kind of poison was far too extravagant for a fortune teller like her. Choosing criminals is meant to help more people. He smiled, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold and cruel line. Today is the day the waxing crescent moon rises. Under the moonlight of the waxing crescent, everything on the ground is equal. A hooded figure bowed in acknowledgement before him. The man leaned back in his chair, fingertips pressed together. I will continue helping everyone who needs my help, because building criminal profiles is my profession to begin with. So the Duke adopted a little girl? Yes. Her name is Ree, and she is 9 years old. Only 9? Too young. She isn't old enough to receive flowers yet. Then the flower I sent must have been the first bouquet she ever received in her life. Fabric rustled softly as he shifted. I really want to see how that child survives in the Duke's house. His fingers lightly stroked the delicate butterfly tattoo on the back of his hand. This will be a very interesting experiment. I'm looking forward to meeting her in the future. Soft birdsong from outside slowly drew her out of deep, peaceful sleep. She stirred, her eyelashes trembling lightly, and instinctively snuggled deeper into the warmth of the bed. But wait, what was that? Something unbelievably soft was pressed against her cheek. Her eyes flew open at once. She sat bolt upright. It's a teddy bear. A pure, untainted rush of joy flooded her heart in an instant. She had her very own teddy bear. She hugged it tightly and buried her face in its fluffy softness. So cute, so soft. Holding her new friend, she broke into a huge smile of happiness. Her gaze swept over its button nose and stitched smile, but then she noticed something odd. Why are its eyes different colors? One was a bright red, and the other a deep, shining blue. When she tilted the bear slightly, something tucked into its little vest slipped out and fell softly onto the bedspread. What's this? It was a small, elegant black envelope. Her heart trembled lightly with anticipation. Could it be from Mr. Karen? She still couldn't read, not yet at least, but she knew who could help her. I'll ask Shin to read it to me. Hugging her precious teddy bear and the mysterious letter close, she hurriedly climbed down from the bed, her mind full of excitement, her bare feet pattering quickly across the wide, gleaming floor. She had to find Shin at once. She darted through the luxurious corridor, her white nightgown and flying pink hair passing like a shadow. Shin and a maid happened to be walking ahead of her with their backs turned. Hearing her hurried footsteps, both of them turned around at the same time, their eyes full of surprise. When Shin saw her running straight at him at full speed, his expression changed slightly. "Young lady," he called out, his voice mixed with shock and worry as he hurried to meet her, gently scolding her at the same time. "Please don't run. It's not good for your wound, and you're still in your nightgown." But she was far too excited to care. "Hee, it doesn't hurt at all, see?" She flashed him a radiant smile. "Shin, when I woke up, it was right there beside me." She proudly held up the teddy bear for him to see. A soft, knowing smile rose to Shin's lips. "Ah," he said warmly, "this is the gift young Master Karen gave you. It was made a long time ago. A gift from him?" Her heart swelled at once. "And there's a letter too," she added, holding up the black envelope. "Could you help me?" Shin's gaze fell on the letter, and a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. He carefully accepted it, his gloved fingers brushing over the wax seal. This really is a gift from His Grace, he murmured softly, more to himself than to anyone else. Then he looked down at her, a gentle smile on his lips. Really, he asked softly. Yes, a long time ago, he already had something he wanted to give you. Why don't you ask His Grace himself to read it aloud to you? He would surely be very willing. She had been about to ask what the letter said, but at another thought, she suddenly held her breath. A new name. Her stomach sank, and a cold fear instantly scattered the warmth she had just felt from receiving the gift. I don't want to lose the name my mother gave me. And noble names are always so long. I'd never remember one. Her small shoulders drooped at once, and even the teddy bear in her arms seemed to grow heavier. Shin noticed the sudden change in her mood. What's wrong? He asked with a frown of concern. But before she could answer, a deep voice tinged with laughter cut through the air, making both of them jolt in surprise. Shin went rigid at once, his eyes widening. Master! At the doorway, Karen lounged there lazily, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He was dressed in a dark crimson robe, his black hair artfully disheveled. Hurry up, he urged in a low voice, his gaze fixed firmly on the letter in Shin's hand. Read out loud. Shin drew in a quiet breath, his professionalism returning in an instant. He cleared his throat, his expression settling into perfect composure, and began to read the contents of the card. Hello, Princess. I'm Teddy Bear. Please give me a new name. His voice was flat and mechanical. Karen Llewellyn burst out laughing. Shin, you need to read it with some feeling. He chuckled, clearly enjoying his butler's discomfort. Blushing so hard her cheeks burned, she hid her face behind the teddy bear. Shin looked mortified. After taking a deep breath, he tried again, and this time there was at least a little more life in his voice. When he lifted the bear, one tiny paw seemed to wave as well. From now on, Teddy Bear will be your friend. I will give you a new name as a gift. The words lingered in the air, echoing softly beneath the full moonlight spilling across the room. The Duke's lovely daughter shall have a new name, Letitia. Letitia. Her eyes widened. The name was impossibly beautiful on her tongue. Its meaning was this: the sky filled with 10,000 moons. My two eyes will watch over your moonlight, so cherish them well. She lowered her gaze to the bear's mismatched eyes, one red and one blue, like two tiny celestial bodies, a ruby and a sapphire. I will protect Letitia from nightmares. Ri. That name meant a child born on Monday. It was the simple name her mother had given her, a name that belonged to an ordinary girl born on the streets. Karen had still kept a part of her original name inside her new one. He was not erasing her past. He was building upon it. He had given her an entire sky full of moons to light up the darkness of her previous life. He had given her a future. When Shin finished reading the note, his cheeks were faintly red as he muttered to Karen, "That was really quite mean of you, Your Grace. When exactly did you write this?" Karen only smiled mysteriously and said it was a secret. Then his gentle yet burning gaze fell on her. Letitia, do you like the name? Hugging the teddy bear tightly to her chest, she answered in a voice barely above a whisper, I do. It's beautiful. A sincere, tender smile rose to his lips. I put a great deal of effort into finding a suitable name. Our first meeting felt so much like a dream. I'm glad you like it. Then he added, and since you don't know your birthday, now you should have one. The day you receive this new name is meaningful, isn't it? It's like dying on this day and being born again on this day. A birthday of her very own. She had never once imagined such a thing. Karen's voice was low and soft, brimming with an emotion she could not describe. Happy birthday, my daughter. May. Those words struck her like a towering wave. My daughter. Heat surged in her chest so fiercely that her eyes stung. Without thinking, without hesitating for even a moment, she threw herself at him and wrapped her small arms tightly around his neck. Karen froze, his eyes wide with shock, completely unprepared for the sudden hug. For one brief moment, he was simply an ordinary man overwhelmed by a child's love. She quickly pulled back, a radiant smile blooming across her face. I'm going to show Jed, she announced, then spun around and ran off, leaving behind a stunned Duke and a quietly smiling butler. She ran down the corridor again, her heart soaring higher than ever before. Without even knocking, she burst into Jed's room. Jed, I have a name now. Jed sat up in bed and rubbed his sleepy eyes. A name? He asked thickly. It's Letitia. Father gave it to me, and today is my birthday too. A rare faint smile touched Jed's lips. Really? That's a very beautiful name. It suits you perfectly, Letitia. Then he looked at the bear in her arms. So he didn't tell even me in advance. I guess this was your gift for your very first birthday. That bear even has gemstones on it. Letitia's eyes went round. Gemstones? She shrieked. Jed reached out, took the bear from her, and pointed at its eyes with his long fingers. The red one is a ruby, and the blue one is a sapphire. The world seemed to tilt beneath her feet. Her mouth fell open, but she was too shocked to make a sound. Real gems? A memory surfaced. She was sitting with the Duke, her twin braids bobbing as she looked at him with utter seriousness. Your Grace, I have something to say. Why didn't you choose a more ordinary bear? There's no need for gemstones this expensive. She spoke anxiously. At this rate, I'm going to turn into someone flashy and vain. But Karen only smiled, the curve of his mouth lazy and confident. That's all right. I like you to grow into someone flashy and vain. Become so vain that no one can stand you. She blinked at him in confusion. But if that happens, everyone will hate me. That would be perfect, he said, his red eyes gleaming faintly. Then you become a child so extravagant that you could only live with me forever as my beloved daughter. In a small voice, she asked, so if there weren't any gemstones, I couldn't be your daughter? He paused, then laughed softly. Then just accept this one. Only this once. This will be the last expensive toy. He smiled as he said it, a sincere, reassuring smile. As the memory faded, Shin and a maid entered carrying a gorgeous cake piled high with gleaming strawberries and blueberries. Wow, the colors are so pretty. The Duke had prepared it himself in the kitchen. This is your first birthday cake. Letitia stood up, her heart pounding. One by one, all the servants of the manor began filing into the room, lining up behind Shin. They all smiled at her, their voices joining in a warm chorus. Happy first birthday at the Duke's mansion. A deep blush spread across her cheeks until her whole face was red with embarrassment. Happy birthday, young lady, Shin said with a kind smile. Karen, now properly dressed, sat in his place and said with a smile, Happy birthday, Letitia. Beside him, Jed's voice was quiet but deeply sincere. Happy birthday, Letitia. You're officially 10 years old now. 10 years old. A real age, a real name, a real birthday. A pure, joyful laugh welled up from her chest and spilled from her lips. Today was her 10th birthday. It was the day she was reborn as Letitia. In all the lives she had lived, past and future alike, she knew she would never, ever forget this happy and beautiful birthday. Several years earlier, in the biting winter of the capital, snow drifted softly down onto Carl Street. A family huddled outside a luxurious antique toy shop, staring longingly at the wonders displayed in the window. Inside the shop, Karen stood holding a little toy soldier, his expression unreadable. Shin stood beside him. Most importantly, Your Grace, it is something you selected personally for the young master. As for the others, but Karen's attention had been caught by a faint movement outside. What are those children doing outside? They're probably children from the back alleys. Just then, the group of children scattered in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. I imagine they thought the shop owner had come, so they ran away, Shin explained. Karen narrowed his crimson eyes slightly. HM, they didn't run because they saw me, did they? I don't believe so, Shin replied. Usually, whenever children from the back alleys come near the shops, the owners drive them off with whips because they're afraid they'll steal something. I see. How cold-hearted. It was then that Karen saw her. A little girl was peeking out from behind a corner, her hair like a winter sunset, her bright green eyes full of a longing so vivid it felt almost tangible. She stared at the toys in the window, at a world impossibly far removed from her own. Karen's expression softened ever so slightly. Give this gold coin to the shop owner, he ordered softly, taking a gold coin from his coat. Tell him not to put out the lights tonight, even after closing. Then he looked once more at the toy soldier in his hand. If Jed received a bear, he would probably just throw it away anyway. A gift ought to satisfy the person receiving it, shouldn't it? He turned and left, with Shin following behind, carrying the beautifully wrapped box. Yes, master. That night, after the streets had long since emptied, the toy shop still shone like a lighthouse in the snow, and a little girl pressed both her hands and her face against the cold glass, her mouth opening in a soundless wow as her world filled with a magic that should not have been possible. It had already been a long time since I became Letitia. For the past month, I had stayed inside the manor. Until my injuries were fully healed, I wasn't allowed to go out. So I threw myself wholeheartedly into learning to read. Aunt Maria had stuffed my wardrobe full of dresses that fit me perfectly, and my body had gotten much better. I had even put on a little weight. The maids fluttered around her, chatting about how the snow had been falling even harder these past few days. Maria cupped her cheeks in both hands, her eyes sparkling. Little Tilda, Letitia, how can you be this adorable? Just look at you. Who would ever imagine what you looked like when you first came here? Letitia stood on a small stool, wearing a lovely flowered dress and holding her teddy bear in her arms. This was her first time going out by boat, and her first time traveling somewhere so far away. I'm really excited. Maria gently patted her head. I don't know whether that man felt guilty and thought it was too pitiful for me to spend the whole summer stuck in my room. But anyway, just as promised, he decided to take me out to play. Maria took her temperature and asked how she was feeling. Great, Letitia answered with a bright smile and an energetic nod. If you feel even the slightest bit unwell anywhere, come back immediately. She looked at herself in the mirror while Maria smiled warmly behind her. Wow, how beautiful. Thank you, Aunt Maria. You're going to grow into a beautiful young lady someday. I really want to see what you'll look like when you're all grown up. Is this what it feels like to raise a child? Maria murmured thoughtfully. A shadow passed through Letitia's thoughts. I only learned the truth not long ago. She told me that as a saintess, she can't marry. Maybe that was why I thought she seemed lonely. I want to grow up quickly and become someone like you, Aunt Maria. Maria laughed. You want to become like me? Then what about your love life? Like Aunt Maria, your face and your soul are both beautiful and perfect. You really shine like that. Maria was so delighted she couldn't help herself and pulled Letitia into a tight hug. Goodness, how can there be such a cute little angel? Just then, Jed arrived. Letitia, are you ready? Maria immediately turned playful. Jed, you should learn from me how to drink. Alcohol brings happiness to everyone. I can drink without learning. Jed replied expressionlessly. Truly, Maria was a saintess bold beyond belief. Maria did not go with them, because she had an event at the temple that afternoon. She pressed a light kiss to Letitia's cheek. Go have fun. I had no idea what this eagerly anticipated picnic would eventually turn into. The small boat creaked softly as it glided across the sparkling water. Wow, it's so beautiful. Letitia smiled radiantly, her mood as bright as the autumn sunlight. It would have been even better if the Duke had come too. The Duke has to attend a state council meeting today. Jed explained, even if it's not a particularly important meeting, he still has to go. Just then, a voice rang out from another boat. Hey, are you headed to the Lennox Islands too? A rowdy group of young men was waving energetically in their direction. Jed's expression darkened at once. Just our luck. Those guys are apparently going to Lennox Island too. Those guys? Letitia asked in confusion. You know them. You could say they're my seniors, Jed said casually. We're not close. We just spent one birthday together once, that's all. She hardly ever saw him go to the academy. Don't you have to go to school every day? Ordinary people do, of course. Attendance matters. So, Jed, you're not ordinary then. He curved his lips faintly. As long as I do well enough on the exams, well enough that I don't need some diligent attendance award. Can you really do that? Of course. Our family is one of the very rare, pure-blooded magician families in this kingdom. It's enough for me to study at the Magic Tower, and it doesn't matter if I spend the rest of my time just playing around in there. Isn't that a lie? She teased. Haven't you been playing with me all this time lately? That makes you an accomplice too, he shot back, making her gasp in mock outrage. The little boat kept cutting through the water. Academy tuition must be expensive. Someday I want to go there too, but I shouldn't be so greedy. Being allowed to live in the Duke's mansion is already more fortune than I could ever deserve. A bright smile spread across her face. I think you've taught me something bad. You were learning bad things from the start, he said, glancing at her, his red eyes unreadable. Badness and excellence are like kindness and sincerity, so I simply chose the more rational one. You've only just learned your letters, and already you're getting better and better at talking. She puffed out her cheeks. You can write a little now, right? I can write my own name, though I still get it wrong sometimes. Ah, and I've learned to write your name, and the Duke's too. My teacher told me that nobles often exchange letters with close friends and family. So I want to write you a letter too, Jed. He suddenly laughed. Ah, Jed, what are you laughing at? You're interesting. Don't make fun of me, she said, cheeks puffed out. He cleared his throat. I know. All right. Is there anyone you want to see? The smile on her face stiffened for a moment. Someone I want to see. I have a friend named Walter. He lived in the alley with me. He helped me a lot. Anyone besides him? No, and that's fine. We promised that if we ever happened to run into each other, we'd pretend not to know one another. Promised? promised. Even if one of us got sick and died, or got beaten while begging, or got taken away to sacrifice camp, even if one of us ended up somewhere better, we weren't supposed to go looking for the others. We were supposed to act like complete strangers. That's just common knowledge in a place like that. She hugged the bear a little tighter. The memories of the back alleys stood in sharp contrast to the beautiful scenery around them. Jed tilted his head. Didn't you say the alley where you lived was warm? Her gaze darted away. Oh, well, that was a lie, so I'd make a good impression in the interview. Anyway, I really am healthy now, and aside from winter, it was warm most of the time. She smiled a little too forcefully. He watched her in silence for a long moment. Then his expression softened. Come a little closer. All right, but you don't have to thank me for something that should be obvious. My home is your home now. She let out a breath she hadn't even realized she'd been holding. The more obvious something was, the more it deserved gratitude. That was something I had learned from my mother in my previous life. A small, genuine smile appeared at Jed's lips. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank you often from now on. First of all, thank you for coming to my home, and thank you for coming out with me like this. My heart feels warm. His words made her heart tremble. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. I'm really happy to have a brother like you. Once again, acting on impulse, she opened her arms and hugged him. Wait, that's dangerous, he cried out, hastily steadying both of them. After she pulled back, thoughts churned through her mind. If only I could write all these feelings onto a postcard. If only I could store them all inside my heart. That way, later, when I'm suffering and exhausted, I'll be able to remember the happiness of today and keep living. They finally reached the shore. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's huge, Letitia exclaimed, her eyes full of wonder. Jed, hurry, look over there. Slow down. You're still a patient, he reminded her gently. If you push yourself too hard, you'll get tired. We have a whole day. Wow, this smells amazing. She bent down and softly breathed in the fragrance of a cluster of vivid blue roses. Blue roses only bloom on Lennox Island 3 times a year. Right now is the flowering season. Really? Then we're so lucky. I chose this day on purpose, he admitted. Not many people come during this season. Be careful of the thorns. Don't touch them. Come to think of it, there wasn't a single person here. It was almost as if the whole island belonged to them. If these flowers are so precious, why doesn't everyone come to see them? Jed's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking at the flowers, a shadow passed over his face. There are bad rumors about blue roses. Bad rumors? He reached out and lightly touched one velvety petal. The poison of blue roses drives people mad. His voice was low, almost a whisper. During the season when blue roses bloom, anyone who approaches Lennox Island dies. Haven't you heard? He turned to look at her, standing among those cursed-looking flowers, a faint, mysterious smile on his lips. Have you really never heard the dreadful legend of this island? The terrifying myth of Lennox Island. Jed's words hung in the air like a chilling murmur against the beauty of the blue roses. Letitia let out a long breath. So it was only superstition. Thank goodness. At once, ridiculous old sayings popped into her head, like how sleeping with a fan on in a closed room would kill you, or how if you wrote someone's name in red ink, a demon would carry them away. That's her thing, right? She reached out a finger and lightly touched the soft blue petal. What a pity, she thought. How could a flower this beautiful end up saddled with such a dreadful story? But Jed's next words shattered her relief in an instant. In a tone so casual it was chilling, he explained that 2 unidentified bodies had once been discovered near this place. Letitia jerked her hand back as if she had been burned. What? Here? She stammered, her voice barely more than a breath. Jed nodded gravely. Yes, right beside this patch of flowers. Looking past Jed's shoulder, Letitia's eyes flew wide with fear, and in the sudden silence, even the sound of her swallowing was audible. Seeing that she was frightened, he explained that the true reason the roses turned blue was not any curse, but the power released by magic stones buried deep underground, which temporarily changed the flower's color. What had killed people in the past was the poison emitted by those stones, not the flowers themselves. That was how the legend had spread. In the end, it was only a legend. He assured her that these flowers were not poisonous. I see, she thought, as her racing heart finally began to settle. Just then, someone called out to them to come eat lunch. As the two turned around, another voice rang out, familiar and friendly, calling Jed by name. The person said it had been a long time and asked what had brought him here. Letitia saw a group of young men sitting on picnic blankets not far away. Jed greeted them with a calm expression and said that he had brought his little sister to see the flowers because it was less crowded here. Little sister. The word echoed in Letitia's mind. Jed has a little sister. She cautiously peeked out from behind him, her heart thudding nervously. She didn't know these people. After what she had suffered with those terrifying nobles from the back alleys, she was still afraid of strange men. But if there were people Jed knew, wouldn't it be rude not to say hello? Just as she finally gathered her courage, Jed turned as if to leave and told his friends to enjoy themselves. Wait, was it really all right to walk away just like that? The red-haired boy sprang up at once and protested in dissatisfaction. Throwing an arm around Jed's shoulders, he laughed and teased him for being as stiff as ever, insisting that the young miss ought to at least have a chance to say hello. Jed let out a small sigh, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but turned back anyway. "This is my little sister," he said, his voice unconsciously softening. Letitia stepped forward, clutching the teddy bear to her chest like a shield, her cheeks flushed. "Hello, my name is Letitia," she said in a tiny voice. The effect was immediate. All three young men were struck straight through the heart by her cuteness, as if they had suffered a devastating blow. Clutching their chests, they stared in shock. "Wow, she's adorable," they murmured, utterly enchanted. Could the Duke's household really have a girl this cute in it? The man with the gentle face and light brown hair smiled warmly and introduced himself as Leon. Letitia tilted her head. "I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before." The one in glasses gave her a polite bow and introduced himself as Percy, a third-year senior from the Emerald Student Council. Letitia bowed back and said softly that it was very nice to meet him. Percy found her so adorable he could barely handle it, covering his mouth to hide his flushed face. Then came the blond man, who lightly took her hand, his eyes sparkling. "My name is Zax," he said with a charming smile. "I thought an angel had descended into the garden." Then he brought her hand to his lips, intending a gentlemanly kiss. But before his lips could touch her skin, she was suddenly scooped up. Jed snatched her away and held her protectively in his arms, his voice cold as ice as he said his little sister was shy. Around strangers, Jed glared coldly at Zax, who could only stammer in surprise. The others laughed and said it was only because his sister was so cute. "But if you touch her, you'll be in serious trouble," Jed warned, a faint threat woven into his words. The red-haired boy took it as a joke and thought Jed had a strange sense of humor. But Letitia looked at Jed's utterly humorless face and knew he was not joking at all. Not in the slightest. The butler said he would come to pick them up later, gave a bow, and left, giving them the rest of the picnic to themselves. Letitia took a huge bite of her sandwich, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. "It's really delicious," she said happily as she chewed. Jed watched her with a faint, indulgent smile. Sitting on his own picnic blanket, Zax looked at them and remarked on what a coincidence it was that they had run into each other. Then he turned to Jed, mischief glinting in his eyes, and said they rarely got a picnic together like this, so he should stop being so cold. The red-haired boy chimed in too, asking if Jed had skipped class just to come here for the courage test. At the same time, Leon was trembling as he said he had told them they should not come, because there were cursed blue roses here. Letitia looked at Leon, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in her chest. Why does his face look so familiar? But how could I possibly know a noble? Thinking that, she pushed the thought aside. Completely unaware, Leon offered to tell her an amusing story about Jed. It was something from the academy. The others immediately jumped in excitedly, recalling how Jed had fallen asleep during a ceremony, or the chaos he had caused at the academy ball. Letitia giggled, finding it all especially funny, while Jed only smiled faintly and let them go on. They suggested he bring his little sister along next time there was an academy visiting day, but Jed immediately refused, saying fleas would stick to her. Letitia laughed. "These people all seem pretty nice. Maybe it's just my mood, making me feel like I've seen him somewhere before." The boys kept teasing one another. Percy humbly said he was no match for Jed, while Zax declared that Leon was actually the most impressive one among them. Then Zax mentioned that Leon used to be completely different from how he was now. When he had been about Jed's age, he had not even been able to speak properly. It was about 15 years ago, on one particular day, that he had suddenly become as cheerful as he was now. Leon only smiled gently and said it was because he had always had friends by his side. The mood fell quiet for a moment, and then Zax's rowdy energy returned. He had already started talking about her social debut, and was even arguing over whose ball she ought to attend first. Letitia found it a little strange. They were treating her like a grown, noble young lady, not a child. Jed's voice cut through their argument, sharp as a blade. She's still this small, and you're already talking about her debut? He gave her shoulder a possessive squeeze. Besides, in the end, Father and I will decide where she goes. Letitia looked up at him with wide eyes. Does that mean I can't go anywhere? Jed looked down at her, his expression softening. When you grow up, you can choose for yourself where you want to go, he said gently, but only to safe places. At once, Letitia smiled as brightly as the sun. I understand. Her overwhelming cuteness was too much for Percy to endure, and he clutched his chest again. How could a child be this young and this beautiful? Zax immediately scolded him, saying that was far too crude a way to praise a lady. All his friends stared in disbelief. It was the first time they had ever seen Jed like this. Usually he was so arrogant and expressionless. They even wondered whether he had been bewitched by the blue roses. You're too loud, Jed said flatly. Yes, that was the Jed they knew. Letitia giggled. Just then Leon stood up and said he was going to take a look at the blue roses and would be right back. He wanted to pick some for his younger sister because she had liked roses before. Before? Zax's smile faded, and Percy also looked concerned. Should I go with you? He asked, but Leon only gave him a faintly sorrowful smile and said no. He was not foolish enough to believe a legend like that merely smelling the flowers would kill you. It was too ridiculous. He waved a hand and left alone. Letitia looked at Percy's uneasy expression. Brother, are you all right? He forced a smile. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Zax lowered his voice and explained that last year, Leon's younger sister had passed away. He wanted to pick some flowers to place at her grave. Her name was Alice. She had been a beautiful and kind young lady, and she had also been Percy's fiancée. They had been engaged for a long time, but because Alice had been raised in the countryside, they had not seen each other often. Even so, she was still a very good girl. Just like in my past life, Letitia thought, and her heart ached. Percy's gaze drifted into the distance. He quietly explained that she had died of pneumonia. But while he was speaking, Leon returned, a bouquet of blue roses in his hands. What are you talking about? He asked, his voice slightly tense. He looked at Percy, his eyes full of deep sorrow. It seems you already know, he said frankly. He admitted that the reason he had come here today was because of Alice. It had been the only wish his late sister ever had in life, to see the blue roses once. I didn't mean to make the mood this heavy, he said, adjusting his hat. He explained that while sorting through her belongings yesterday, he had found a box full of blue things, ribbons, jewelry, all because she loved the color blue. He looked at Percy, his voice full of gratitude. To be honest, I'm very grateful you never became engaged again. Because of Alice. Zax tried to brush it off lightly, saying his family had nothing but money, but Leon was serious. For my first love to have come from such a noble family meant a great deal to me. His grip tightened around the bouquet. Because your family never took back the money and jewels that were sent at the time of the engagement, my family was able to get back on its feet. He looked at his friends, and a sincere smile returned to his face. Let's go visit Alice together sometime in the future. Zax and Percy agreed at once, and the mood grew lighter as well. That's wonderful, Leon said. If Percy brings her flowers, Alice will surely be happy. Letitia watched them, a faint smile on her face. The bond between them was so beautiful. To ease the atmosphere further, Leon turned to Letitia and asked whether there was anything she wanted to know about living in the capital. He began speaking of his own first memories there, of how nervous he had been the first time he walked into the train station, of how the setting sun had dyed the tiled floor a faint red. He recalled the ringing of the bells from the blue clock tower, and the flocks of pigeons flying through the sky. It was an honor to spend my youth in the capital, he said at last with a nostalgic smile. Letitia giggled and agreed, saying the clock tower really was beautiful. She felt happy and content. The afternoon sunlight was warm, and everyone around her felt pleasant to be with. Are you having fun? Jed looked down at her, her head resting on his lap, and asked. Yes, I love it, she answered brightly. I already want to travel to more places. Jed's smile was soft and sincere. After all this time, I'm glad I brought her here. Sleepiness suddenly washed over him. It might not be bad to take a little nap. Letitia widened her eyes. Do you want to take a nap? He nodded, his eyes already nearly shut. Make sure you wake me, all right? Don't leave me behind. A thread of fear brushed through her heart. This perfect life still felt like a dream to her. She was afraid that if even one tiny mistake happened, all of this would disappear forever. To be separated from Jed here and forced to return to the streets again, it was terrifying even to imagine. She pulled his hat down to cover his face and made a silent promise. Of course, smiling, she hugged her teddy bear tightly. She seemed to have dozed off herself because when she woke, she was rubbing her eyes and wondering how long she had been asleep. She suddenly sat upright. Those girls? A group of young ladies were gathered by the water, gazing adoringly at someone. It was Karen, her father. She immediately got to her feet and called out to him. He was standing on a boat, looking exactly like the sort of popular leading man women swooned over, waving at the young ladies who had fallen for him. The moment he saw her, his whole air changed, and he pulled her into his arms, his voice full of tenderness. My darling, did you have fun? Of course I did. When she asked why he was here, he answered, weren't you feeling down this morning? Letitia looked at him suspiciously. Wasn't that just an excuse so you could ride in the same boat as that lady? He pinched her cheek in amusement. No, why would I make up an excuse like that? The only one who could make me hurry all the way here is you. Just then, there was a sudden splash. The three young men who had been leisurely drinking tea all froze in fear the moment they saw the Duke appear, even knocking over the things beside them. Letitia asked her father to put her down, but the Duke's attention had already shifted elsewhere. Jed, he said, his voice dropping several degrees. His gaze fell on Jed's friends, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Who are these flies, surrounding my daughter without a guardian watching them and daring to drink in front of her? The boys scrambled to their feet and bowed frantically. Please forgive our discourtesy, but we were only drinking tea. We promised we would never do anything to make the young lady uncomfortable. The Duke's cold voice cut them off. Introduce yourselves. The boys trembled so hard their knees nearly knocked together. Jed stepped forward to rescue them. This is Percy, a senior from my student council. We just happened to run into them. The Duke's lips curved into a smile, so bright it was chilling. So are they pests? Jed answered with an equally calm smile. Not to the point that they need to be exterminated yet. Letitia shivered. How can they say something so terrifying in such gentle voices? She tried waving at them, signaling for them to run. The Duke gave a soft laugh, and when he looked at her again, his expression softened. I'm only joking, so don't worry. It's all because my daughter is too beautiful. Jed looked at his father, a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Why are you here so early? Aren't council meetings usually long? Don't tell me you're jealous that we got to spend time together. The Duke explained that because His Majesty had not been paying much attention to state affairs lately, the meeting had ended early. Letitia did not think that was the real reason. The Duke then turned that captivating smile toward the three terrified boys. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. What were you talking about just now? They immediately stiffened and stood straight as rods. We were telling the young lady about life in the capital. The Duke raised a brow. What's with those expressions? If you have something to say it directly. Letitia noticed that their faces held both happiness and fear at the same time. Percy suddenly excused himself, saying he wanted to get some air and sober up. Zax and Leon quickly changed the subject as well, asking the Duke one question after another about business and about his student council days when he was young, admiration shining in their eyes. Letitia watched Percy's retreating figure. Is that man named Percy feeling sick? She wondered. Her father noticed her curious look. Are you curious? He asked. She immediately nodded hard. Yes, I want to know everything about you. Then shall I tell you? He was about to tell her a story, but just then Letitia gave a tiny sneeze. The Duke instantly grew tense. Shall we go home now? Leon immediately offered to call the servants over, saying that earlier he had already sent a signal from the opposite side of the river, using a mirror. A moment later, something splashed in the water. What was that sound? Letitia turned her head curiously. Leon smiled reassuringly. There are a lot of kingfishers on this island, so it's probably a kingfisher, just as she had thought. Zax also confirmed that the servants had received the signal. Then he added that Percy had been gone for quite a while already, so he must be very drunk. I'm a little worried, Leon added. Percy tends to do impulsive things after he drinks. He said he was going to pick roses. Let's go have a look. Then Zax's eyes lit up, and he turned to Letitia. Ah, right, my lady. You haven't seen the blue roses yet, have you? Would you like to go see them together before we head back? I'll take you. He gestured excitedly. Come on, my lady. The blue roses are truly enchanting. But just as they started forward, the Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. He abruptly stopped walking. Letitia looked up at him in confusion. Then she looked at Jed as well. What's wrong? Their expressions. Both of them had gone completely rigid, their faces dark as they stared straight ahead. She had just begun to turn and see what they were looking at. But before she could, Jed suddenly pulled her tightly into his arms and covered her face. Don't look, he ordered, his voice strained. But it was already too late. Through the gap between his arms, she still saw it, a flash of brown and red among the vivid blue petals. Was that just now, Percy? The Duke stepped forward. His low voice sounded out. Is it suicide, Karen? Letitia thought in confusion, only to see that her father was already kneeling beside the body. Then she saw something that made all the blood in her body turn cold. At the corner of her father's mouth, there was the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. Her eyes widened in horror. Did he just smile? How could that be? Her father's low, calm voice broke through her shock. My dear daughter, start counting from here to 3, then turn around and walk away. After you call those 2 fleas over, call out to us. We're going to examine the body. She could only nod blankly, her mind empty, then turned and ran, her little footsteps thudding against the ground. Something happened, she screamed. Leon and Zax both jolted and turned around in alarm. My lady, what happened? She pointed over there in panic. Pale-faced, they rushed past her, terror all over their faces. W, is this? Leon dropped his knees. His voice trembled. Judging from the wound on the wrist and the blood on that dagger, it looks like suicide. Zax grabbed his shoulder at once, his face full of disbelief. You're saying Percy killed himself? That's impossible. His future was full of promise. We were together the whole time from the beginning, and there was no one else on this hill. This is clearly suicide. Letitia thought hard, trying to make her mind understand the horrifying scene before her. That was what he meant. But Leon's voice was full of self-reproach. It's all my fault, because I brought up my sister. He clenched his fists, his body trembling nonstop. Percy has been suffering for a long time. Did I open up his wounds again? Suicide often happens on impulse, so it was not impossible. Letitia frowned as she thought it over. But why now of all times? His fiancée died a year ago, so why would he suddenly do this now? He had been cheerful just moments ago, even joking around before Alice was mentioned. Her father placed a hand on her head, his voice gentle. Are you scared? She shook her head. I've seen so many corpses already. The novel had been cut off before this part, so I don't know anything. Zax turned to the Duke, his voice trembling but still respectful. Your Grace, I mean no disrespect, but the first people to find Percy's body were members of your family. Until the 3 of you went for a walk, we had all been together. The Duke's voice was dangerously smooth and low. Ah, so what you mean is that you suspect us of killing Percy and then calling the 2 of you over. Is that correct? Zax stammered that such suspicion was reasonable, because there had always been rumors about them. Rumors. The Duke ignored him, his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. Judging by how the blood has dried on the roses, he has been dead for at least 30 minutes. He turned to Leon. Your name is Leon, correct? By the time you sent the signal to the opposite bank, Percy was already dead. Leon sucked in a sharp breath. The Duke continued his analysis. On the surface, this is a perfect suicide. Based on everything we know now, everyone present can be said to be innocent. As Letitia watched, a strange feeling crept over her. Strange. I feel like I'm missing something very important. She looked at Percy's friends as they tried to comfort each other. I don't think this was suicide. She clutched the fabric of her father's cloak, and a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. Her father noticed at once and frowned in concern. Do you feel unwell somewhere? Are you sick? She shook her head, doing her best to steady herself. I'm Fina. He gently touched her forehead to see whether she had a fever. The instant his fingers touched her, a twisted image suddenly seared into her mind. What are these images? A memory that did not belong to her suddenly tore through Letitia's consciousness. A magnificent mansion perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the glittering sea. In the salty air, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out. A woman's laughter echoed as she called, "Idiot, come over here." The scene shifted, and a girl with long flowing brown hair turned back with a bright, mischievous smile. hidden in a lush green grove. She giggled and asked how he had managed to find her. But whose memory is this? The question hammered at Letitia's mind. This was not her memory. She had never seen this girl or this place before. And the boy speaking to the girl. His face was completely blurred, only an indistinct outline through the leaves, impossible to make out. Then suddenly, the vision cracked apart. The boy's face began to split and multiply, turning into a dizzying kaleidoscope pattern. It spun and twisted, becoming a nauseating spiral of colors and shapes, until a single name emerged from the chaos. Sia. The vision shattered at once, and she returned to reality. A small voice was calling her. Letitia. She blinked, her big green eyes full of shock as she stared at the person before her. It was Zax. He was looking at her with concern, gently asking whether she was all right. He must have seen the fear on her face, because he quickly added that she must have been frightened. He tried to comfort her, saying she just needed to endure a little longer and the police would be back soon. But Letitia's thoughts were already in complete disarray. Was what I saw just now a hallucination? Was that the evil eye? She shook her head, trying to scatter the lingering images. They stood by the shore, where golden autumn leaves cast a false calm over the empty little boats around them. Karen's low voice broke the silence as he said that once they got home, the child should rest as soon as possible. Zax agreed, but the air was still thick with tension. A woman's voice trembled as she whispered that this was murder. Yes, it was murder, but something about it was strange. Jed voiced his thoughts, saying he wasn't sure whether someone else might still be hiding on the island. If someone had come with him, this was the only place to board a boat, especially in this season. If anyone had really landed on the island, there was no way they wouldn't have noticed. Could the killer be a mermaid? He muttered under his breath. Ever practical, Karen only said they would know once they investigated, adding that they had been quite lucky today. But Letitia's thoughts were already racing in another direction. What if the killer wasn't an outsider? Lowering her gaze, she thought, wouldn't it be more likely that instead of someone hiding on this little island from the beginning, the killer was one of us? Her eyes flew open. Wait, could the vision I saw? Yes, that was it. She whipped her head around and fixed her eyes on Leon, who was rubbing at his eyes and pretending to be sad. If my guess is right, the killer made a mistake, and the sinner who killed Percy and will ultimately die at Karen's hands is. The sheriff announced the news in a flat, emotionless voice. What a pity, he said. He was such a promising young man. He claimed Percy had slit his own wrist and killed himself. But Leon, standing nearby, added a chilling detail. Percy was skilled with a sword. With his ability, he could have cut both the vein and artery in a single stroke. Letitia looked up, realizing that strange coincidences were piling up one after another. Your Grace, you've really been getting wrapped up in one strange incident after another lately. She did her best to sound innocent. There have been quite a few strange things happening in the city recently, too. Then her gaze fell on the sheriff. Ah, that man. I saw him in front of the dressing room. Karen asked him his name. The man introduced himself as Sheriff Sheldon. After giving his testimony, he bowed his head and asked whether he could leave. Karen gave a cold nod, signaling for him to go. After the policeman left, Karen's black-gloved hand reached toward Letitia. Let's go home, Letitia. When he said it, his voice softened for her alone. But just as they were about to turn and leave, Leon, still dabbing at his tears with a handkerchief, choked out that he and Zax should also be taking their leave. Letitia lightly tugged on Karen's cloak, her expression pleading. Dad, I feel a little sorry for Leon, she said softly. Karen looked down at her, silent question in his eyes. Hearing about Leon's dead sister makes my heart ache. Her voice was full of sympathy. Could we take Leon back with us? I want to comfort him on the way home. Jed looked at her in confusion, his red eyes full of bewilderment. How would Leon feel watching his dead sister's fiancé meet such an end? He could even imagine that if the two were left alone, they might blame each other for not noticing Percy's loneliness. But Karen simply lifted Letitia into his arms, his voice unusually gentle. Our little darling is so kind, he murmured. Then he turned to Leon. If that's what my darling wants, I can't exactly refuse. Come with us, Senior Leon. Jed gave Leon a hard shove, pushing him toward the carriage. What? Leon stammered in shock. Leaning in close, Jed whispered that maybe this was the best way to save him, better than letting him go back alone with Zax. Letitia watched them, her mind racing. If my guess is right, this is my chance to prove it. The group headed toward the waiting carriage. As the sun began to sink, Leon tried to refuse the ride, saying he would be fine returning alone now. But Letitia grabbed his arm, her voice full of false concern. No, your face looks so pale. What if you faint? It's all right. I really can't keep troubling you like this. Karen cut in, leaving no room for argument. Get in. We have a rule in our family. Every request our child makes must be granted. He all but shoved Leon into the carriage. The carriage door clicked shut, and the carriage started moving. The window reflected the four of them inside. Letitia looked at Karen, while Karen stared at Leon with an unsettling expression. That look seemed to say, do you know something interesting? At the same time, Jed was deep in thought. Leon had used an incredibly simple trap to kill Percy today. But one question refused to leave him. Why? Why did you kill Percy that way? Leon only stared out the window, avoiding his gaze. Jed let out a quiet sigh in his heart. What I really want to know is the whole story. If the reason is what I suspect. Meanwhile, Letitia knew she had to tell Karen that reason. If I don't, I'll probably feel too guilty. She stole a glance at him. Karen was an upright man, but he was not the type to sit and listen to every single person's story. She remembered the original novel. This incident had happened there too, and the outcome had been quite frustrating. And the Karen in the novel hadn't been a very happy person either. For a while, the only sound in the carriage was the rumble of the wheels. Letitia secretly looked out the window, and as they drew closer to their destination, her heartbeat quickened. We're here, she said. She tugged on Karen's sleeve. Dad, what is it? He asked in surprise. The ribbon tied around my teddy bear's neck got blown out the window. Her voice was full of childlike panic as she pointed at her stuffed bear. Did it have a ribbon around its neck? Karen asked. Letitia nodded quickly. Marion tied it on this morning. It matches the ribbon in my hair. Karen tapped on the carriage window, and the carriage screeched to a halt at once. Leaning out, he instructed the coachman, my daughter dropped a ribbon on the way here. Go look for it. Then he turned back toward the others inside the carriage. Leon flinched, panic flashing across his eyes. Just as I thought, she thought. Leon shot to his feet. I'll get out here, he said hurriedly. Laetitia feignait surprise. Here, there are hardly any people around. It's dangerous. It's fine. I don't want to trouble you anymore. He insisted, but the side of his face was rigid with tension. If he insists on getting off in this alley, there must be a reason. Thinking that, she reached out and caught his sleeve, refusing to let him go. Oh, Leon, before you leave, there's something I want to ask you. He looked at her in surprise. Ask me? Yes. Her voice was calm. It's not really anything important, but have you met me before? He laughed nervously. How could that be? If I'd ever met a child as adorable as you, I definitely wouldn't forget. If that's not it, then who is this person now? She thought to herself. He really did look genuinely confused. Letitia pressed on, her voice soft but firm. I met Leon before, a very, very long time ago. Jed looked at her in confusion. What do you mean, Letitia? She ignored him, focusing all her attention on Leon. One more question. What color is the clock tower at the train station? Karen answered for him, sounding mildly amused. Who wouldn't know that? Gold, of course. That was right. The biggest clock tower at the train station was indeed a brilliant gold. But with a touch of private satisfaction, Letitia thought, a few nights ago, it was blue. What decent person would go to the train station at 6 in the evening? By then, all the trains had stopped running, and access was restricted. The only ones who used it as a meeting place were children from the village at the foot of the mountain, and most of them were pickpockets. Ah, I saw Leon once at the nighttime gathering by the clock tower. I came from the same place as you. She stared at him, eyes blazing. Leon, you were born in the village at the foot of the mountain too, weren't you? That's why you were so affected by it today. He fell silent, lowering his head. She continued, Ah, but didn't you say you were from the countryside? Jed narrowed his eyes, his mind in complete disarray. What is going on? This is such a mess. I can't make sense of anything anymore. Letitia delivered the final blow. There can't possibly be two Leons, can there? He jerked his head up, despair written all over his face. There are two. He had barely begun to speak when he suddenly lunged. He yanked open the carriage door and, in the next instant, seized Letitia, pressing a cold blade to her throat. NGH. She sucked in a breath as the metal bit into her skin. Don't move. He screamed in terror, his voice cracking. At that moment, another shout rang out inside the carriage. Let Leon go. It was another Leon's voice. Letitia's mind raced as all the pieces fell into place. I see. They're twins. That vision I saw really was connected to Leon. At first I thought it was an illusion because it looked like there were two of him, but I was wrong. They really are twins. Karen's voice was so dangerous it was almost terrifying, low as thunder and carrying the promise of death. Let go of my daughter. His red eyes burned with barely restrained fury. If you release her now, I can at least let you die quickly. But the man holding her hostage had already reached the end of the line. You have to let Leon go first, or this girl will. Karen's voice dripped with icy contempt. And what exactly do you plan to do to this girl? Leave a scar on my lovely daughter's face? He raised one black-gloved finger. Or were you thinking of harming even one of her fingers? In the blink of an eye, a lash of black magic struck out like a whip, smashing into the man and sending him flying to the ground. He hit the earth with a heavy thud, and the fountain pen in his pocket scattered away. Karen had already stepped down from the carriage, his black cloak billowing behind him like the night itself. He walked toward the fallen man step by step, his voice cold as a whisper. Did you think that threatening my daughter's safety would make me go easy on you? Black magic churned around him, radiating a terrifying pressure. Shadows coiled around the man and lifted his whole body into the air. He choked in agony. There was not a shred of pity in Karen's eyes. I will make sure you die in the most miserable way possible. Suddenly, the other Leon jumped out of the carriage with a desperate shout. Letton, he pulled a knife from inside his coat and pressed it to his own throat. Father, I'll kill this one right now, Jed said, already prepared to act. Wait, Letitia cried out in a rush, her voice rising. She ran over to Jed. There are still things I want to hear from them. Jed stopped and looked down at her pleading face. Please, she mouthed. He hesitated for a moment, then relented. All right, but Karen was not so accommodating. That bastard held a knife to my daughter's face. I was only planning to cut his arm off first. He extended a hand, black magic swirling in his palm. Letitia hurriedly threw herself forward to stop him. No, how is that any different from killing him? If you cut off both his arms here, he'll definitely die. She waved her hands frantically. Really, I'm fine. I don't even have a scratch. Karen gave a low grunt and released the man. I have no interest in hearing a murderer's story, he said coldly. Still, since my precious daughter wants to hear it, I have no choice. Soon, the two brothers were kneeling on the floor of a nearby building. They were tightly bound by hissing tendrils of black magic. Letitia stared at the shadowy restraints. I thought they were chains, but Karen summoned them with magic. Then she noticed that Letton, the one who had taken her hostage, was soaking wet all over. Why is he drenched like that? Jed stepped forward, his expression grim. Since when have you been switching places with each other? And which of you killed Percy? They still said nothing, heads lowered. Jed turned to Letitia. And one more thing, little sister, how exactly did you know all of this? Letitia stiffened, cold sweat breaking out under the scorching weight of his and Karen's gaze. That's not the most important thing right now. Is it? Don't you want to hear what happened first? She said with an awkward laugh, changing the subject. Karen merely clicked his tongue softly. Our darling daughter really does know how to handle us. He gave a cold order. Remove the gags. Once the gag were taken out, he bent down close, his voice low as death whispering at their ears. If either of you dares bite your tongue and kill yourself, I'll torture the other one to death. He lifted Leon's chin, forcing him to meet his eyes. Jed let out a sigh. Father, if you're going to say things like that, at least cover her ears first. But Letitia only replied, I heard all of it. Karen straightened up. Fine. Then let the interrogation begin. Since it's my daughter's wish, speak. The question was directed at Leon. Why did you do it? Leon finally spoke, his voice heavy with grief. The way he killed Percy was exactly as I had imagined. The story poured out from there. When Leon went to trim the roses, he switched identities with his twin brother, Letton. While Letton was talking with everyone, Leon, lying in wait, killed Percy and staged the scene to look like suicide. Afterward, he gave a signal with a mirror and the two switched back. It was a very simple trick, but Percy never managed to let out a single scream before he died. Letitia's eyes widened. You poison him? Letton lifted his head, his face dark with silent acknowledgement. So you noticed, my lady. You really are a clever child. He explained that he had covered Percy's mouth with a poison-soaked handkerchief and made him lose consciousness. And since Percy had always given blue things to their sister Alice, he had been easy to lure in with that setup. Leon's voice was thick with bitter hatred. I don't regret it. That bastard toyed with Alice the whole time. He went on to tell their miserable past. Because their family had been desperately poor when they were still young, their parents had no choice but to send the twin brother, Letton to a branch family as an adopted child. But the branch family that took Letton in later went bankrupt, and Letton became a child wandering the streets. He lightly took Letitia's hand. It truly surprised me that you came from that world too, my lady. So we met again. Later, when they were about 10 years old, the three siblings were finally reunited. A memory suddenly flashed through Letitia's mind. Ah, could it be, Mr. Leon? You've been living as one person ever since then? Until now. Leon nodded. Yes, Letton and I took turns attending the academy. We twins look extremely alike. In this way, he wanted to return a noble life to Letton. Jed nodded in realization. Ah, I see. So that's why he sometimes felt like a completely different person. Karen's sharp voice cut through the air. Then why did you kill Percy? Because that bastard Percy nearly drove our Alice to her death. As Alice grew older, she became more and more beautiful. Many powerful men wanted to marry her. Some even offered to pay the penalty so she could break off her engagement to Percy. Percy knew all of that perfectly well, and his insecurity kept swelling until it rotted and stank. He bit his nails to shreds. Karen sneered. Of course, a man like Percy, who had nothing but money, was bound to do something stupid. That's right. Leon confirmed it. But Letitia knew that still wasn't the end of it. That wasn't all, was it? Letton looked at her in surprise. You're astonishingly sharp, my lady. It's almost as if there's a completely different person living inside that little body. He wrapped an arm around his brother. You're right. That wasn't the end. At the summer villa, Percy became like a different person whenever he got drunk. But the real problem was that besides Percy, there were several other bastards there who deserved to die just as much. They tricked Percy and kept pouring him drinks until he was dead drunk. And then Alice. Jed's voice tightened with disgust. Revolting. Those bastards are no different from demons. Letitia asked the question she feared most. Did Alice kill herself? Letton answered hollowly. My lady, among noble families, there's a saying that unmarried girls die of consumption. But in truth, most of them end their own lives. Before leaving this world, she told us everything. Then she slit her wrists. Karen looked at them, his expression unreadable. You killed Percy the same way. So you murdered him to avenge your sister? Even though one of you hadn't even grown up with her. Letton raised his head. There was one time, only one, and only for a week, when the three of us siblings lived together in that house. A memory flashed through his mind of 3 happy children lying in a sea of flowers. That was the happiest time of our lives. Even now, those memories are the salvation that keeps us going. Letitia understood. So the memories I saw were theirs. Leon dropped to his knees with a thud and pleaded, but I'm the one who did wrong. I don't care what happens to me. You can even use me for black magic experiments if you want. But please, spare Letton. Karen looked down at him, faint boredom on his face. I have no need for test subjects. It seems you believed those baseless rumors. Letitia suddenly spoke, throwing another question at Leon. I have one last question. My lady, how did you know I was going to meet Letton here? The twins both jolted. Under Karen and Jed's burning stares, Letitia started sweating again. She hurriedly explained her reasoning. During the time Percy disappeared, they had all been together. Since Percy was murdered, there had to have been another person on the island. But the police searched everywhere and found no one. That means that person escaped before the police arrived. And across from where the boats were moored, there was a bridge. A suspension bridge, Pine Needle Bridge. It was close enough for someone to swim across the river, and beneath it, there was an underground drainage outlet. Karen and Jed stared at her in shock. That's right, Jed confirmed. It's a secret every child living on the streets knows. He looked at her in amazement. You really reasoned all the way to this point from just that tiny clue. If Mr. Leon knew about the clock tower at night, then he would definitely know this place too. Letitia scratched her cheek, showing a smug little smile. You're unbelievably smart. That was really thanks to the detective novels I read in my previous life, plus a little imagination. Then her expression turned serious. So I started wondering what kind of story could drive an older brother to kill his dead sister's former fiancée. The two brothers let their shoulders slump, and at last the whole story had been told. Jed turned to Karen. What are you going to do now? Kill them cruelly like you usually do? Letitia added, actually, I had a hunch from the beginning that someone had killed Percy, so I was thinking of investigating Leon and the real murder later. That's also why I told them earlier that I might pay a visit someday. She looked at the twins with pity. I don't know about Letton, but Leon meets your conditions, doesn't he? What do you think, brother? Jed gently patted her head, his expression softening. I do feel a little sorry for them. Yeah, after all, I'm an older brother now, too. He stepped forward, a dangerous smile appearing on his face. If anyone dares lay a hand on my little sister, even just one finger, he did not want to continue the thought. Yet the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, the smile full of dark promise. Right now, I'm wondering whether I should kill one of these two identical-looking bastards to vent my anger. But then he immediately added, forget it. I'll let them off this time. He looked at Letitia, who flinched slightly. Letitia, what do you think? And me? He was asking her to decide. You want me to decide these two people's fate? That doesn't seem very good. Karen's voice was low and dangerous. Even if you really did decide, I still wouldn't want to spare these two brats. After all, I'm a rather ill-natured father. Jed cheerfully cut in, then I also vote to kill them. What? What am I supposed to do? Letitia panicked, her thoughts racing. Jealous like children. What was this, some kind of execution scene? What was with this attitude of no one is allowed to stand beside her except me? She clenched her fists and her chest ached. If only she had never seen those scenes with her own eyes. That poor girl, someone she had never even met, yet she still felt sorry for Alice. Taking a deep breath, she raised her eyes to Karen, determination filling them. I hope your grace won't regret your decision. She knew what kind of person Karen was. He was a dark hero who hunted criminals, a tragic hero who walked forward over blood and corpses. He had never shown mercy to criminals. But this time, he was making his decision only after hearing their story. Leon and Letton were not like the criminals he had killed before. They had only wanted to keep their sister from being stained with disgrace. Karen looked at her, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. All right, actually, I should thank you, little girl. If not for you, I nearly would have missed an important truth. Letitia's eyes instantly lit up and her heart soared. Sure enough, after hearing Alice's story, Karen had changed his mind as well. He opened his arms and declared, then we've decided not to kill them. Then he turned his sharp gaze toward Leon, who was still kneeling. Leon, you remember the names of Percy's pack of cronies, don't you? He approached the boy, lowering his voice until it became chillingly soft. I mean those pieces of trash who were in the villa that day. Of course you remember, right? Karen sat down beside the bound man and casually draped an arm over his shoulder as if they were old friends. Senior, he said, his voice as sweet as honey. Ah, yes. The man answered blankly, his face full of confusion. Karen smiled gently. Next time you see me, you may greet me. The captive's face grew even more bewildered. What was going on? The noble young master continued, his smile widening. I'm starting to like you a little. The man's heart lurched. Huh? But in the next instant, all warmth vanished from Karen's eyes, replaced by a glacial cold that could freeze the soul. However, he whispered hoarsely, his voice dangerous as death murmuring at someone's ear, if you ever act like you're close to my little sister, I'll kill you. Before the man could even process the threat, Jed had already leaned in from the other side. Warm breath brushed past the man's ear. Everything would have been fine, Jed said in a low voice, cold and slick as a snake, as though confiding some terrible secret. But you killed the one who hurt your sister too quickly. The captive shuddered violently. Jed continued, almost conversationally. If it were me, I would have made that bastard die slowly and painfully. Watching from the side, Letitia's mind went blank with confusion. She had been completely wrong. She had underestimated these two rich men. The moment she realized that, she sucked in a sharp breath, as if struck hard by something. No wonder. Everything suddenly made sense. Karen rose to his feet, his figure dark and oppressive, and his cold, dignified voice rang through the room. Instead of clearing away what offends the eye, it's better to dispose of garbage properly. Don't worry, he said with a cruel smile at his lips. That happens to be my specialty. The contents of the book flooded into Letitia's mind all at once. Right? This was Karen's principle. It was as if a strange purple aura coiled around him, while his true nature was fully revealed. Karen absorbed magic power from human bodies, and the pitiable people he drained dry were known by only one name: food. A tiny, chilling smile passed over his lips. There were only 3 specific cases in which he would eat his food first. First, murderers. Second, those who had just died. Third, and most unforgivable of all, beasts who dared harm innocent women. In Karen's world, that was a crime even graver than murder. To him, murderers and rapists were no different. Letitia trembled all over. Of course, she also believed the people who had hurt Alice deserved the most terrible punishment possible. But this was another matter entirely. She looked at the 2 terrified men. They were now standing before a predator. With a wave of Karen's hand, the restraints binding them disappeared. Feeling solid ground beneath their feet again, both men looked utterly stunned. They tightly clasped each other's hands, hope and fear mingling on their faces. Are we really free? One of them stammered. You're letting us go? Karen's voice was calm, almost falsely so. Yes. However, he immediately snapped his fingers, and a golden spark burst in the air. Anyone who has tasted blood will change. So I'll be leaving my mark on you as well. The warning sounded like a frozen oath. If you ever cause trouble again, remember this. The first person to catch you will be me. The two men hurriedly patted themselves down, desperately checking their bodies, but found nothing. Karen had already turned away, all his attention fixed on the little girl who was watching him. Come here, little girl, he called softly. When she came closer, he tilted his head slightly and added, as if in passing, all right. I ate very well. The two newly freed men froze where they stood. Those words hung in the air like a death sentence. What? What had he just said? Jed's cool. Even voice broke the tension. When we found Percy, didn't we already say so? He was dead. Letitia felt cold all over. He ate him? Karen's second rule was that he ate those who had just died. That was why he had made her go away and count to 10 before screaming. It had only been to send her off so he could enjoy his food in the other room. Jed sighed, though there was a trace of satisfaction on his face. But after learning that Senior Percy was that kind of thoroughly vile scum, I actually feel much better. He spoke thoughtfully. Still, he was someone I knew, so I'm a little uncomfortable that you ate him. That unlucky lackey remained in the room, able only to stare blankly with wide eyes. What in the world were they talking about? The door slammed shut, leaving him alone in the darkness. Karen stood up, a satisfied smile brushing across his lips, and looked down at Letitia. Cleaning up garbage is always fun, he declared. Then his gaze suddenly sharpened, his red eyes locking onto her. And Letitia, now I know who you are. Letitia jolted, her heart leaping into her throat. Why you do? He bent closer, his voice low and heated. But no matter how she looked at it, she swallowed hard, hearing nothing but her own pounding heartbeat. You're a genius. The world seemed to stop in that instant. A genius? Her mind went completely blank, filled with nothing but question marks. What? I'm not. I was just guessing, she shrieked, but it was already too late. Jed grabbed her at once, his expression serious. You're lying. This has already happened twice. It can't just be a coincidence. Even Karen crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. How could an uneducated child possibly memorize such a complicated pattern after seeing it only once? Cold, sharp panic seized her throat. She frantically waved her hands and denied it. If I were really a genius, would I be begging on the streets? I can't even read. That sentence brought back a string of painful memories. The piercing cold, the gnawing hunger, her own body shivering on filthy stone pavement. The sound of chattering teeth was a rhythm that never stopped through the dead of winter. She looked out the window, that past still haunting her like a ghost. Karen and Jed looked at her, their faces unreadable. Anyway, she muttered, plopping down onto the floor and hugging her teddy bear tightly. I'm really just an ordinary person. But Karen's expression remained firm. We'll only know after we check, he said, his gloved hand gently stroking her head. There are some experts Jed met when he was young. They'll find out whether you really have talent. A knot of foreboding twisted in her stomach. A test? If they find out, then he won't want me as his daughter anymore, will he? The evening light dimmed, and the carriage ride back to the splendid mansion remained silent and tense. Welcome back. The butler bowed respectfully. You two have returned rather late. He noticed Letitia slumped limply in Karen's arms. The young lady seems quite tired. Did something happen? A proud smile curved Karen's lips. Something did happen, but the most important thing is that my daughter is a genius. The butler could only blink in confusion. Letitia, meanwhile, felt boneless with exhaustion. The moment she returned to her room, she threw herself onto the soft bed. Everything that had happened today churned in her mind like a storm. A light knock sounded at the door. It was Jed. He peeked in, a rare trace of concern in his red eyes. I came to see if you were all right. I'm Fina. Hugging her bear, she lied. But he saw through her at once. Then why do you look so sad? Every time the carriage had passed that intersection, she had hugged the bear more tightly. In the end, the confession slipped out in a tiny voice. I used to live in the alley behind that intersection. Every time we pass there, it reminds me of when I was still wandering the streets. Just remembering it made her shiver, as if phantom cold were creeping into her bones. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold. She glanced up at him secretly. And I miss my friends too. He reached out and gently patted her head. But you don't need to worry. Wasn't the rule between us that we'd forget each other? I understand. He spoke softly. Get some good rest. Only after the door clicked shut did she let out a trembling breath. She had been lying. That was not the real reason. A shattered image flashed before her eyes. Today, when I touched Karen's hand, I saw a vision. It wasn't something from the book. It was something new and terrifying. What on earth was that? She stared at her small hand, the source of this frightening new ability. I don't know when or why I started remembering it. Hugging her teddy bear, she buried her face in its soft fur. Sigh, should I just accept this? Several days passed, and to Letitia's great relief, Karen stopped bringing up the word genius. She had thought, or rather hoped, that he had completely forgotten about it. But one morning, he looked up from his newspaper. Sweetheart, would you like to go out for a while? She immediately raised her head. Where to? Smiling, he said, Marion told me you liked that cafe last time. I just happen to have some business nearby. Coffee. The thought made her whole body perk up. Coffee, cake, donuts. I'll get ready right away and come back soon, she squealed excitedly and dashed out of the room like a gust of wind. Watching her leave, Karen broke into a broad, deeply satisfied smile. Later, while waiting for the carriage, Letitia looked up at him in her pretty brown coat. Can I hold your hand? Karen felt as though his heart might burst out of his chest, as if pink hearts were floating all around him. You really are going to drive me mad, darling, he murmured, pulling her tightly into his arms. She giggled and reached for his hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, she focused. As expected, I can't see anything. Ever since that day on Lennox Island, she had kept trying to touch his bare hand, hoping to trigger the vision again. But nothing had happened, not even now. What exactly was this strange power of hers? The carriage came to a stop. What stood before them was not a cozy cafe, but a solemn, oppressive building. The sign read, Dr. Siebel's Institute. Where is this? She asked, unease slowly creeping over her. Karen's voice was calm, too calm. We came here today for a little test. A little test? Her eyes widened in horror. Me? A genius test. The realization crashed down on her. But you said we were going to cafe. He tricked me. This was the classic parent trap. Lure the child out with sweets, then bring them to the most terrifying dentist's office in the world instead. This is for your own good, darling. Karen tried to soothe her, but clutching her teddy bear, she shook her head furiously and refused to accept it. You liar, she cried accusingly, digging her heels back while he dragged her inside. A man with long silver hair and a gentle smile came forward to greet them. Please come in, miss, this way. Is this the doctor? He looks pretty young. Before leaving, Karen turned to the man, his voice low and full of menace. I'll be stepping out for a while, but the guard will remain outside. If you dare show even the slightest carelessness toward my daughter, I will not let you off. In despair, Letitia grabbed the hem of his coat. But he gently patted her head, his expression softening. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. The heavy door clicked shut, sealing her inside. This is our first meeting, miss, the doctor said cheerfully. My name is Siebel. Puffing out her cheeks and still sulking, she replied, I'm Letitia. Siebel let out a quiet laugh. What are you laughing at? She asked unhappily. Oh, nothing. It's just that you're very cute, like a little puppy separated from its owner. She glared fiercely at him. I'm not a dog. Are you a professor? She changed the subject. She had always thought professors were supposed to be elderly, gray-haired people. Siebel explained that he was what others called a genius, and that the Duke had brought her here to confirm whether she was the same kind. People like them could help her. Thank you for your kindness, she said coldly, but I don't need help because I'm not a genius. Siebel merely smiled. Don't worry, miss. This sort of thing is very common among noble families. Lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, he said, parents think their child is a genius, so they bring them here. They're just that arrogant. He sighed, and his expression turned serious. Some parents believe their child is a genius and end up disappointed. But those kinds of parents only want to use their child for their own gain. They're completely different from a duke. He already knows I'm not a genius, and he still did this. Letitia fumed inwardly, poking at her teddy bears to vent her frustration. How annoying. Suddenly, Siebel gave a cry, fumbling and knocking over a stack of papers that landed right on his own head. Are you okay? she asked in alarm. He just rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm Fine. This kind of thing happens all the time. I'm not even bleeding. He seemed like a clumsy grown-up. The test began. Dr. Siebel showed her magical stories, complicated mazes, and number sequences. She answered what she could, but most of it was still too difficult for her. Whether in this life or her previous one, she had never received a proper education. Still, she had to admit that solving the puzzles was unexpectedly fun, and time passed quickly. I'll organize the test results, Siebel announced, leaving her alone in the room. Resting her head on the table, she finally let out a breath of relief. The result will definitely be that I'm not a genius. She could even picture that stereotypical image of a professor in her head. Messy hair, scribbling formulas like a madman. But then a familiar unease quietly crept back in. Does Karen think I might be useful in his work later on? Thinking of his casual cruelty made her shiver. What if I can't help him? Will Karen be disappointed? Will he shout, "Get out," and throw her out? Even worse, would she be forced to scrub floors? Scrubbing floors in that enormous mansion. The image was so miserable that her eyes slowly filled with tears, and she hugged her bear tightly. The door creaked open, and footsteps came closer. Turning her head, she saw Karen. His red eyes were full of worry. "Darling, what's wrong? Did that doctor say something to you?" She shook her head frantically, trying to hold back her crying, but it was useless. "I'm sorry." She burst into tears at last, sobbing as the tears spilled endlessly down her cheeks. "I'm not a genius." Karen stared at her blankly, utterly confused. "What?" Through her sobs, she forced the words out. "Dr. Siebel asked me 3 questions today, but I couldn't answer a single one. My memory is only average 2. I can't help you at all." Karen's expression softened, and he gently cupped her tear-streaked face with both hands. "Help me? What are you talking about?" She sniffled with her little red nose. "I thought, if I'm not a genius, you'll be disappointed." In the next instant, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. "Shoo, calm down, little girl," he murmured soothingly into her hair. "People say daughters are born to torment their fathers' hearts. It seems that saying really is true." He hugged her even tighter, like a protective wall, standing in front of her fear. "I never had any expectations of you. I was just worried." He explained that his family was famous for producing geniuses, but true geniuses often suffered terribly. Some fell into depression and even ended their own lives. It had not been that serious, but even Jed had experienced mild mental issues when he was young. Looking down at her, he spoke sincerely. "If you were also a genius, then I would have had to prepare in advance for your sake. But with you being as you are now, it's exactly what I hoped for. How could I not be happy? Any parent would be delighted to have a child as smart and pretty as you." He gently stroked her back. "And even if you weren't smart, that would be fine too. Even if you were a silly girl, that would be fine. How could a fool help with anything? A fool is someone who can't do anything in the first place." His logic was strange, but there was something oddly reassuring about his tone. "It's fine if you can't do anything. Just spend all the money in our family and make that your job, because I'll take care of everything, understand? That's what it means to be my daughter." She sniffled and drew back from his arms a little. "Your way of comforting people is really strange." He smiled. "Finished crying? Then how about we go to the cafe?" He promised her chocolate cake and whatever else she wanted to eat. Just then, Dr. Siebel came hurrying back into the room in a fluster. "Your Grace, you're back. Are the results out already?" Karen waved his hand impatiently. "Keep it short and finish quickly. It's time for my little girl to have dinner." Siebel immediately began fumbling through the documents in his hands. "Ah, yes. This young lady is not some grave genius who requires special treatment, but in certain areas, she has shown exceptional intelligence. In her case, her ability can be classified as gifted." Karen raised a brow. Letitia stared at him in disbelief. "What? I am gifted." 1:30, the Duke looked down at the curled-up figure on the floor, his voice low and detached. No, he wasn't attacking the doctor. He was simply offering the young lady a bit of advice. "This is the result of today's test." He held out a spotless white card. After the chaos, Letitia blinked, her head still dizzy from suddenly fainting earlier. He gave me his card. Confused, she looked up at him, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes, and pushed herself to her feet. "Oh, really?" she said brightly, a small smile forming on her lips. "You know, now that I think about it, you're more like a comedian than a doctor." Karen's brow twitched slightly, and the calm mask on his face cracked for just an instant. But Letitia was not finished. Looking up at him with those innocent big green eyes, she spoke with complete sincerity. Dr. Siebel said you're very proud of me. The tension in Karen's shoulders instantly eased, and his gaze softened. The dangerous edge in his eyes was replaced by a warmth she had only just begun to recognize. He reached out his large hand and gently rested it on her head. I'm very proud of you too, he said quietly, and I hope I always will be. I know, dear. He lightly patted her head. It would be nice if you could call me father without feeling shy, though there's no need to rush. A radiant smile bloomed across her face. Okay. Karen turned his gaze to the doctor, who was still recovering himself. We will be leaving now, he declared, his tone allowing no room for discussion. I'll make you pay for this later. The doctor hurriedly scrambled to his feet and stammered, Why, yes, I understand. As they walked out, Letitia turned back and happily waved her little hand at him. Goodbye, doctor. Once the heavy door closed, Dr. Siebel's flustered expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a calm, calculating look. What an interesting child, he murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. With a firm click, he turned the lock. She almost found the answer. His hand moved to a small, ornate wooden box on the desk, his fingertips lightly tracing the carved patterns on it. The real answer wasn't your astonishing. He lifted the lid and inhaled the scent of the dried petals inside. No, this is better. He walked toward the bookshelf, his steps soundless and certain. The next riddle is, his hand pressed against a hidden panel, and the bookshelf slid open, revealing a dark secret room behind it. In the center of the room stood a massive glass cylinder glowing with a soft, dreamlike blue light. Floating inside, it was the motionless body of a man, the real Dr. Siebel. A cruel smile curled at the imposter's lips. Where's the real Dr. Siebel? If she got it right, but still couldn't find the answer, then the problem lies in her imagination. A faint blue magic gathered in his hand. Perhaps only after she experiences more cruelty will her imagination become perfect. He removed his glasses, his eyes gleaming ominously. Sleep well, Dr. Siebel. I think I'll have to borrow your identity a little longer. He looked out the window and softly uttered a name, like a prayer and like a vow. Letitia. The black butterfly tattoo on the back of his hand stood out starkly against his skin. She will grow into a remarkable woman. I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a man was red-faced with rage, shouting at the top of his lungs. Does that make any sense? Didn't that bastard break my friend's arm? But the person being shouted at did not care in the slightest. Do you have any proof? Not far away, a man with pale blue hair leaned against the wall, a cigarette between his fingers as smoke curled upward. He overheard passing nobles whispering to one another. Did you hear? In the end, Percy still couldn't forget that fiancé of his, so he killed himself. The man let out a sneer. A mocking smile twisted across his lips. Seriously? That's unbelievably stupid, he muttered with a cold laugh. If it's women, we can have as many as we want. What's so special about that pathetic girl? He flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it beneath his shoe with contempt. If someone recklessly touches his fiancée, that'll be a real problem. At that moment, a hand shot out from the shadows, seized his head, and brutally smashed it against the stone wall. A dark figure loomed over him, speaking in a low voice like the growl of a beast. Hello there. Your friend introduced you to me. The man opened his eyes wide in terror and recognized the face, Duke Karen. His red eyes burned with icy fury. Your name is Hazel, right? A dark, suffocating aura spread from the Duke's body. The blue-haired man struggled to gasp for air. Ugh, Karen's voice dripped with venom. Hazel Dadites, a pervert who toys with women and always settles everything with money in the end. Besides that, there are 15 cases of violence against women and 15 more unconfirmed accusations. Karen leaned in closer, his disgust unmistakable. Wow, to me, trash like you is nothing but garbage. So people like you still exist, huh? But I won't let you open your mouth again. Never again. Hazel's heart pounded wildly. Who the hell is this man? Why can't I move my tongue? Karen's eyes glowed a terrifying, inhuman crimson. All right, let's begin. As expected, being swallowed alive suits you best. His hand covered Hazel's mouth, smothering his scream. MMGH. It'll hurt a little, you know. Since you lived like a beast, you should die like one. Now that I have a daughter, when I go out hunting, people like you will be my first priority. Oh, right. My name is Karen Llewellyn. He forced Hazel down in front of his knees. Remember the name of the man killing you today. I'm already being very merciful. You spent your whole life running wild with your friends, and now you're going to die at my hands. You should be grateful to Percy. Behind him, a monstrous shadow rose up, a giant black serpent, its crimson eyes glowing, its forked tongue flicking lightly through the air. Karen's voice was cold and utterly flat. Boar, enjoy your meal. A crimson mist of blood splashed across the alley walls. Karen calmly pulled out his pocket watch, the ticking sound forming a stark contrast to the horrific stillness of the scene. My little darling's test should be over by now. He turned and walked away, his long black coat sweeping behind him, without sparing the ghastly scene so much as another glance. Later, he sat in a cozy little bakery across from Letitia, all trace of that earlier dark gloom gone without a trace. Bring out every cake you have, he said to the wide-eyed waitress. Letitia lightly tugged on his sleeve and whispered, I really can't eat that much. One slice of chocolate cake is enough. Karen's resolve wavered for a moment. In a situation like this, I have to be firm, he thought. But then Letitia looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with expectation, and held up 2 tiny fingers. How about 2 slices? He froze. Is something wrong? She asked. Karen let out a quiet sigh. Sigh? No, dear. He turned back and said firmly to the waitress, bring out every chocolate dessert you have. While they waited, Letitia tilted her head as she studied him. You seem to be in a good mood. Even the way your cravat is tied is different. The way you're wearing it now isn't Jed style, is it? How observant. Karen felt a surge of surprise and pride. She was already adorable, and she's this clever too. He composed his expression and smiled as if nothing were amiss. I met a friend. We merely exchanged greetings. But his thoughts were darker. It seems Hazel's corpse has already been found. Still, even if they find the body, it will only be classified as an unidentified death. Given the Empire's pitifully low case-solving rate these days, that may actually be a good thing. A smile touched his lips. Life in the capital truly never gets boring. I keep thinking about Noblesse. He looked at Letitia, his expression unreadable. I really do like you, Letitia. Cute appearance, mysterious personality. You can't even read yet, but you're extremely smart. So smart, it's almost suspicious. If every day could be like today, that would be nice. Their eyes met, and she looked at him in confusion. Is today some kind of special day? She asked. He merely smiled. Just like your existence. Perfect in every way. As they left the bakery, a familiar carriage came to a stop. Letitia's face lit up at once. Jed, did you come to pick me up? Jed, seated inside the carriage, nodded with a faint smile. That's right. Karen watched them, and genuine peace rose in his heart. I really want to know what kind of day today is. But unexpectedly, the carriage turned into one of the city's dark back alleys. Letitia hugged herself and shivered slightly. It's so cold. She looked out the window, frowning in puzzlement. So we're going this way, through the alley. No wonder it's so cold. Huh? Her eyes widened. The sight before her was familiar, yet entirely wrong. Everything had changed. She stepped down from the carriage. Her feet landed on the filthy stone pavement. This is where I used to live. The houses of the people who pretended not to notice us digging through the trash for food. Images flashed through her mind of herself and the other children rummaging through garbage for leftovers. And that warehouse that could never keep out the cold. She remembered them huddling together for warmth, their white breath spreading through the freezing air. All was gone. In its place stood a brand new, spotless building. Her hand flew to cover her mouth. She gasped. This is a children's shelter. She peered through the window. Wow. Inside, a fireplace blazed warmly. Toys were scattered across a soft carpet, and children happily ate their food. What's going on? She asked quietly, turning to Karen and Jed. Karen's voice was gentle. Jed and I did this together. I heard you were worried about your friends on the street, so I treated this as a gift for them. Whenever we passed this alley, you always looked so sad. A rare, gentle smile appeared on his lips. So I kept thinking about what I could do so that you would never make that expression again. He bent down to meet her eyes. You're still just a child. Sometimes adults can understand what a child is thinking too. You know? Letitia abruptly turned to look at her brother. Jed, did you tell him? Jed gave an embarrassed little shrug. I bought all the houses in this alley and gave them a large sum of money. After that, everyone was very happy. Then I combined the houses and built one big home. Karen took over, his eyes reflecting only Letitia. Only children can go inside, and whenever it's cold in winter, they can come here to warm themselves. Letitia's face crumpled at once, and her lower lip trembled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jed smiled gently. You don't have to thank me so desperately. Father did all of this. You want you to call him Father. That word hung in the air. Father. Letitia's small hands curled into fists. I like Jed, and I like you too, but I can't call him Father. Her heart ached with a familiar fear. I'm afraid that one day I'll have to leave this house. I'm afraid I'll become too greedy and want more, something like a real father. But at that moment, looking at the warm light spilling out of the shelter and feeling the sincere kindness of those two people, that fear shattered completely. She suddenly threw herself at Karen, wrapping both arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his coat. Father. The word came out like a choking sob. Thank you so much, and thank you too, brother. Right now, I'm the happiest person in the world. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Tears of joy she had never imagined she would ever experience. I never thought being Father's daughter and Jed's little sister in this world could make me this happy. Jed watched them, his own eyes growing damp. Don't forget what you just said, all right? Letitia hugged him even tighter. It's okay. Even if they're a little scary, I still want to be their family. Karen gathered her into his arms and gently rested his hand on her head. Leave all the pain that happened on this street here. The part of you that remained here has now become this house, and it will go on driving away the cold for other children. Afterward, Jed told her another piece of news. I tried looking for the boy named Walter, but I couldn't find anything. I heard he left here not long ago. Letitia was not worried. Instead, she smiled brightly. If it's Walter, I'm sure he's fine. No matter where he is, he'll manage to live well. In the original story, Walter's fate was death, but now his fate had changed. If we ever meet again, I hope Walter is living a better life. That day, Alice's house was built, and my winter came to an end. But as one darkness receded, another was gathering. The newspapers were filled with disturbing news. Young noblemen were dying one after another for unknown reasons. This was already the third case since Hazel. Could they all have been done by the Duke? At the train station, Leon and Letton were reading the same article. Their faces had gone pale. Come to think of it, that doctor seemed a little like the Duke. I mean, not quite human. I can't really explain it, but they felt like the same kind of person. They could do the most terrifying things without changing expression. They remembered the little girl who had once saved them. I wonder how Letitia is doing. Should we tell her about the doctor? Memories swallow them at once. The plan to kill Percy wasn't entirely our own idea. We got help from the doctor. Leon's face twisted with hatred. If I could, I'd kill him. And then the doctor had appeared as if out of thin air. Who are you? He had asked back then. I am Dr. Siebel. He pointed out Percy, the man who had violated their younger sister, driven her into a corner, and caused her to take her own life. Then he whispered poisonous words into Leon's ear. How pitiful. How about this? I'll help you kill him. According to Siebel's plan, killing Percy had actually been very simple. But the Duke and Letitia became unforeseen variables in the plan. After it failed, they had no choice but to tell the doctor everything. Letitia, that child has already discovered that we're the killers. The Duke took us away. The doctor had merely toyed silently with a red flower the whole time, without saying a word. But in their own way, they had still resisted him a little. What Leon left at the scene was not a red rose, but a blue rose. It was a tiny act of defiance, and also a gesture of respect toward Letitia. It was also a warning. Back in the present, standing on the platform, their stomachs churned with fear. If the Duke finds out, we're dead. I know. Letton's voice was tight, but we have to leave this city and throw everything behind us. This is the last train, Leon. I said let's go, so why are you still standing there? But Leon stood frozen in place, his eyes full of terror. That man, a white-haired man, bumped into the passenger beside him. Sorry, I'm Inauri. Then Letton grabbed his brother's arm, trying to pull him away. Turn around, Leon. But it was already too late. A chillingly familiar voice pierced through the station's noise. Where are you going? The fake doctor stood before them, wearing a polite but horrifying smile. Surely you're not planning to board that train? He seized Leon's wrist with a grip like an iron shackle. You left without a word, and I was truly heartbroken. Leon's voice trembled. Doctor, we're in a hurry. We're terribly sorry. The doctor's smile did not reach his eyes. Oh, I see. That's all right. By the way, that girl named Letitia is excellent. Not long ago, I opened an institute, and a guest named Letitia came to visit me. I'm glad I had the chance to see her once. She absolutely has potential. All the blood in Leon's body turned cold. Did you do something to that young lady? Why would I? I treasure the things I want. Letitia is the ideal candidate I've been searching for all this time. Still innocent, yet very intelligent and beautiful. His voice dropped to a whisper. Ah, I never mentioned the penalty for breach of contract, did I? Penalty? We had an agreement. I decided not to take money for killing that trash Percy. Instead, I had only one condition. Commit a perfect crime, don't get caught by the police, and leave a red rose at the scene. But you disobeyed my order. Didn't I tell you? I'm always a perfect criminal. If you successfully kill the target but get caught in the end, then it's meaningless. He leaned in close, his cold breath falling against Leon's ear. The Duke caught you, didn't he? Now it's time to receive your punishment. Doctor, Letton cried out, trying to pull his brother back. We have to catch our train. The doctor's smile widened even further. Where are you going? North Santia? No, we're going west. He held up their tickets, amusement glinting in his eyes. How strange. That's not what your tickets say. Suddenly, a scream split the air. Fire! It's on fire! The train they were supposed to board suddenly exploded violently, sending flames and debris flying everywhere. Run! Everyone evacuate the station immediately. The twins stared with their eyes wide in horror. Our tickets. Give them back, doctor. The smile on the doctor's face split like a cruel wound. Sure, fine. Blue fire rose in his hand, and the paper tickets were instantly consumed. The twins screamed as their vision began to warp, and a dizzying wave of nausea swept through their entire bodies. Ah, punishment. Goodbye. The doctor spoke with fake pity. I'll send you on your way. I'm glad you killed that trash. Thank you for introducing Letitia to me. Don't worry, I'll treasure Letitia just like the Duke does. In honor of your noble revenge, I'll let you die painlessly. He turned and calmly walked away from the blazing sea of fire while their bodies collapsed to the ground. News of the train explosion shook the capital, but the next day, something even more horrifying happened. A hurried mail carrier tripped on the road and let out a terrified scream. Right in front of him, in front of the central clock tower, lay two corpses. The two bodies had been bound together, surrounded by vivid, brilliant blue roses. At the Duke of Llewellyn's mansion, Jed read the contents of the report aloud. That must be Leon and Letton. Jed's expression was very grave. Poor Leon. He only wanted to avenge his sister and then live a happier life. Sitting in his chair, Karen listened and replied coldly. Do you think a murderer can live a happy life? His crimson eyes flickered faintly. How strange. Why does this feel like some kind of provocation? There are no red roses, and yet it feels as if I can see someone's trace left behind. Besides, there are many twins, but the two I let go are dead. That's too strange. Could it be that the ghost of someone I killed has come back for revenge? He gave an order to the butler. Keep a close watch on Letitia for the time being. Don't let her go out alone. Winter descended upon the city, and white snow covered everything. Letitia had grown tired of staying indoors, so she persuaded Shin to let her go out and play for a little while. While playing with a ball, it bounced over the tall iron fence. As a guard went to retrieve it for her, she ran over to the gate as well. Wait, I'll just get the ball myself and come right back. Peering through the bars, her gaze suddenly caught a splash of color against the white snow. Huh, what's that? Lying there was a flawless blue rose. I thought blue roses had gone out of season already. Thinking that, she gently picked it up. I wonder who left this here. At once, the image of a kind boy holding a bouquet of blue flowers rose in her mind. Could it be a coincidence? Did Leon come here? A guard called out, Miss, please come back. Okay. She turned away from the gate, clutching the blue rose tightly in her hand, never realizing that just beyond the bars, a chapter filled with revenge and sorrow had finally come to a tragic end. The soft crackling of the fireplace echoed through the spacious, sunlit room. Snow outside glittered on the window panes, but inside it was warm and safe. Little Letitia lay sprawled on the soft carpet, absorbed in her own world, gripping a crayon in her small hand as she diligently worked on her homework. A gentle voice drew her out of her concentration. Are you drawing a house? Shin asked softly, crouching down beside her in a warm tone. Startled, Letitia looked up and flashed him a bright smile. Yes, this is my homework, she announced proudly. Shin's gaze fell on the paper, a faint smile on his lips. Pointing to her drawing, he asked what color she planned to make the sky. Blue, of course, she answered without hesitation. So, this is a daytime scene. As he spoke, he admired the rather well-drawn tower and told her it was a building the Duke valued greatly. Then he suggested, how about showing this to the Duke later? Letitia's face immediately fell. No, she cried, panic rushing over her in an instant. My dad is amazing at drawing and playing instruments. He's a genius. If he sees this, he'll definitely laugh at me. Just imagining it made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Shin, always perceptive, seemed to read her thoughts. Leaning a little closer, he soothed her in a gentle voice. Young lady, it may still be a little unpolished, but for someone your age, it is already perfect. She looked up at him, suddenly struck by a strange sense of familiarity. Wow, Shin, you sound just like my dad, she muttered softly, a faint smile on her lips. A hard-to-read emotion flickered through Shin's eyes, but he only said, I simply think it's a very adorable drawing. Letitia puffed out her cheeks. She knew Shin was busy. In fact, whenever Karen was away, he was the one who managed the entire household. He really shouldn't have time to sit here looking at her homework. Shin, don't you have a lot of work to do? You don't have to stay and play with me. The words came out sharper than she intended. She was angry at her father. Playing with me isn't Shin's job. That should have been his. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow across Shin's face. He bent slightly closer. Taking care of you is one of my important duties, young lady, he said sincerely. No, it isn't, she thought. When the master and the young master are away, it's only you and me here, he continued, a trace of mischief glinting in his eyes. In fact, they might even be upset that I'm the only one looking after you. Don't you think? Why would they be upset? Her thoughts tangled in confusion. As if flames of jealousy had risen behind him, he explained, because they're the type to get jealous easily, and they become especially clingy around the people they like. In that instant, she understood everything. Dad and brother were jealous that Shin was spending time with her. Her face turned bright red at once, and she quickly covered it with both hands, her heart pounding. To change the subject, Shin asked whether she had finished her homework. I still have to read a children's book and write a poem, she mumbled, still flustered. That is quite a lot of homework. Letitia let out an exaggerated sigh. I can finish all the other homework quickly, but writing poetry is just too hard, she complained, saying she wasn't good at drawing and wasn't good at writing poems either. Do all nobles really have to learn things like poetry? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Shin chuckled softly. I don't understand poetry at all. And what even is a verse? She said, pouting as she rested her chin on her hand. Shin comforted her, saying not to worry, since he had studied poetry before. His advice was simple. If you don't understand verse, then just write down the sounds you like or the things that happen in everyday life. What do I like? Her mind instantly filled with images of delicious desserts. Strawberry cream cake, tiramisu, Mont Blanc, chocolate cake. Shin's voice cut through her sweet daydream, as if a light bulb had lit up above his head. Yes, start with that. You could try describing the sweet taste of chocolate cake. Her eyes lit up at once. That didn't sound hard at all. The new question suddenly occurred to her. Shin, did you go to school when you were little? He paused, his gaze growing distant. Because I came from an orphanage, I was fortunate enough to be admitted to the priesthood program, he explained. His past seemed wrapped in white robes and ancient books, studying ancient languages, literature, and music. She was startled. Weren't those all very advanced subjects? I heard butlers don't need that much education. You know so much, Shin. Should I take that as a compliment? Young lady, he asked, placing a hand lightly over his chest as a gentle smile brushed his lips. Before she could answer, he went on, do you have any other homework left unfinished? She pointed to a thick, red hardcover book. Right now, I have to read a fairy tale. As she spoke, she picked up the book. You can read on your own now, can't you? He asked with a touch of pride. Holding the book to her chest, she looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Shin, have you read this one? His smile faltered, replaced by a bitter shadow. Well, priests don't think very highly of mages. Looking down at the book in his hands, he said, when I was little, I wasn't allowed to read books about mages. A strange tension filled the air. Whenever Shin mentioned the temple, his expression became somewhat bitter. Or was that just my imagination? She wondered as she studied his face. He quickly composed himself and asked, would you like me to help you read it? Letitia shook her head. It's okay. I can read it out loud myself, she said brightly. Then something suddenly occurred to her. Shin, She hesitated, then held the book out to him. If you've never read this before, would you like me to read it to you? Shin froze, his eyes widening in surprise, unable to say a word. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing. I'm truly grateful for the offer, but what if the master were to find out? Would you get scolded for helping me with my homework? She asked worriedly. That's not the issue, he said quietly, resting a hand on his chin. He explained that the tale of the good mage and the evil mage was the most famous story in the kingdom. Yes, my teacher told me to read this one too, she nodded. With his gloved fingers, Shin lightly traced the cover. I see. This is a story about the Duke. The Duke? Letitia's mind began turning quickly. Come to think of it, I feel like my teacher did say something like that. She pointed at the figures on the cover. Of the two mages, is one of them a black mage? Yes, that's right. Shin confirmed it. A terrible thought flashed through her mind. Don't tell me. The evil mage is the Duke. The moment she said it, both she and Shin went pale. He hurried to correct her. Young lady, the Duke is not someone who only does good deeds. Then he explained that the legendary good mage in this book actually referred to an artisan. In other words, this fairy tale about the good mage was the origin story of the ducal family. I see. She took a small breath and opened the book. It was almost as if dark starlight magic flowed from between the pages. Then she began to read. Long, long ago, there lived in the kingdom a good mage and an evil mage. The mages of ancient times used large quantities of magic crystals. They were more powerful than the mages of today, but the greedy evil mages used their power to harm people. So the people of the kingdom had no choice but to join forces to defeat them. Among them was a good mage. The good mage who led the people was named Llewellyn. The story went on to describe a great war. The mages split into two factions and slaughtered one another to the death. With the help of the good mage, the kingdom defeated the evil mages. They were all executed, and only the good mage remained. The good mage hid away his power, using it only for good, and became a friend of the kingdom. All the bad mages died and remained forever in their graves. Letitia gently closed the book. The end. Shin clapped his hands, his face full of pleased smiles. Wonderful, young lady. You can read smoothly now, without stumbling the way you used to. Letitia laughed happily. He confessed. This was a historical story I already knew, but hearing you read it aloud, as if it were a fairy tale, made it feel completely different. Thanks to you, I learned something new. Thank you, young lady. Shin's words were so sincere, so warm. I was never praised in that house. But here, praise comes so easily. It's so warm. Thank you, Shin. She smiled brightly and sincerely. But just as that warmth settled over her, a thought suddenly pricked at her. But isn't this fairy tale a little strange? She looked at Shin, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too, he said in a lowered voice, almost like he was sharing a secret. This fairy tale is cruel, too cruel. That was certainly true. No matter how you looked at it, a lot of mages had died, yet they had turned it into a fairy tale book with cute illustrations. That was very strange. She asked him whether everything in the story had really happened. Yes, it's true, he confirmed. The first mage was the first to stand on the people's side. That is why the Duke holds such immense power. Is a family's status decided by who stood with the kingdom first? She asked, looking at the family crest. Shin explained that the ducal family was considered exemplary and had contributed many technologies to the kingdom. All rights to production, sales, and export belonged to the Duke, in so many categories that not even the royal family could take them away. A spark flashed through Letitia's mind. So that's why Dad is so rich. Just then, Shin rose to his feet. It's time to prepare dinner, he announced. I'm going to the kitchen for a moment. I'll be right back. A sly smile appeared on his lips. For tonight's dessert, I've prepared chocolate cake for you. Letitia's eyes instantly began to sparkle. Wow, she cheered inwardly, inspiration renewed, and turned back to her paper. Great, I'll keep working on my poem. She picked up her pen, her mind filling with new ideas. A poem, a poem. She bit the end of her pen and thought hard, her face full of determination. But the warmth of the fireplace and the fatigue from a full day of homework were too much for the little lady. Before long, her head began to droop little by little, and she fell asleep right there on the carpet, her poem still unfinished. While she was still sound asleep, a familiar voice softly called her name. She blinked awake and let out a sleepy yawn. You're back, Dad, she murmured, rubbing her eyes. Karen looked down at her, his gaze gentle. I'm back, he said, easily scooping her into his arms. Then he frowned slightly. Why are you getting lighter and lighter? When are you finally going to grow up and get a little heavier? But I'm heavier than before, she protested drowsily. Maria says every time she picks me up, I feel heavier than the last time. He lifted her slightly. He looked her over as if seriously inspecting her. Look at your height. Ever since you came to live here, it feels like you haven't grown at all. I don't like you staying this small. He sounded as though he was teasing her, but his eyes were full of affection. Do you not like little me anymore? She asked uneasily. He let out a low, deep laugh. A little thing like you, still too young to fly out of the nest, is the very best, he whispered close to her. Those crimson eyes locked onto her, and for a moment it felt as if the whole world had gone still. It's about time for dinner, he said, setting her down. I'm going to change clothes, and I'll be right back. Okay, Dad. She answered and watched him leave. Karen turned to go, but something caught the corner of his eye. It was Shin standing by the fireplace, looking down at something in his hand with an odd expression. Shin, Karen called. Is something wrong? Shin spun around, clearly startled. Ah, Your Grace, no, it's nothing, he stammered, hiding the paper behind his back. Karen narrowed his eyes. Why is Shin acting strange? He's usually as cold as a statue. This is far too suspicious. Let me see it, he ordered. Shin hesitated. I was only taking the young lady's homework back to her room, he quickly explained. Homework? Karen was instantly intrigued and held out his hand. You peeked at it? Shin flinched. Peeked. It was on top, so I didn't mean to, but Karen did not back down. Give it to me. Shin gripped the paper even tighter. Ah! At that moment, another voice cut in. Father, where's Letitia? It was Jed, and in that brief instant of distraction, Karen snatched the paper from Shin's hand. The three men gathered around and stared at it. The title read, My Favorite Sounds, and beneath it, in Letitia's childish handwriting, was her little poem. Clatter, clatter, the sound of the carriage, a sign that Dad is coming home. At the top was also a cute drawing of Karen and the carriage. Knock, knock, knock. Jed knocking on the door, inviting me to come out and play, is one of my favorite sounds. Beside it was a smiling drawing of Jed. Creak, creak. The sound of wiping the table means delicious food is coming soon. She had written that too, along with a butler who looked unmistakably like Shin. And the final line was, I love chocolate cake best. Next to it was a picture of herself happily hugging 2 pieces of cake. Silence fell. Then Jed spoke first, his voice full of excitement. Oh my God, these wobbly little letters. She even misspelled a word. But Karen seemed to have entered another world, his eyes brimming with awe. As expected, she has talent in other areas too. Summon the scholars and have them analyze this poem, he declared with utmost seriousness. Shin stared at him blankly. This is way too much. He had just been about to say something, but Karen was already unstoppable. The rhythm and flow of these lines, and the way it ends with her love of chocolate cake. Karen murmured, eyes shining. Wasn't she just trying to finish her homework as quickly as possible? Shin muttered under his breath. Karen turned to him, his expression deadly serious. Please keep this from the young lady. I'm taking this poem. Shin sighed inwardly. Do these two have no intention of communicating like normal people? But the father and son were already completely immersed in their adoration of her. Why is even her handwriting this adorable? Karen marveled aloud. Jed nodded vigorously. Not even a fairy could be more lovable than her. Shin only smiled faintly and silently watched their absurd display. I'm no longer sure whether their conversations are getting better or worse, he thought. Then Jed had a sudden idea. Father, you should put preservation magic on it. Karen's eyes lit up. Oh, that's a good idea. And so, the two unanimously agreed that this masterpiece had to be preserved. Suddenly, Karen's gaze sharpened and landed directly on Shin. You seem to have overstepped a little, Shin. Shin immediately panicked. I truly didn't mean to peek at the poem. That's not what I mean, Karen growled, jealousy flaring up at once. You're in the poem too, and you look far too pleased about it. The young lady only mentioned me because she likes chocolate desserts, Shin replied. Jed cut in unhappily as well, but I'm still bothered by it. I'm the one who plays with her the most, so why were you mentioned first? Lifting his chin, he declared, I'm the master of this house, you know. Shin could only lower his head. As I said, it is my honor. He tried to take the poem back, saying that if the young lady found out they had read it, she would definitely be angry. But Karen had other plans. Why would she be angry? We should make a copy and send it to the newspaper office so everyone can appreciate her talent, Jed added. Even printing it in the paper wouldn't be enough to reflect its true value. Shin's face turned pale at once. If you do that, the young lady may very well resent you when she grows up, he warned. Everyone would see the poem. She would be terribly embarrassed. Jed finally came to his senses. Shin is right, father. It's enough that only our family knows how adorable she is. Karen nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll praise her privately. That doesn't sound much better either. Shin sighed, already imagining the consequences. Praising her too early for having talent in poetry might actually hinder her growth later on. In the end, after a fierce debate, he finally managed to persuade them. But then a new worry struck him. If Karen ever found her sketchbook, he might truly have it copied and published. A cold sweat ran down Shin's back. I must keep the fact that I read that fairy tale with her today a secret. A few days later, the dinner table was wrapped in a dreadful, icy silence. Letitia sat there with her arms crossed, her face dark with anger. What's wrong, Letitia? Karen asked softly. Do you not like the food? Her answer exploded like a bomb, shattering the silence at once. I hate Dad and brother. That declaration echoed through the vast dining hall. Karen froze. Sweetheart, this is a misunderstanding, he stammered. Then he immediately pointed at Shin. It was Shin. Shin peeked at it. Are you really shifting the blame onto Shin right now? Jed cut in, defending the butler. Shin would never do something like that. Then he turned to Letitia with pleading eyes. Dear little sister, please forgive me. It's all father's fault. Even Jed is blaming Karen, Letitia thought indignantly. She couldn't take it anymore. She shoved her chair back and sprang to her feet. Thank you for the meal. I'm going to rest now. Fuming, she stormed out of the dining room. Her father and brother were left behind in stunned silence. The moment she was out of their sight, she broke into a run, her face burning hot. Throwing herself onto the bed, she pulled the blanket over her head and let out a muffled groan. They actually read that. I'm done for, she wailed into the pillow. Maybe Karen and Jed secretly read my homework, and then, from today onward, this family's official dessert shall be chocolate cake. That was what her father had announced at breakfast. Just remembering it made her want to curl up and disappear on the spot. In a way, it was my fault for leaving my homework lying around, but they should at least apologize for reading it without my permission. Then another thought surfaced. Still, there's chocolate cake tonight. Her resolve wavered just a little, and then a soft knock came from outside her bedroom door. My dear, Karen's voice called from the other side. She burrowed deeper under the blanket, determined to ignore him. But he was persistent and simply walked into the room, his footsteps light on the carpet. He stopped beside her bed. There is something very important I absolutely have to tell you today, he said in a serious tone. Letitia remained silent, holding her breath. It's something you're definitely going to like. What a pity, he said with a deliberately regretful sigh. Her curiosity was hooked at once. What is it? Am I going somewhere? A picnic? The circus? What if it really is? If I keep lying here being stubborn, what if Karen changes his mind? She wrestled with herself inwardly. Then, in the next moment, he played his trump card. It's about you going to school. School? Her eyes flew wide open in shock, and she immediately wriggled out from under the covers. Wait a second. Karen leaned against the doorframe with a mischievous grin. You finally came out, he teased. I fell for it. Only then did she realize she had been tricked, and she couldn't help crying out. What is it, Dad? She asked, trying her best to sound casual. He explained what he had in mind. He wanted to send her to a private school, one of those prestigious academies attended by noble families. It was not the kind of place one could enter easily, but he had already called in some favors. My daughter is clever. She's a genius, and she learns her letters incredibly fast. If you study there, you'll be able to learn even more. If it's a noble school, then of course, she clasped her hands tightly together. Her mind raced. But if she let this chance slip by, would Karen change his mind? This was her opportunity. She grabbed his shirt in both hands, determination blazing in her eyes. When can I go? He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. That depends on you, he said. The term was almost over, so she would have to decide whether she wanted to go next semester. Really? She asked in a small voice. Then she drew in a deep breath and braced herself. If Dad doesn't apologize for reading my journal, then I'm not going either. Karen's face went blank, hard as stone. I never. He was clearly more shaken than she had expected. Oh no, did I go too far? Letitia panicked inwardly. Is it because Karen is too proud to handle me acting childish like this? A taut silence stretched between them, but soon Karen's expression softened. If my beloved daughter is angry with me, then I'll have to learn. The next moment, he scooped her up into his arms. Holding her tightly, he spoke in a low voice against her hair. I'm sorry, my dear. Letitia's eyes widened. He just apologized. I'm sorry for reading your homework, he continued awkwardly, but with complete sincerity. It's because I care too much about every little thing you do. I'm slowly becoming a real father. Next time I'll do it more properly, all right? She was so stunned that all she could manage was a dazed, I understand. He looked into her eyes, a fragile sort of hope flickering there. Do you hate me? And no, I don't, she said softly. A radiant smile bloomed across his face at once. That's a relief. He let out a long breath and hugged her tightly. Only you can have my heart. And just like that, the matter was settled, and preparations for her enrollment began. On the first day of school, the entire mansion was thrown into chaos. The maids rushed back and forth carrying dress after dress. No, not that one. Change it. Head Maid Maria gave orders crisply. She looked at the white dress and clicked her tongue in disapproval. Why would she wear this? She's not a nun. It makes her look like she's going to temple. She gave an irritated huff. Can someone regarded as a saint by the temple really say things like that? Letitia laughed inwardly. Sitting nearby, Karen joined in. I knew coming here was the right choice. It's her first day of school, so of course, she has to look beautiful. At last, Maria found a dress she approved of. This one is much better, she declared, her eyes shining. Letitia spun around in a lovely green and white dress. It was perfect, but the preparations were not over yet. Maria decided to pin half of her hair up, insisting that twin tails were too childish. No oversized ribbon, she ordered sharply. Use a jeweled hairpiece instead. A beautiful, sparkling ornament was clipped into Letitia's hair. Karen looked up from his newspaper and frowned. Why? She's the most beautiful person in the world. The other noble children should know my daughter is the true star. Maria only shook her head. Karen, you understand nothing. Children this age are at their most sensitive and delicate. It's better to look natural on the first day. Karen turned to his daughter for the final judgment. You don't trust my eye? But Letitia gave him a sweet smile and said, I like the one Maria picked for me. Maria always dresses so elegantly, so she's more trustworthy. Karen's shoulders sagged at once. Maria, on the other hand, beamed. Oh my, how can anyone in this house say something so adorable? She exclaimed, pulling Letitia into a crushing hug and planting a loud kiss on her cheek. Don't kiss her so much. You'll wear out her cheeks, Karen muttered in dissatisfaction. Then he looked at Letitia. Since you're going to school now, you'll make a lot of new friends, won't you? Letitia nodded, though a trace of sadness crept into her heart. If I really can, that would be nice. Friends. I only have Walter. Was Walter doing all right now? I owe him far too much. Maria seemed to notice what she was thinking. I'm curious about the school myself. I've heard commoner schools have lots of students, so it may be different from what you imagine. Noble schools, since they are elite schools, even among nobles, have very few students. Is that so? Letitia asked. By the way, what's the school called? Karen answered from a chair, Madame Polly's Noble Academy. Maria sucked in a breath and immediately covered her mouth. Really? She whispered in disbelief, eyes wide. How on earth did you get her admitted? Karen only curved his lips in a faint smile. There's always a way. But Maria was genuinely worried. Will this really be all right? I'm concerned. Do we have to choose a school like that? Karen exchanged a glance with Jed. What is it? Letitia tilted her head in confusion, her gaze moving from one adult to another. Is it that impressive? Just what kind of school am I going to? Standing there bathed in warm golden light, Letitia felt a pure, spotless joy welling up in her chest. Her new winter clothes were soft and warm, and so was her heart. It's so beautiful, she thought, her eyes shining as if tiny stars had been scattered in them. Her father's low, steady voice broke her reverie. He told her that if she was ready, it was time to leave. Her smile brightened at once. She answered lightly, immediately reaching out with her little hand to clutch the heavy fabric of his cloak. This was the day, her very first day at school. She turned around, her long pink hair spilling down her back, and waved energetically at the butler. Goodbye, Jed, she called, her voice full of the sweet excitement of setting off on a brand new adventure. The carriage swayed gently as it rolled along, the clip-clop of hooves striking a steady rhythm through the snowy scenery. Inside the carriage, nestled beside Maria, Letitia's head was full of questions. She asked how many students there were in the school. Maria, wrapped in a deep red cloak, tapped her chin thoughtfully. She explained that there were only 30 or 40 students at most. Not per class. The whole school had only that many. Letitia's eyes widened. That was far too few. Maria continued in a low voice, explaining that the tuition was shockingly expensive and the school placed great importance on a student's family background. Letitia's stomach slowly nodded. A place like that. Can I really fit in there? Across from her in the carriage, her father cut in with a sharp voice, asking what Maria meant by that. Maria sighed and tried to explain that Letitia was simply nervous. Gently, she suggested there might be other schools that were easier, schools that might suit her better. But Karen's expression did not waver in the slightest. If the best school already existed, why bother looking for one that merely suited her? His golden eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Maria as he declared firmly that his daughter was intelligent and naturally belonged in the very best place. Maria could only reply wearily, "Honestly, I'll never understand you." Caught in the middle, Letitia felt a new wave of anxiety rise inside her. Will the studying be difficult? She voiced her concern, but her father immediately dismissed it, telling her not to worry about standards or anything like that. Maria's expression, however, was complicated. She explained that most of the students at this school came from extraordinary families. As the carriage continued on, a magnificent building came into view, gleaming beneath the pale winter sun. It looked like a palace, grand and imposing, with towering columns and gold ornamentation. Maria's words echoed in her mind. These students all came from royal households or overwhelmingly powerful families. Once they stepped inside, a woman with a gentle smile and an imposing air came forward to greet them. "Welcome, Your Grace," she said with a polite nod. Karen did not waste a single word on pleasantries and got straight to the point. In a steady voice, he said to Madame Polly, "I believe my daughter is first." His gaze never wavered as he continued. "I want my daughter to receive the finest treatment at this school. She is very special." Letitia's face flushed red at once. "Dad, what are you saying?" For a brief moment, Madame Polly's polite smile stiffened, and her hand rose to her chin. So the rumors that Lord Karen had changed were true. Meeting his overwhelming stare, her own gaze turned sharp and appraising. "Are you asking me to show obvious favoritism?" Karen gave a quiet scoff. He explained that he only wanted the usual kind of care and attention, the kind so natural it could hardly be noticed. His tone suggested he believed she fully understood what he meant. Resting a hand lightly on Letitia's back, he guided her a step forward. Letitia drew in a deep breath and performed a flawless curtsy. In a small but clear voice, she introduced herself as Letitia, the Duke's daughter. This time, Madame Polly's returning smile was warm and sincere. "What a lovely young lady," she said gently, adding that she hoped Letitia would get along well with the other students. She told them that a personal tutor would be assigned to her today, and that it was now time for Letitia to meet her new classmates. Then Madame Polly turned her attention to Maria, her tone becoming especially respectful. "It is an honor to receive the Saintess." Draped in her red cloak, Maria responded with elegant composure, saying that she was also pleased to meet such distinguished guests from her own empire. Madame Polly assured them that there was no need to worry and that she would take special care of Lady Letitia. Looking at the woman, Letitia felt a strange sensation. So this is what she's like. Peeking out from behind her father's cloak, she stared with curious green eyes. Suddenly, Maria leaned close to her ear and whispered mysteriously, "Did you notice? That person is a man." Letitia's jaw nearly dropped. At the same time, Madame Polly gracefully motioned for her to follow, while her father and Maria said their goodbyes. Letitia waved, wearing a small smile touched with anticipation. But as she watched them gradually disappear down the long, splendid corridor, a sense of loneliness slowly crept over her. Madame Polly led her along the hallway, her voice echoing faintly around them. She explained that the children in this class were all around her age, and that unless something unusual happened, this class would remain together until graduation. Children around my age. A little hope flared in Letitia's heart. Maybe they'll be different from the street kids I used to know. A small secret prayer formed in her heart. Please let everything go well. They stopped in front of an imposing wooden door. Madame Polly announced to the class that they had a new friend, the Duke's daughter, Letitia. Letitia stepped forward, gave another small curtsy, and introduced herself once again. The teacher told the class that since there would be no lessons today, they would spend the time having tea together. But the instant the door clicked shut behind her, The atmosphere in the room turned cold. A girl with bright golden hair styled into enormous drill curls on either side stepped forward and asked sharply, "So you're the daughter the Duke adopted?" Letitia flinched slightly, but nodded anyway. "Ah, yes," she answered softly. The girl, named Lavi, fixed her with wide blue eyes full of challenge. She came so close their noses nearly touched. "Hello, nice to meet you." But there was not a trace of friendliness in her tone. Then she stepped back and folded her arms. "Do you know what kind of class this is?" Unease stirred in Letitia's chest. Lavi sneered as she announced, "This class is the elite noble class for ages 8 to 14. Spreading her arms dramatically, she let out a smug, affected laugh and declared that more than half the class members were royalty. She narrowed her eyes. "So why is someone like you here?" Letitia met her gaze calmly, refusing to be intimidated. "That was the adult's decision," she replied coolly, a faint smile hovering at her lips. "If you're curious, I can tell you." Lavi froze, her face flushing red as she trembled with anger. She had clearly not expected Letitia to answer back. Fine," she finally spat out. "The Duke already brought you here, so we can't exactly throw you out." She raised a finger and pointed it straight at Letitia. "But you need to know your place. The ones who will stand at the top in the future are us, true nobles, not someone like you." Letitia's expression remained calm, but a familiar bitterness rose inside her. The children in the back alleys had been just as cruel. Even the malice on their faces was exactly the same. "Ah, I see," she said in a voice sweet as syrup. "So you'll all be at the top in the future, right?" "How impressive, Lavi." Puffed up by that remark, Lavi grew even more arrogant and launched into another attack. She said the class had already decided to perform a play at the year-end festival. "Do you know how important that is?" she said shrilly. "My mother told me that every year, the children who get the leading role usually become very successful in high society later on." Since Letitia had arrived late, Lavi declared that she could not be assigned any role at all. She even added mockingly that with a background like Letitia's, who knew whether she could even read? A trace of amusement crossed Letitia's face. "Does she really think I want to play the lead? All right, then I won't be in the play," Letitia said with a shrug. Lavi was too stunned to speak. "What? Then what will you do while everyone else is rehearsing?" Letitia only smiled at her slyly. "If it's books, I read plenty in my previous life. Then I'll handle the script," she announced cheerfully, confidently flicking the papers in her hand. Lavi stared at her blankly. "Handle a script? What does that even mean?" The other girls began whispering too, equally confused. Without waiting for them to react, Letitia read aloud one of the script's lines, her voice clear and pleasant. "You are like a sprig of lavender in May, like the goddess of roses." Then she looked up. "Isn't that too hard to memorize? I'll make it simpler." She cleared her throat. "Because of your flower-like beauty, my heart has bloomed as well." "How's that?" The girls were stunned. "What was that?" one of them asked under her breath. Lavi's friend, a girl named Angel, murmured that it sounded like a rewritten version of a classic line. Lavi and her friends looked at one another in shock. Letitia lifted her chin and gave a proud little cough. "Not long ago, I was told I'm a genius," she declared. "Since I'm not interested in taking a role, wouldn't it be more helpful if I handle the script? And besides," her eyes sparkled, "you'll need someone to evaluate the acting too." Lavi looked completely incredulous. "Why, you're going to give us advice?" she stammered. "Wait, let us discuss this first." The girls immediately huddled together and began whispering in low, heated voices. "She said she's a genius." "It's my first time seeing a genius," one girl gasped. "That person must be really smart," another agreed. "This is bad," Lavi muttered through clenched teeth. "This must be some kind of investigation sent by the commoners. And she even looks gentle and cute. What does how she looks have to do with anything? You idiot," another girl snapped back at once. "You dare call me an idiot?" Lavi shrieked. "It's because of you that she pushed me out. She's the Duke's adopted daughter, after all." The argument instantly descended into chaos, with accusations and blame flying in every direction. Letitia watched them with a smug little smile on her face. "I can hear everything you're saying, you know," she said sweetly, making all of them jump. But that only made their fight even louder. "You were the one saying that playing around with lowly commoners would damage our status, and now you're blaming me," Lavi shouted. Another girl defended Letitia, saying the first one to say such things had been Miss Rose, and that Miss Rose had been kicked out by the Duke because of that girl. Halfway through, she hurriedly clapped a hand over her mouth. "All right, that was supposed to be a secret." Letitia let out a sigh. "You really are stupid. To change the subject, Lavi abruptly turned the attack back on Letitia. Anyway, not long ago, I heard about you at the festival from someone whose identity I can't reveal. She put on an exaggerated, bizarre expression, gesturing as though she were a puppeteer working a puppet. I heard you've been manipulating the Duke all along, making him hurt other women. That person also said you're a very bad girl. Letitia narrowed her eyes. Who is this person whose identity can't be revealed? The image of a mocking blonde woman flashed through her mind. If the one who said that was Miss Rose, Letitia said calmly, then she's also the bad person who said she would sell me to the circus. She looked at the girls, disappointment sweeping over her. So they were forced to listen to that many bad things about me. One girl explained that the person had graduated from this school and still kept in touch with the students. Letitia's heart sank. If all the children here are people of this sort, then I'll never make any friends. What was Dad expecting? I clearly don't belong here at all. Can I really receive a high-quality education in a place like this? The tea gathering that followed was a complete disaster, filled with overturned teacups and awkward silences. At last, Lavi cleared her throat. I've decided what you should do, she announced. You do know you're only an adopted daughter, right? She gave an exaggerated yawn on purpose. Honestly, studying together with you is a great humiliation for us. Under the table, Letitia's small hands clenched into fists. I've always known I couldn't possibly be Karen's biological daughter, she said through a tight voice. Lavi leaned forward, wearing a sickeningly sweet smile. Still, if you behave well, we'll let you play with us. Behave well, Letitia repeated warily, her green eyes full of caution. Another girl proposed that this Saturday there would be a pet walking festival at the Glass Pavilion in Central Park. She asked Letitia whether she liked pets. No, I don't, Letitia answered honestly. The girls burst into mocking laughter at once. Then you can't join us, Lavi cried triumphantly. Ah, but even if you did, I wasn't planning to let you anyway. One by one, they listed other activities she would not be allowed to attend. The mock ball, the opera gathering. We refuse to let you join us as a friend, so you can't come, Lavi concluded smugly. How annoying. Lavi gave Letitia's shoulder a fake little pat. Don't be disappointed. If you do well this month, you can join next month. Leaning closer, she spoke in a cold hiss like a snake. Once all of us like you, good things will naturally come your way. The rules they laid down were bizarre and malicious. You have to be the first one in the classroom and the last one to leave, Lavi ordered. And you have to write sincere letters and give gifts to all my friends. Stacks of envelopes and paper seemed to appear out of nowhere. And you're not allowed to refuse any request for help from any of my friends. That's what it means to behave well. Lavi smugly flicked one of her ridiculous, oversized curls. Of course, for an adopted daughter like you, it matters very much who you associate with. That's called raising your status, right? Lavi finished the thought for her, her voice dripping with mockery, her green eyes cold as ice chips. They were only around 10 years old, so how had she already learned to speak like that? So what you mean is, you'll watch what I do first, and then decide whether I'm worthy of joining you. Lavi let out a delighted little giggle. I'm really looking forward to your proposal, so you should be happy. Letitia clenched her fists again. Endure it. I can't talk back yet. But in the end, she failed to hold it in, and the words slipped out before she could stop them. Thank you for the offer, but I refuse. She smiled brightly. I'd rather play war games with my brother. That's much more fun. Lavi froze with her mouth hanging open. Huh, I suppose you have no idea how fun that is. Letitia continued casually, leaning back in her chair. The smile vanished, replaced by a cold, cutting stare. I have no intention of becoming your servant. Enraged, Lavi suddenly reached out and grabbed a corner of her dress. Let go, Letitia said in a low voice, dangerously heavy. Lavi's face twisted with fury, her cheeks flushed red. As expected, someone from common stock has no manners. She spat the words out. How arrogant. The other girls looked ready to lunge at her too, their faces full of anger. But Letitia simply turned away and walked off without looking back. Hugging her book bag tight, she thought, what even was that? I really can't fit in like a normal person. As she stepped out of the school building, a familiar voice called her name. The Duke had come to pick her up himself. Letitia felt her throat tighten. The other girls crowded by the window, whispering in amazement that the Duke himself cared enough to come for her like this. Inside the carriage, it was quiet and warm. Her father asked how school had been. It was interesting. She lied, her voice barely audible. He asked if she had learned anything. She only shook her head and said that today had just been a tour of the school, followed by tea with her classmates. Did you have fun? He pressed. She twisted the fabric of her trousers uneasily in her small hands. I talk with the other children a lot, but those crimson eyes of his saw everything. He saw her trembling hands, and he saw the tears in her eyes that she was struggling not to let fall. If that's really true, he asked softly, then why do you look as though you're about to cry? The carefully maintained mask collapsed at once. They treated me like I'm stupid. She slumped in her seat, miserable. It'd only been one day since he sent me to school, and everything is already ruined. What if he thinks this is nothing at all? It's nothing, she muttered gloomily, her face dark. My dear, he said, his low voice like a gentle murmur. Leaning slightly toward her, with a faint violet aura around him, he tenderly lifted her face in his hands. Tell me the truth. His gentle coaxing worked. He patted her on the head and told her she was a good child. So the truth came spilling out, a softened version, one that hurt less. Those girls told me not to come to the gathering on Saturday. She sniffled. They usually get together when there aren't classes. Then she hurriedly added that there was a reason this gathering was one where everyone was supposed to bring a pet. A pet walking festival? But we don't have a pet right now, do we? He asked, his expression unreadable. I don't want one either. She shook her head vigorously and insisted. And I'm not upset because I can't go. Looking up at him, her eyes pleading, she said, more importantly, I want to spend Saturday with my family. Father, will you still be busy on Saturday? A smile slowly appeared on his face. No. Why not do both? He said in a low voice. Meeting friends and spending time with family. Isn't one day enough for all of that? Letitia blinked in confusion. Then he leaned in slightly, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. I forgot to tell you, but I actually do have a pet. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? Then why have I never seen it at home? He said that he kept it in the forest. The forest. Shaun's stern warning echoed in her mind. My lady, you must never go near the forest. No matter what happens, it is one of the places you absolutely cannot enter. But Karen dismissed her worry without a care. If a duke goes somewhere, it isn't rude, even if he wasn't invited. The corner of his mouth curled arrogantly. Everyone wants to see us and get close to us. Some people even cry just from having the chance to meet us. I'm sure those children will be grateful. That really was the way Karen and Jed thought, she reflected. But father, why would people cry when they see me? She asked hesitantly. And are you sure it's an animal? You mean the kind that runs around on four legs? The image of a giant, terrifying spider immediately appeared in her mind. He merely smiled. Ah, of course. And it's quite cute. If that was the case, then it should be fine, right? She puffed out her cheeks, still unconvinced. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. While the carriage waited outside, another girl was in the middle of a complete breakdown. Really? Seriously? Can this kind of animal really be kept at home? Can something like this really be kept in the capital? Shaun stood calmly beside the panicking Letitia, who was currently being lifted high into the air by a massive tiger. Since it belongs to me, it belongs to you as well, he said serenely. Don't worry, just take it with you. He introduced the tiger as Pippi and explained that if she patted its head and called its name, it would calm down. Then he added that if her friends did not like this one, they could always switch to another pet. For example, the elephant from another continent that they had previously donated to the zoo. Before Letitia could protest, she was already being swung up into the air by an elephant's trunk. Don't say anything, Shaun advised calmly. Don't worry, my lady. Pippi doesn't bite. He gave her a handsome, dazzling smile that, for some reason, felt strangely familiar. That's not the real issue, she whispered tearfully. Karen urged them into the carriage. As he lifted her inside, she saw another figure approaching. It was Jed. He wore a sharply tailored dark uniform. I heard what happened, he said with a serious expression, insisting that he go with them. Someone your age can be more helpful to you, he explained, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. Sometimes a boy who isn't too old can also serve as a kind of decoration. Inside the sunlit glass pavilion, Lavi and her friends were proudly showing off their fluffy Pomeranians and little puppies. Suddenly, the birds outside burst into panicked flight. What's wrong? one of the girls asked, looking around in confusion. Then they saw it. A wave of pure screaming exploded through the air. Letitia walked in calmly, holding the leash of a full-grown tiger. Chaos erupted instantly. The girls screamed, the pets whimpered, and everyone scrambled backward with all their might. "Help! Save us!" they cried, cowering behind the furniture. Lavi stood frozen in place, pointing with a trembling finger. What is that?" "My father's pet," Letitia answered simply. The tiger, Pippi, let out a low growl. "Its name is Pippi," and the Duke raised it. Lavi's face went white in an instant. "If that belongs to your father." "The Duke." The tiger moved closer and lightly sniffed her face. Lavi burst into tears at once. "You don't eat me," she sobbed, collapsing to the floor. "Ah, it doesn't eat people," Letitia reassured her. Then a cool voice sounded from behind her. "Unless its master orders it to." Jed stepped forward, looking utterly bored. "Since this was supposed to be a pet gathering, I was rather looking forward to it, but it's even duller than I expected." He stared directly at the trembling girl on the floor. "Princess Lavi." Lavi looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with awe and confusion. "Jed?" Letitia's mind went blank. "Wait, Lavi is a princess?" The world seemed to spin, the glass pavilion melting into a dizzying universe. "So I'm clashing with a princess right now?" An imposing figure appeared before Princess Lavi, his shadow hanging over her like a storm cloud. It was Jed. His voice was smooth as silk, yet sharp as steel. He said he had come to greet her, since he had heard that she had been taking such good care of his little sister. In an instant, Lavi's heart leaped into her throat. "Why your sister?" "Letitia," she stammered, her cheeks flushing uneasily as she forced herself to explain that yes, she had wanted to be friends with that child, but Letitia had refused. Even she knew how flimsy that excuse was. At that moment, Jed suddenly bent down, his dark eyes locking onto her as his voice lowered into a chilling whisper. He told her not to misunderstand. His words were wrapped in warning, reminding her that if she wanted to survive in the Imperial Palace, then no matter how young she was, she had to learn to read the situation. His questions struck like daggers one after another. Was she the fourth child or the fifth? He reminded her that someone like her could be replaced at any moment. A wave of icy fear swallowed Lavi whole. Her mind went blank, her blood seemed to freeze, and still his voice echoed in her ears. "The Duke has only one daughter," he hissed, "but the Imperial family has plenty of substitutes." He demanded to know whether, if her arrogance damaged their relationship with that overwhelmingly powerful Duke, the Emperor would still value her as he had before. He leaned closer, his breath brushing her ear like cold air, and told her to take a good look at the situation in front of her. Then he quickly stepped back, but the threat still lingered in the air. He cast her a detached glance and turned away, though his voice was deliberately bright as he asked her to pass along his greetings to her friends. And then it happened like a dam bursting. Lavi's friends, who had been silently watching from the side, too terrified to make a sound, all started crying at once. Their sobs filled the garden that had only moments ago been so cheerful. From a distance, Letitia watched in complete confusion. She thought they were crying because they were so moved to see Lavi. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Then a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. She began to vaguely realize just how much power her new family truly possessed. "I see." Her heart pounded in her chest. Jed is just like the Duke too. With Pippi trotting at her side, Letitia innocently walked over to the crying princess and thanked her for always taking such good care of her. Then, embarrassed, she admitted that she had not known before that Lavi was a princess. A bright, completely guileless smile bloomed on her face as she suggested that they should get along well from now on. Lavi could only stare at her blankly. "What's going on here?" she asked in shock, utterly unable to understand how Letitia could possibly not have known she was a princess. Letitia merely shrugged and said that she had only just learned it herself. Then, with lethal innocence, she thanked Lavi for ultimately not inviting her to the tea party. After all, her brother had said it did not look very interesting. Cheerfully saying, "Then I'll be going now," she called for Pippi and announced that her father had told her to come home early. She paused and looked back. As the final blow to Lavi's already shattered nerves, she left her with one last piece of advice, wearing a sweet smile. "The next time we meet, you should smile," she said. "If possible, it would be best if Lavi smiles first. After Letitia turned and walked away, Lavi and her friends could only stand there stiffly, watching her leave with shock and fear. Letitia glanced back once, and a curious thought rose in her mind. Lavi was no longer screaming the way she had before. Then the truth settled heavily into her heart, simple and clear. Because I am the Duke's daughter. She finally understood. They were afraid. The carriage ride home was quiet, and outside, the world was blanketed in soft white snow. Pippi slept peacefully beside her, looking so calm and well-behaved. But in the next moment, the tiger let out a sleepy yawn, revealing row upon row of frighteningly sharp teeth, and Letitia jolted in alarm. Why does it have so many teeth? She shivered, suddenly remembering that she had been hugging this beast just moments ago. Ever composed, Jet only glanced at her and said flatly that Pippi probably just wanted someone to rub its belly. Letitia hesitantly reached out, and as fear gradually gave way to curiosity, she gently stroked the enormous tiger. Her thoughts were in complete disarray, while one word kept echoing through her suddenly quiet mind. Prince? Her eyes widened in shock, as though the whole world had spun into a dizzying whirlpool. Not just any prince, but Lavi's brother. No way, no way, no way. Her heart began hammering wildly in her chest. Her relationships with two members of the imperial family were already awkward enough as it was. How could the rest of her life possibly go smoothly now? After all, she was only the Duke's adopted daughter, and that position was fragile to begin with. The thought sent a chill straight down her spine. Even the biting winter air outside could not suppress the anxiety rising inside her. But then, at that moment, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, standing tall amid the snow-covered landscape. All her worries melted away in an instant. "Daddy!" she cried, her little feet racing toward him. She threw herself into his arms and buried her face in the warm fabric of his coat. He caught her with ease, a gentle smile brushing his lips, and asked how school had been today. Her voice was muffled, but full of childish cheer as she said it had been fun. The teacher had taught them to draw and had told them stories about the ducal house. He listened patiently, lightly stroking her hair. He told her she did not need to study so hard and suggested that she skip school tomorrow and stay at the mansion to spend the day with him instead. She lifted her head from his arms, her large green eyes staring at him in disbelief. "Really?" she asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. His gaze was gentle, but his words carried unquestionable firmness. "You don't have to go every day." He looked down at her, his red eyes calm and serious. He thought that a clever child like her would study even if she were locked in her room. But then his tone shifted slightly, taking on another meaning. He mentioned that he would probably be busy for a while because of something related to her school. Letitia tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Busy?" "Yes," she answered brightly, so excited she seemed about to overflow. She explained that she had been chosen to play a role in a children's play for an event at the Imperial Palace. She really had gotten the part. The moment the words left her mouth, the air around them seemed to crackle. In a blink, Karen's expression transformed from calm to thunderous. He spun toward Shun, and his voice fell like an order powerful enough to shake the foundations of the Empire. "Shun," light burned in his eyes. "Gather every recording crystal in the entire nation immediately. Not a single one is to be missed. The magic tower as well." Letitia flinched and waved her hands frantically. "Wait, I only have a tiny roll, really just a tiny one." But it was too late. He was already overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glittering with tears that seemed ready to fall. "I can hardly believe it," he murmured, his voice full of shock and pride. "My young lady is truly going to perform before an audience." Karen paid no attention to them, his mind already racing. When had he ever said he would not attend a theater festival? He immediately ordered Shun to send word that he would be there. At once, Letitia tugged on his sleeve, trying to pull him back to reality. "Daddy," she said softly, "don't you dislike those kinds of events? You don't have to force yourself to go." He turned to her, his commanding gaze locking onto her eyes. "Of course I must go," he declared, leaving no room for argument. She tried once more in a small voice. "But it's only a little children's event. It's really very small, and my part is really tiny too." A faint, hopeful smile tugged at her lips. "But if you come, I'll still be happy." Ever curious, Shin asked how she had suddenly ended up participating in the play. Letitia smiled happily and explained that she had become a little closer with her classmates. She talked about the games they had played together and the image of those girls crowding around a book with with shining, excited eyes flashed through her mind. That blonde girl, Lavian, had been especially competitive, her whole face full of determination not to lose. When she finally won, she practically jumped into the air, cards flying everywhere, while the room rang with her triumphant cheers. Even so, she still tried to keep her distance, giving a loud huff and making it clear that this did not mean the wall between them had disappeared. But another girl quietly told Letitia, her eyes sparkling, "You really are an amazing person." How interesting. Thinking back on those memories, Letitia smiled brightly. Before she knew it, they had naturally become friends. As for the play, the story was simple. During rehearsal, a girl named Angel said she no longer wanted to perform, so Letitia took over the role in her place. The other children all insisted that dropping out midway was not allowed, and so she ended up taking the role of the sixth princess in the Seven Princesses at War. "Ah, that's a classic," Shin said with a gentle smile, clearly recognizing the story set against the war of the ancient magicians. It was a tale about 7 princesses who went to the battlefield to inspire their people. But Karen caught only one word: princess. His eyes lit up, and a dangerous gleam surfaced in the depths of his crimson pupils. "My precious little darling," he said softly, as a terrible and grand idea began taking shape in his mind. A princess role. He immediately barked another order at Shun. "Open the treasury at once and bring out all the gold and jewels. If she is playing a princess, then she must be adorned from head to toe." Letitia panicked and tried desperately to stop her father's runaway train of affection. "There's no time to make a crown now, so summon the jeweler at once." She almost found herself echoing his words, then quickly shook her head. No, I really only have a tiny role, and I only have about 20 lines. If I dress too extravagantly, it'll just be troublesome." But Karen only gave her a sly, confident smile. "You needn't worry about that," he said softly, his smooth voice all the more dangerous for it. "We only need to turn you into the lead." Huh. Letitia's mind short-circuited on the spot. "Buying off the original playwright would be no problem at all," he continued, as if he were merely discussing the weather. Letitia could only stare at him, forcing out a nervous laugh, thinking, "You really are giving me a lesson in life." But he was not done yet. "Begin lobbying immediately. I want my daughter to become the star. And if there is a male lead," he narrowed his eyes, "remove him." Letitia's jaw nearly dropped off. She wanted to scream. Not even a dictator would go that far. "This is a historical play," she cried. Karen, however, waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, is it? Then that makes it even simpler. We'll just find a few playwrights to reinterpret the story," he said lightly. "If there are copyright issues, then by the rights." Letitia's mind raced. "Find playwrights," she blurted out. "As the script supervisor, I cannot allow that." Karen paused, surprise flashing across his face before it turned into boundless pride. "Wait, you're the script supervisor too?" "As expected of my daughter. A true genius." "Oh no, what did I just say?" She looked at Shun in despair, silently begging for help. But Shun completely failed to catch her meaning and instead eagerly proposed his own grand idea. "How about having the ducal house sponsor the posters? Or better yet, why not cover the entire event's budget?" Karen's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea." The two men immediately launched into an excited discussion, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. "Letitia's name has to be the biggest one on the poster." Letitia felt herself shrinking smaller and smaller between them, almost crushed under the sheer weight of their overwhelming plans. "Really, there's no need to do all that," she insisted, but her voice was drowned out by their scheming. "I don't want to make such a huge fuss out of it. It's really nothing." Karen stopped and bent down close to her, his face frighteningly near, his expression deadly serious. "What do you mean it's nothing, Letitia?" he asked in a low voice, deep and intense. "This is your first public appearance. Of course it's a big deal." Her cheeks flushed red at once. So that was it. The thought that he considered this so meaningful made her heart burn warmly. But wait, no. She shook her head sharply, trying to fling those thoughts away. She couldn't just let herself be swept along like this. She caught hold of the hem of his clothes, her gaze turning firm again. "Father." Her voice was clear and sincere. "Please just come and watch the play." She looked up at him, her eyes shining with pure, undisguised feeling. "You won't be ashamed just because I'm only a supporting role, right? I'm already very happy, so please don't miss my first public performance." The sharpness in Karen's eyes immediately softened, melting away until nothing remained but pure, unreserved love. He said nothing. He simply pulled her fiercely into his arms, and held her tight against his chest, as if protecting a treasure. He drew back just enough to look at her and said gently, "I'll remember to bring flowers." "Okay," she answered brightly, her heart practically soaring. Then she suddenly remembered something very practical. "Oh, right," she said, still nestled in his arms. "We have to prepare our own costumes, so I need a dress. I'm playing a princess who likes wearing blue dresses, so one blue dress will do." She thought of the pale, sky blue dress Marion had made for her. "That won't do." Karen cut off her thoughts, his tone firm. He stood up and pulled her up with him. "A stage costume can't look like everyday clothing. Since you're playing royalty, everyone will be dressed extravagantly." Letitia frowned. This extracurricular activity really does burn through money," she muttered under her breath, thinking about it with practical seriousness. "Then let's just keep it within a reasonable price range. It's only going to be worn once anyway." Karen merely looked at her, no emotion readable in those red eyes. "Understood," he said briefly. A wave of unease immediately rose in her chest. That "understood" was completely untrustworthy. And so, the day of the play festival finally arrived. Wrapped in a beautiful blue cape, Letitia welcomed her father and Jed at the entrance to the Imperial Palace. "Welcome," Karen said, the corners of his eyes curving faintly. "I've been waiting for you." Since there was a rule forbidding servants from entering, the butler had no choice but to remain outside. Letitia remembered how sullen he had looked that morning. Of course, her father had mercilessly teased the poor butler all morning because of it. Walking through the lavish corridor, Letitia stared at the countless paintings on the walls and could not help gasping in awe. A maid came to meet them in front of a massive golden door. "The performance will be held here," she said, then guided Letitia toward a smaller entrance to the side. "Miss, you'll need to go in through this backstage door." Letitia turned to face her family, a radiant smile on her face, and waved as she said, "Wish me luck. See you from the stage." A rare, gentle smile touched Karen's lips. "I'm looking forward to it." The maid urged her inside, saying the performance was about to begin. Letitia gave one last wave and hurried through the door. Backstage was a splendid, busy world unto itself. "Hello, Letitia." One of her classmates greeted her. "Hello," she replied, finding her place. She sat down before a brightly lit mirror, her heart pounding with wonder and nerves. "I can't believe I actually came to the Imperial Palace." A friendly voice interrupted her thoughts. "Hello, my name is Mira. I'm the maid in charge of your makeup today." Letitia looked up at the woman, who wore a warm smile, and said she would make her look beautiful. Before long, a stern-looking woman in a dark formal dress approached. "I am Claire, the Empress's head maid, and I am also in charge of today's stage set," she introduced herself crisply. Then she explained that Mira was the leader of the maid's makeup team. The tension rose in Letitia's chest again. She only had a few lines, but she still desperately hoped Karen and Jed would not laugh at how poorly she acted. Just then, another girl suddenly gasped, cutting through her thoughts. "Letitia, what is that dress?" Following the girl's words, Letitia stood up and lightly shook out her skirt. The deep blue fabric was dotted with points of light like tiny stars, and when it moved, it billowed in layered waves like drifting clouds. The girls immediately crowded around, their eyes wide with amazement. "It looks like clouds floating." "That's Taya's silk, isn't it? It's my first time seeing it." "Do you know how expensive that silk is?" Letitia blinked. Is it really that expensive?" One of the girls explained that only 5 bolts of Taya's silk were produced each year, and that even with money, it was nearly impossible to obtain. Letitia instinctively clutched her dress tighter, her stomach sinking at once. "I absolutely have to return this afterward." She looked up just in time to see the blonde princess, Lavi, staring at her with an unreadable expression. "You," Lavi said slowly, "must be very cherished at home." She accused Letitia of deliberately wearing the dress to show off. Letitia hurriedly shook her head with all her strength. "Absolutely not. I really didn't." Seeing Lavi lower her eyes, another girl asked if she was all right. Lavi let out a sigh, her shoulders drooping. "To be honest, I'm feeling a little down right now, because I'm so jealous of you," she admitted. She said that being a princess was not nearly as wonderful as people imagined, and that compared to the beautiful life Letitia seemed to have, her own days were utterly ridiculous. But soon, A small and sincere smile rose to her lips. That dress really suits you. Letitia froze for a moment, then smiled warmly as well. You look beautiful too today, Lavi. Once you're on stage, everyone will only be looking at the heroine's white dress. A faint blush immediately spread across Lavi's cheeks, and she tentatively took Letitia's hand. I hope so too. But in the next instant, a scream violently shattered the moment. It was Angel who was playing the second princess. She was trembling all over, her face white as a ghost. I can't do it. What's wrong, Angel? Letitia hurried to her side. Angel kept shaking her head, tears already glimmering in her eyes. I don't want to go out on stage. It feels too strange, and I'm scared of things like knives. Lavi let out a scornful laugh. A knife? What's there to be afraid of? It's just a fake knife, a stage prop. Letitia gently reminded her that some people really were afraid of such things. So what do we do now? Lavi let out an irritated huff. And that scene just happens to be the most important one. Angel looked at Letitia pleadingly. After all, that role had originally been passed over from Letitia in the first place. Letitia, Lavi called. An idea formed in her mind. Angel was still trembling and completely unable to calm down. Lavi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. You reviewed the script before and practically memorized all the lines, didn't you? Letitia paused, then nodded. Yes, I did. The plan was quickly settled. Angel said she could manage all her other lines, but simply could not handle the scene where she had to hold the sword. So they decided to change the scene. Angel would play the first half and middle portion, and then, at the crucial sword scene, Letitia would go up and take over. Then it's settled. Lavi smiled confidently. Leave it to me. Angel threw herself forward and hugged Letitia gratefully. Thank you, Letitia. Thank you so much. Up close, the stage was even more magnificent than she had imagined, almost like a real room inside the palace. Hurry up, Letitia, Lavi called. We don't have much time to rehearse. As she drew closer, Letitia caught a strange fragrance in the air. Do you smell that? Lavi asked, then answered herself. Ah, that's because the imperial family is about to enter. The censers are being swung, so they're giving off scent. Then Lavi explained the scene again. After I lie down on this bed, you walk over and stab me with the sword right here. You know the scene, right? The second princess, bewitched by the magician's kiss, murders the first princess. It was the climax of the entire play, the pivotal scene in which the first princess died and the plot moved forward. Strictly speaking, Lavi was practically the real lead. Letitia reached out and poked the bed. Is this really a bed? Lavi laughed. No, it's a fake bed. Most of the furniture here is just props. She picked up a gleaming dagger from the table nearby. Look at this. This is the prop dagger you'll be using later. She demonstrated how the blade retracted inward and assured Letitia that it was perfectly safe. So once you're on stage, don't be afraid to stab firmly into the left side of my chest. To prove it, she even pressed the tip of the blade to her own chest. I've got protective padding under my clothes, so even if something goes wrong, it'll be fine. So don't worry. Understood. I'll try, Letitia said, taking the prop. Lavi wagged a finger at her. Also, after you stab your older sister, you have to act shocked and start crying. You can do that, right? Letitia nodded. Yes, I think I have to. They practiced with a playful air, Lavi shouting, stab, 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 while watching Letitia make mock thrusting motions. Just then, Headmaid Claire stepped onto the stage. This is the final stage inspection, she announced. Please make absolutely certain that none of our noble young ladies can come to harm. Any prop that will come into contact with their bodies must be checked again. Her gaze fell on Letitia and Lavi. My, you too, she said. You haven't checked whether these props are safe yet? Lavi quickly explained. They're safe. I just tested them. Since the play was changed, Letitia was just showing me how to use this prop sword. Claire's expression remained stern. I understand, but since the young ladies absolutely must not be injured, I will inspect it again. She signaled to the makeup maid, Mira, please bring me the sword. After Mira took the prop, Claire added, Her Highness the Princess has taken a personal interest in this play, and the Empress is looking forward to it as well. I know you must be very nervous, but you will do well. Lavi murmured, I hope so. Suddenly, Claire sharply turned her head to one side. You there? She spotted a cloaked figure near the side of the stage. What are you doing over there? The person turned around, revealing silver hair and a sack of glowing blue stones in his arms. Ah, I'm the magician responsible for the image stones today, he explained. I gathered these stones from the magic tower. Claire looked deeply suspicious. I wasn't informed of this. Let me verify it. What is your name? Yong, he replied calmly. At that name, Letitia immediately remembered. So this was the magician Karen had mentioned. At the same time, the crowd in the Grand Theater suddenly fell silent. "The Duke is here," someone whispered. It's been a long time since he attended anything like this. From the Imperial box, Karen and Jed looked down over the stage. Their mere presence carried such overwhelming pressure that it instantly drew the attention of the entire hall. The young ladies in the audience were visibly captivated. Jed is only 14, and he's already just like his father. He's far too popular. Letitia secretly peeked out from behind the curtain, her gaze sweeping over the audience. Who is that? She noticed a man with an impressive white beard. "Ha, that's His Majesty," another girl whispered to her. The Emperor himself had come. Letitia immediately felt her stomach churn. She glanced toward the Imperial box again. "But I don't see Prince Cedric." Angel quietly came over. "You're making quite a grand debut in high society this way," she said with a meaningful smile. "Before you've even properly greeted anyone, you're already stepping onto the stage first." Letitia looked blank. "A grand debut? But I'm not even playing the lead today." Angel's smile deepened. "How could it not be? You've been placed in the most important scene." Another girl with violet eyes joined in, her own eyes sparkling. "Even if it makes you stand out a lot, you should have been given an even more important role. That just shows everyone's paying attention to you." She even brought up the tiger incident. That story had already spread through the entire social circle like wildfire. Some people are even guessing that you're the Duke's hidden, illegitimate daughter. Letitia quickly shook her head. "But I'm not a magician, and my eyes aren't red." "That's exactly why everyone's even more curious," the girl explained. "They all want to know what kind of child could be treasured so dearly by the Duke. So today, I'm the one who'll become the center of attention." The realization struck Letitia like a boulder. A wave of intense anxiety immediately swept over her. Nervously, she smoothed her skirt. "They won't think I'm some strange child who came out of nowhere, will they?" Just then, an older man with an imposing air approached. "I am Dahan, His Majesty's chief attendant," he said with a slight bow, though his gaze remained fixed firmly on Letitia. "His Majesty the Emperor summons you." Letitia's eyes widened in shock. "Me?" And just like that, she was led away from the noisy theater and toward the Imperial box. Karen stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder. "This child is my adopted daughter," he announced to the Emperor. Gathering her courage, Letitia performed a perfect curtsy. "I am Letitia." The Emperor's stern face instantly broke into a delighted smile. "How adorable," he said outright. The attendants beside him eagerly echoed the sentiment. The Emperor then turned to look at Jed. She and Jed really do look like true siblings. Karen and the Emperor began discussing what title should be given to her. Seeing no sign that the topic would end anytime soon, Karen took her hand. "We should be going in now. It sounds like this will go on for a while. Come, I'll take you to the stage." He lightly held her arm, preparing to lead her away. But the instant his gloved fingers brushed the side of her neck, the whole world suddenly dissolved. A sharp, vivid image surged into her mind. It was not her memory. Two men were standing inside this very theater where she was now. One of them looked like an older Prince Cedric, while the other was a white magician who looked exactly like Madame Siebel. They were discussing a secret passage, a network of escape routes hidden within the walls. The older man explained that, to preserve the secret, each generation passed down the location of each entrance to only one person. To conceal the entrances, they hung paintings over them. The first passage, the man said, is in the center of the outer wall. Letitia. Karen's voice cut through the vision like a blade, dragging her back to reality. She blinked and found herself standing at the wing of the stage. "Are you all right?" he asked with a frown, clearly worried. "Yes," she answered weakly, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm just a little nervous." But her mind was screaming. Whose memory was that? That person looked so much like Cedric. It was as if you were seeing him grown up. And the other person looked exactly like a portrait of a white magician, with a face very much like Madame Siebel's. And the plans they were studying, that was a map of the secret passageways. Why do I keep seeing these memories? A strange feeling slowly crept over her. Should I really still be performing in this play right now? Suddenly, hands landed on her shoulders, startling her. It was Lavi. "What did His Majesty say to you?" she pressed. Letitia stared at her blankly. "Huh, Lavi, why are you sparkling?" Lavi proudly puffed out her chest. Her bodice was now covered in a thick layer of glitter. I put glitter all over myself. The heroine should look like this. She waved a hand and said casually, he didn't really say much. It must be nice being noticed. The brightness on Lavi's face dimmed slightly. My father and mother don't even know which role I'm playing. Her eyes fell to Letitia's splendid, delicate dress. The maids prepare that dress for you. You're talented, and your family even prepared such a beautiful costume for you. Letitia's heart tightened. Lavi, you practiced well. You're much better than I am at acting. Lavi. The world was suddenly drowned in crimson, and screams erupted everywhere. Warm, glaring scarlet splashed over the white bed linens. Letitia's breath caught, her eyes wide with incomprehensible terror. Lavi, her voice came strangled from her throat. Even calling her friend's name felt horribly unfamiliar in that moment. The blood-soaked sword in her hand was unbearably heavy, and in the next instant it slipped from her strengthless fingers. It hit the floor with a clang, the sound like her entire reality shattering at once. She looked down at her hands. Her once spotless white gloves were now stained with the iron proof of a nightmare. What did I just do? Panic climbed up her throat like claws, burning and suffocating. The room instantly fell into chaos. A maid screamed, her voice cracking with fear. The sword was switched. Another shrill, accusing voice cut through the uproar. The Duke's adopted daughter stabbed the princess. The words felt like a death sentence. No, this can't be happening. Letitia screamed inside her own mind. She stumbled forward, her legs soft as cotton, crying out for the guards, for anyone at all, while her eyes remained fixed on the motionless figure on the bed. Lavi, wake up, she begged, grabbing the princess's small body and shaking her. But there was no response. The only warmth left was the sticky blood, slowly seeping through the fabric of both their dresses. The doors were violently thrown open, and uniformed guards came rushing in, their arrival making the great theater feel unbearably small and stifling. One of them reached out to check her pulse, then announced in a heavy, final voice, "She's not breathing." Letitia felt as though all the air had been ripped from her lungs. Did I kill someone? The thought spread through her veins like poison, freezing her completely from the inside out. Impossible. No, it can't be. Just then, a sharp voice split through her spiraling terror. Letitia. A figure swiftly stepped in front of her, blocking those accusing stares like a shield. It was Jed, her brother. His voice was firm, carrying unquestionable force. This was an accident. Letitia clutched at his sleeve with all her strength, her voice broken and desperate. It wasn't me. The sword was switched, but her words were completely drowned out. The Emperor's cold, booming voice rang through the hall. His eyes were like shattered ice, his face blazing with fury. This is an attempted assassination of the imperial family. The accusation hung in the air, heavy enough to end everything. But in the very next moment, another overwhelming presence descended. A dark, crushing, suffocating aura swept through the entire room. It was her father. Karen stepped forward, and behind him a horrifying black shadow gradually took shape, a massive black serpent. Its eyes burned like the fires of hell as it coiled in the air, its breath an omen of death. Karen's voice was as low as thunder, the threat in it making the bones of everyone present tremble. "No one touches my daughter." His own eyes, like that demonic creature's, were blazing with terrifying crimson light. No one. The nobles and servants all recoiled in terror, their faces drained white. Then the entire world exploded into flames. The giant serpent opened its monstrous jaws and spewed a surging torrent of fire, swallowing the stage, the curtains, everything. Agonized screams replaced the shocked cries from before, and those caught in the flames wailed for help. "Angel!" Letitia screamed when she saw one of the girls engulfed by fire. Strong arms wrapped around her and dragged her backward. "We have to get out of here now." Jed's voice was drawn tight with urgency. But Letitia's eyes remained locked on the stage. Lavi's small body was still lying there, and in the next second it would be swallowed by the flames. The Emperor and Empress stared at the scene in horror, trapped where they stood. "Get His Majesty out of here," the Empress screamed, but the guards were helpless, pounding desperately on the unmoving doors. They were sealed shut. Were they all going to die here? Karen and Jed stood at her side like twin pillars of stone, forming a wall of resistance before the advancing flames. "No, we cannot die like this." In the chaos, A flash of memory pierced Letitia's panic. It was something she had seen before, the vision of that theater. At the very back of the room, behind a large portrait of a woman, there had been a hidden door. It was real. Her gaze snapped toward the rear wall. Yes, smoke was curling out from the edge of the frame. Hope surged through her at once. "Father," she cried, pointing frantically. "There's airflow over there." Karen did not hesitate for even a moment. He swept her into his arms, his voice cutting through the roar of the fire. "Quick, we need to smash that portrait." A massive black serpent lunged forward and shattered both the canvas and the wall behind it. Where the portrait had hung, darkness yawned open, a secret passage. "Everyone, get out through that passage," Letitia shouted, showing the terrified crowd the way. The Emperor and Empress stared blankly at her, their faces a tangle of fear and utter shock. How did she know about that? The crowd stumbled through the passage and emerged into a damp, shadowy sewer, their lungs filling with the smell of moss and cold water. They had survived. Karen's black serpent stood guard at the entrance like a silent, terrifying sentinel. Once everyone had come back to themselves a little, Karen ordered a head count. A maid cried out in alarm. "Headmaid Claire is missing." Back in that sea of flames, Claire had already collapsed, her final thought being that the celebration she had worked so hard to prepare had been completely ruined. But the survivors had no time to mourn. The passage ahead was blocked, yet they could feel a current of air. "Push the door," someone shouted. Working together, they shoved, and the stone door opened slowly with a heavy groan. Beyond it was not more darkness, but a world blanketed in white snow. They had reached the royal garden outside. Jed lightly touched Letitia's shoulder. "Are you hurt anywhere?" She shook her head numbly and murmured, "I'm fine." But her heart was being torn apart by crushing guilt, aching as if she truly had been wounded. The Emperor held the Empress tightly, his face twisted with grief. "I left Lavi in there. My daughter." Then his gaze fell on Letitia, and his sorrow turned at once into cold fury. He raised a trembling finger. "Duke, send that child over here." Karen's response was immediate and absolute. "I refuse." The Emperor choked on his anger and insisted that she had to be investigated. Karen let out a mirthless scoff. "You suspect this child approached our family from the very beginning with malicious intent, do you not?" With open ridicule, he said, "This child is not an assassin, and if there is to be an investigation, it will be done according to the procedures of the ducal house. This is my child, my little one, my daughter, my family." His eyes began to glow again with that dangerous crimson light. "If you dare harm this child," he said, lowering his voice until it sounded like death whispering, "the entire ducal house will become your enemy." The Empress drew in a sharp breath, her hand flying to her throat. She turned to Claire, who had somehow escaped as well despite being covered in injuries. "Was that sword switched from the start?" Claire shook her head frantically. "Absolutely not. We checked everything. That sword was never switched." The Emperor rubbed a hand over his face in irritation. "Was it done by a ghost?" Letitia's mind raced. "I checked that sword myself. How could a practice prop sword turn into a real one? Who would do something like this? Were they trying to start a war between the ducal house and the imperial family? But that made no sense. I'm only an adopted daughter. I have no value in a political struggle." Her thoughts drifted to Angel, who had originally been supposed to play Lavi's role today. It had been Angel who suggested swapping parts. "It's suspicious, and yet something still feels wrong. Something is missing," she murmured under her breath, her eyes gradually hardening with resolve. "It wasn't a ghost. I have to uncover the truth for the sake of the family who believed in me." She thought of the fire again. It had spread far too quickly, much faster than wood and cloth should have burned. "I need to doubt everything I saw first." She made up her mind. What was real and what was false? Someone had to be manipulating all of this from behind the scenes. Of that, she was certain. She looked up and tugged on her father's sleeve. "Right." Karen lowered his gaze to her, and a rare, gentle smile touched his lips. "You're right." Jed suddenly spoke up, his sharp eyes sweeping over the crowd. "Someone must have soaked the stage fabric in oil," he deduced. "Was the smell masked by the incense burners?" He turned to the Emperor. "Who arranged the stage?" The Emperor pointed to his chief attendant, and Dahan immediately stammered out a denial, saying the incense burners had not been placed there by him personally. Letitia chose her moment and spoke. "Father, they're right." Her voice was clear and carrying. "But with this many people here, we can't tell who might be involved. So shouldn't we gather everyone in one place first, and then investigate them all?" I am frightened, but it's also the only way. Karen nodded in agreement. That seems to be the best course. Move everyone elsewhere at once. At this rate, there may be more casualties. As he said this, he cast the Emperor a cold glance. And make sure no one leaves. The Emperor had no choice but to order the guards to escort everyone to a side hall, and he declared that until the investigation was finished, no one was to act on their own. As the group made its way toward the distant building, Letitia's mind was crowded with dreadful questions. Did I kill Lavi? What exactly happened? Did someone really use magic? There has to be an answer. She pressed a hand to her forehead, so weak she felt on the verge of collapsing. Father, I'm dizzy. I can't walk. Without saying a word, Karen simply picked her up, nestled safely in his arms. She quietly voiced what she was really thinking. Father, weren't there image stones of the scene? Is there no way to view what they recorded? With a grim expression, he shook his head. The person who took the stones escaped. We recovered one, but unfortunately, he glanced at the magician beside him. The magic has been disrupted. It will take a month to restore. A month? Letitia thought in frustration. I can't wait that long. She met his gaze, her green eyes full of pleading. Father, do you trust me? He raised a brow. Is that even a question? Then please, she said softly, take me back to that secret passage. I want to confirm something. Back to a place that dangerous? His eyes seemed to ask, but in the end he only nodded. All right. He understood that they needed evidence. Letitia suddenly caught Jed's eye and silently mouthed, Operation number 3. Jed let out an exaggerated sigh, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. If it's for Letitia, I'll endure it. He strode forward and interrupted the Emperor. Your Majesty, my sister appears to have become entangled in an unjust situation. I believe it is necessary to request separate protective custody. Then he clutched his head, arranging his face into an expression of mingled rage and grief. I'm too angry, he roared, and then rolled his eyes back and collapsed dramatically into the snow. As everyone rushed toward the unconscious young heir to the ducal house, Karen seized a chance and murmured, Hold on tight, little one. In the next instant, dark power exploded outward, and he leapt into the air. He flew over the chaotic scene. Stop him! The Emperor roared, but it was already too late. Black serpents rose from the ground and blocked the guard's path. Looking back, Karen curled his lips into a sneer. Crawl on the ground like the insects you are, you fools. For a moment, Letitia worried. Would Jed be all right? Karen gave a small laugh. The imperial family isn't stupid enough to lay a hand on the sole heir of the ducal house. Besides, a little suffering won't hurt that boy. Letitia felt as though she were flying, the world blurring into white and gray. How is this kind of speed even possible? She gasped. Karen replied casually, The people in our family are all in excellent condition. That earned him a silent, deadpan stare from her. But her thoughts had already returned to the case. In the distance, they could see the castle, with smoke still billowing from the theater wing. Let's go back through the secret passage, she urged. They landed beside the rock that served as the exit, but it had already been sealed completely shut. So once this passage has been used, you can't come back in from here, Letitia realized. This exit was made by a magician, Karen confirmed. Then we can't open it? She asked, her heart sinking bit by bit. Karen smiled faintly. Under normal circumstances, no. His black serpent appeared, raised its head high, and then slammed into the rock wall with enough force to split the earth, blasting the entrance open. As expected, there was nothing magic could not do. Letitia was stunned. Karen looked down at her, his expression gentle. If it's something you want, I can make it happen. To hide their movements, he wove another terrifying illusion over the entrance, a horned demon meant to scare off any possible pursuers. Amazing, she thought, but there was something even more urgent to deal with. The passage was pitch black now. Karen summoned a small, floating candle, and its soft glow drove back the oppressive dark. I summoned 2 demons at once, so my concentration is split, he explained. It's fine. The candle is enough. The air was cold and damp, and in the silence only their footsteps echoed. The place was so eerie it made Letitia shiver, and she instinctively pressed closer to her father. In the darkness, Karen spoke in a low voice that felt almost like comfort. I've heard there are many spaces like this underground. The fact that you found this one is truly impressive. When your life's on the line, You can do anything, she replied, trying to sound braver than she felt. She stopped and tilted her head slightly. It feels like the air is flowing out in that direction. A proud smile curved Karen's lips. You're remarkably calm and clever. My daughter really is extraordinary. He looked at her seriously. So, Letitia, what was the first thing you thought? That I'm innocent, she said firmly. I have to clear my name, and the truth of what happened here is the way to do it. He asked, do you have a plan? In the candlelight, her green eyes gleamed sharply. Yes, 3 of them. She gave her first conclusion. This was a carefully orchestrated act of revenge against the imperial family, deliberately staged like a cruel play to maximize the emotional impact. It was far too theatrical, she concluded. Karen's expression darkened. So someone bore a grudge against the imperial family, planned all this, and you were simply caught in it as an innocent bystander. They dared use my daughter as a pawn. A low growl of anger rolled from his chest. Absurd, she continued. The second possibility is manipulation, a political plot meant to drive a wedge between our house and the throne. She shook her head. But the chances are low. I'm only an adopted daughter. If it had involved Jed, that would be different. Her voice caught slightly as familiar unease crept back in her heart. Karen would abandon me without hesitation. They did not abandon you. Karen's voice cut through her thoughts, steady and gentle. He extended a gloved hand and wrapped it around hers. The imperial family has always regarded the ducal house as something expendable, he said, his gaze burning. Don't worry. He squeezed her hand. I'll protect you to the very end. Warmth spread through her chest, driving away that icy fear. Then he asked, and the last one? Letitia drew a deep breath. The last one only has a 1% chance. If I hadn't seen that hidden passage in a vision, I never would have thought of it. Just then, Karen suddenly cried out as something in the darkness tripped him. He stumbled forward and pulled her down with him. They looked down. Candlelight wavered over a large, still shape on the ground. It was wrapped in a white cloth. Cautiously, Karen reached out and pulled the cloth back. Letitia sucked in a breath. It was Lavi. She lay there pale and motionless, her dress still stained with that dark blotch. But when Letitia bent close, she heard it, faint, shallow breathing and a weak but steady heartbeat. She was alive. Relief hit her so hard that her legs nearly gave way. I didn't kill anyone, she choked out, burying her face in her father's coat. Father, it wasn't me. Lavi's alive. It's a miracle. But as her sobs slowly eased, a chilling thought dropped into her mind. This was her third conclusion. She remembered the strange wax marks on the bed. Someone partially sawed through the bed, then stuck it back together with wax. She explained, her voice trembling as the realization took shape. That way, once the fire started, the wax would melt and the bed would collapse immediately. The stage was actually a trapdoor. That's why I suspected there was a secret passage. Her eyes widened. Someone created the chaos and secretly carried Lavi away. But why? The answer was terrifyingly simple. Obviously, it was kidnapping. This was a kidnapping case. The fire had only been set to create confusion and cover their tracks. But what was the motive? Money? Revenge? Or a plot by a foreign power? But wasn't the princess stabbed? Karen asked with a frown. The dagger was a decoy, Letitia reasoned. It went in far too easily, and the princess's breathing was wrong at the time. There must have been drug needles hidden in that bed, causing temporary paralysis. The blood we saw was just stage blood. Karen's eyes widened. The plan was complicated, but it was certainly possible. To pull off something like this, the culprit would have to know the theater, the script, and the secret passage inside and out. The culprit has to be someone on the inside, she declared. Just then, Lavi stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. In a panicked whisper, she said, "We have to run. He's coming." Letitia's blood turned cold instantly. If the culprit was someone from inside the theater, then they should have been confined in the side hall by now. A smiling face in the shadows flashed through her mind. Then who was the one who brought me here? Who is he? Lavi trembled all over. I don't know. Someone grabbed me, covered my mouth, and dragged me away. Her eyes were full of terror. He's still here. Karen rose to his feet in an instant, danger pouring off him. Move. They hurried through the suffocating dark. Suddenly, Lavi gasped in terror, and Letitia immediately covered her mouth to keep her quiet. The accomplice Lavi mentioned is here, Karen said, his voice low and urgent. Keep moving forward. Feel your way along the wall with your hands. Go quickly. Letitia grabbed Lavi's hand, trying to sound calm. I want to see his face, Karen thought, his clenched fist whitening with force. I need to know exactly how badly I should beat him. This kind of situation should be settled with fists. I can't risk using magic and hurting my daughter. Just keep moving forward. Letitia repeated the words over and over in her mind. Father is here. I can do this. Then, with a soft hiss, the candle went out, and they were plunged instantly into absolute, dreadful darkness. The two girls screamed and clung to each other in the blackness, lost, fragile, helpless. Darkness, she could feel nothing but that, sense nothing but that. Thick, suffocating blackness pressed in from every side like a heavy curtain. Panic tightened around her throat. Who's there? Where am I? A sobbing sound reached her ears, slicing through her own fear. Lavi, she was still here, crying, her dress still stained with blood. A tiny, trembling voice was calling for Karen. Letitia's heart clenched hard. She grabbed Lavi's hand and pulled the terrified girl closer. What is happening? Lavi whimpered, shaking all over. Letitia thought rapidly, and one thing was clear. If they stayed here, they would only become a burden to Karen. They would hold him back and force him to fight with restraints. Listen to me, she whispered, her voice thin as a thread in the stifling silence. Just keep moving forward. Lavi's face was filled with fear, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. But Letitia tightened her grip on her hand, pouring all the reassurance she had into that simple touch. It's all right even if we can't see. Even if we bump into something, she promised herself. She had to be brave for both of them. It's okay. He's strong. She had to believe that. She also had to believe Karen was the strongest person in this world. He would definitely win. The sounds of fighting came from deeper inside, then stopped abruptly. The world dropped into a strange, terrifying silence. In no way did he lose. All the blood in her body turned cold. Who won? But before she could sort out the thought, a hand suddenly shot out of the darkness and clamped down hard on her arm. It was the hand of an adult man. A scream jammed in her throat. Who are you? She could not make a sound. She froze, her body no longer obeying the wild frenzy in her mind. Fear, pure, absolute fear, seized her in an instant. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lavi collapsing, screaming her name in terror. The image of the man who had kidnapped her flashed through her mind. Why him? Is it father or the kidnapper? The grip only tightened, and she instinctively shrank back, every nerve in her body screaming in resistance. The touch was as revolting as a cold, slimy snake crawling over her skin. The hand left her arm and roughly covered her mouth, and then another hand pressed against her head. A strange, icy energy began seeping into her body. Her forehead felt as though it were burning, hot, and agonizing, the heat spreading outward from the point of contact. What was he doing to her? The world twisted before her eyes into a ghastly blue haze. No, a soundless scream tore through her consciousness. No. Suddenly, a violent red shockwave exploded through the cavern. The person holding her was hurled away and slammed into the hard rock wall with a sickening cracking sound. Letitia staggered and caught herself, her widened eyes desperately trying to make sense of the chaos. Then, through the dust and disorder, a figure emerged, and her heartbeat nearly stopped. And non, impossible. It was her true father, the Duke. His eyes were blazing with demonic crimson light, his face twisted in pure fury. His low, rough voice was thick with murderous intent as he roared at the curled-up figure on the ground. You dare lay a hand on my daughter. The threat weighed heavily in the air. Unless you want every joint in your body crushed one by one. In the sudden stillness that followed, only one thought echoed in Letitia's mind. Karen was safe. Trembling, she crawled forward. She had to find Lavi. The chaos in the cavern gradually faded, replaced by the soft, wavering glow of a single candle. Her father's face, full of worry, came into view. In a low, gentle voice, he called her name. Letitia, come here. Without a moment's hesitation, she threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest. The solid strength of him chased away the last of her lingering fear. Daddy, she sobbed, clinging to him like he was her last lifeline. He held her tightly and gently stroked her hair. Pulling back a little, she asked in a muffled voice, "Did the enemy get away?" His expression darkened as he nodded. Yes. His gaze swept over her from head to toe, checking for injuries. "You're not hurt, are you?" he asked tensely. She shook her head. "I'm fiend. but his eyes turned icy in an instant, a dangerous light flickering in their crimson depths. He explained that the enemy seemed to be a magician. A magician? Letitia's eyes flew wide in shock. In darkness like that, he continued, his voice heavy with regret. I was worried that you and the princess might get hurt, so I couldn't finish him off. He admitted the other man had most likely been injured as well. Noticing the dark stain on his cravat, she gasped, but he immediately reassured her. It's not my blood, it's his. Karen also stepped forward, still on guard, and asked whether he was certain the enemy had truly left. The Duke nodded, confirming that if the enemy came near again, they would definitely sense it. Lavi looked pale, but she remained firm and insisted that they needed to leave at once. But Letitia's mind was already racing. What? But if we leave now, the case will never be solved. Her voice had regained its strength. Lavi had returned alive, but Letitia still had to clear herself completely. She looked at the bloodied princess. Lavi, the investigation isn't over yet. Lavi clutched her arm and winced in pain. Ugh, all right. Letitia's gaze was unwavering. You aren't the only crucial piece of evidence in this case. Crucial evidence? Lavi looked confused. Letitia's eyes swept across the glittering cavern walls. Then her gaze landed on a fragment reflecting the light. A slow smile spread across her face. Found it, she murmured. She had found the final piece of evidence. The Duke looked down at the object in her hand, and understanding flashed across his face. So, it was nothing more than a cheap little trick, he said disdainfully. He asked if she understood now. Letitia met his eyes with her own bright, sharp gaze, and in that instant all the scattered pieces in her mind snapped together into one complete answer. Yes, she said clearly and firmly. I understand the whole truth now. Outside the cave, the world stood in stark contrast to the black darkness behind them. Beneath a pale sky stretched a flawless field of white snow. The sound of running footsteps shattered the silence as royal guards swiftly surrounded the area. The Duke is here, one of them shouted. The Duke stood tall and imposing, while Letitia was half hidden behind his long coat. He coldly rebuked the soldiers. You dare point your blades at me? The chill in his gaze was so overwhelming that the guards instinctively stepped back. It seems the entire royal guard needs to be retrained, he sneered. What are you standing there for? He lifted the injured but safe princess for all to see. I have brought the princess back. Take me to his majesty at once. Then he raised the fragment recovered from the cave. And now, I have obtained the final key piece of evidence. His voice rang out sharp and clear over the snow. He declared that the fire on the stage had been tampered with, and based on the method used, he already had a suspect in mind. Letitia bit her lip, worry lingering on her face. The details were still unclear, and they had no reliable way to force out the true culprit. Then, suddenly, inspiration struck her. She remembered the detective stories she had read in her previous life. In situations like this, there was always a trap that forced the criminal to reveal themselves. She tugged on her father's sleeve. Daddy, she said softly. He looked down at her, a silent question in his eyes. She leaned close and whispered her daring plan into his ear. He listened intently, then quietly asked if she was sure it would work. She lifted her face to his, determination shining in her eyes. It will, she promised, a bright smile softening her serious expression. I'll definitely uncover the truth behind this case. After all, Lavi is only 12. Even if she added the age from her previous life, the person the culprit had harmed was still only 22 in total. At the very least, they deserved to be punished 22 times over. A cold fury sank into her heart. This time, I'm really angry. When they returned to the lavish palace, Lavi's parents rushed forward. Mother, father, she cried, throwing herself into their arms. The emperor and empress were nearly overcome with emotion, their faces a mixture of shock and overwhelming relief. Lavi, you're alive, the empress choked out as she checked her daughter for injuries. Lavi whimpered that her skin hurt, and the emperor immediately ordered the imperial physician to examine her. Around them, the attendants' eyes also turned red, tears of relief spilling down their faces. The imperial physician quickly confirmed that her injuries were not severe and that her life was not in danger. The crowd murmured in astonishment that the princess who had been swallowed by flames had returned alive. Trembling, Lavi raised a hand and pointed at Letitia, crying out that she was the one who had saved her. The emperor turned to Letitia, gratitude overflowing in his heart, and thanked her over and over, though he was still deeply confused. How exactly did all this happen? And where is the Duke? Letitia smiled brightly. I think all your questions will be answered very soon, she announced, including the truth behind this case. Daddy says he found a way to restore the image stones. The Emperor blinked in confusion. The image stones? That's right, Letitia said lightly. I heard the image stones recorded the moment the stage caught fire. The Emperor nodded and confirmed that a messenger had just reported the image stones had been collected. Letitia's smile widened, and she raised her voice enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Daddy is working on them right now, with Yong, the magician in charge of the image stones. Not just the stage, even everything that happened in the secret passage was recorded as well. At those words, one of the butlers standing nearby instantly went deathly pale, his eyes wide with shock. How could the secret passage have been recorded too? Wasn't it completely dark down there? Letitia kept up the act, her voice full of innocent wonder. They said it happened because Yong was running around with the image stones and accidentally captured it. They're magic stones, after all, so even in a dark place, they can make everything come out bright and clear. The Emperor looked amazed. Then Letitia feigned suddenly remembering something important. Oh, right. Daddy said using magic like that was possible. But what was it called again? A violation of magical power management regulations? The Emperor burst out laughing. If it helps uncover the truth of this case, then break as many rules as necessary. Letitia's eyes sparkled. Anyway, once we watch the images, we'll be able to catch whoever did something suspicious. She lowered her voice mysteriously. Actually, we already have a very strong suspect. A suspect? The Emperor pressed at once. Who is it? But Letitia shook her head, appearing hesitant. I can't say yet without conclusive proof. Just then, the doors were violently shoved open. It was the Duke, dragging a trembling, whimpering man behind him. Duke, the Emperor exclaimed. Daddy, Letitia called. The Duke announced that a magician needed absolute concentration, so the final stage of the work was being done by him alone in a dark room. The Emperor asked where that magician was now, and whether he was being punished for his earlier mistake. A cruel smile curved the Duke's lips. He is currently working alone in the dungeon. Then he turned his gaze toward all the guests present, his red eyes sweeping slowly over them. Surely you haven't forgotten. Until this case is solved, every one of you is a suspect. No one is permitted to leave the side hall. At last, he gave them a smile cold enough to freeze the blood. The culprit will reveal themselves little by little. When you are summoned for questioning, come immediately. In the cold, damp dungeon, a figure in a blue magician's robe was busily working over a glowing stone. A second hooded figure slipped quietly out of the shadows. Are you restoring the recording? The newcomer asked. The magician nodded. Yes. It's almost done, actually. The hooded figure expressed amazement that such a thing could even be done, but the magician looked nervous. But you really shouldn't be in here, he stammered. The visitor explained that they had come on an errand for the person they served and had been ordered to gather information. The magician seemed to accept that explanation. Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done, he sighed. The hooded figure moved a little closer, one hand reaching toward something hidden inside the cloak. May I take a closer look? The visitor asked in a smooth, gentle voice. The magician waved impatiently. Then hurry up and look. In the next instant, the visitor's hand shot out. A dagger, glinting in the magic light, stabbed forward as they lunged. Since it's that person's command, they hissed, but their wrist was seized by an iron grip. The assailant cried out and stumbled backward. The magician looked up, and his hood slipped down. How can this be? The attacker sucked in a breath. You're not Yong. Karen's lips curled faintly, his red eyes gleaming. That's right, he said calmly. And as for the image stones already being restored, his smile widened into a triumphant sneer. That was a complete and utter lie. At that exact moment, the dungeon doors flew open, and the Duke, Letitia, and the entire Imperial family appeared in the doorway. The trap had finally closed. At last, Karen said in satisfaction, his voice echoing with victory. You've exposed your true identity. As the culprits had slipped completely off, gasps erupted from the crowd. Letitia's voice was cold and clear. Head maid Claire. The woman stood frozen in place, her face filled with disbelief and horror. How did it come to this? The Duke's voice held unmistakable pride. It happened exactly as my daughter said it would. He declared that she had predicted the culprit would come to kill Young. Letitia corrected him. More precisely, I said they would either contact an accomplice, flee, or try to eliminate Young. The Empress looked utterly betrayed. Claire, she screamed, her voice cracking. How could you do this? Letitia stepped forward, and though her body was small, she radiated unshakable authority. You betrayed us, she said softly, but her tone was full of accusation. She looked straight into Claire's eyes. You came here to destroy the image stones, didn't you? Claire flinched violently, her composure shattering at last. Did you think the image stones might have captured something that would expose you? Letitia pressed. So you came to the dungeon to stop Young, and even killing him didn't matter. Am I wrong? What are you talking about? This is all a misunderstanding. Claire stammered, trying to regain control. Karen's voice cut through her lie like a blade. That's why you brought a dagger with you. He stepped forward, his presence terrifying. With a snap of his fingers, a sinister black aura hissed up from the dagger and coiled into the shape of a venomous snake. Ah! Claire screamed and dropped the weapon at once. The Duke looked on in disgust. My, it's even coated in poison. He took the dagger from Karen, his expression dark. I can't allow something like this anywhere near my young daughter. Rubbing his temples, the Emperor finally said, Now tell us the whole truth, Duke Llewellyn. I would very much like to hear the full sequence of events. With a proud gesture, the Duke waved a hand toward Letitia. You could hear the details from her. She's the one who solved this case. Every gaze in the room instantly fell on Letitia, and the pressure hit her like a wave. Wow, that's a lot of pressure. But she couldn't let them down. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Well, as all of you understand by now, the so-called restoration of the image stones was nothing but a trap. Right, Daddy? The Duke confirmed that even if they gathered 50 magicians and had them work without sleep for 2 or 3 weeks, success would still only be a possibility. Claire's face turned paper white. What? Her hands trembled as she finally realized the position she was in. Karen explained that he had hidden there the whole time after receiving a note from the Duke, pretending to be the timid magician Young. In other words, he said with a sharp smile, summing it up, this entire thing was a setup to catch the culprit. What? Claire stammered, frantically glancing around. Letitia began laying out the evidence one piece at a time. First, the knife. She brought out the prop dagger from the play. Please look at this. She showed the Emperor how easily the blade could retract. It was a simple mechanism. There was a small metal piece on the hilt, and once pressed, the blade would lock in place, turning an originally harmless prop into a deadly weapon in an instant. The knife was never switched out, she explained. The moment Lavi was stabbed, Claire shouted that the knife had been replaced. In the chaos, everyone believed her. However, Letitia narrowed her eyes. Claire pressed this mechanism while pretending to inspect the knife. Right before the performance began, at last, the Emperor understood. So that's why she was afraid the image stones might have captured that movement? Yes, Letitia confirmed. Now for the second point. The secret passage has more than one entrance. She inferred that Claire had used a hidden backstage entrance to go set the fire. But once everyone fled into the same passage, Claire panicked. So she pretended to fall behind and slipped away while everyone else was focused only on escaping the smoke. The guests began murmuring because only then did they realize that no one had actually seen Claire enter the passage with them. Was she trying to retrieve the knife? Letitia continued. But if the image stones had captured the fact that she was already in the secret passage, everyone would have known she was the culprit. Claire finally exploded. That's all speculation. What proof do you have? She shrieked, her voice cracking. I'm not a magician. Lavi nearly died in that fire. So how could I possibly have kidnapped her? Letitia turned to her father and tugged at his coat. Daddy, I once saw a painting. The Duke picked up where she left off. His voice was low and measured. He spoke of a legend. A light magician condemned to death by fire had coated his entire body in a fireproof substance before the execution. As he explained, a cold smile played at his lips. You may think that is only a legend, but such a substance truly exists. Even now, it can still be purchased from the Thieves' Guild. Lavi sucked in a horrified breath. One hand pressed her chest. You cover my body with something like that? Letitia pointed to Lavi's arm, where a faint shimmer still glimmered in the light. Lavi, Your arm is still shining a little. Labby stared at her arm, then looked at Letitia in shock. Pearl powder. She suddenly turned toward Mira, the personal maid who had done her makeup. Mira trembled as she tried to defend herself, but as Letitia pointed out, Claire could easily have mixed that substance into the cosmetics herself. Claire screamed again that all of it was baseless speculation. You don't even have the recording, so how can you prove any of this? Are you accusing me just because I was the last one to touch the knife? She shrieked hysterically, her eyes wild. Then Miss Letitia could just as easily be a suspect. Letitia's voice was calm, effortlessly cutting through Claire's frenzy. There is proof, Claire, and it's right in front of us. She turned her gaze toward the young maid who had supposedly saved Claire from the fire. You helped put out the flames on her skirt, didn't you? That was very brave. The girl nodded nervously, but Letitia went on, her green eyes sharp as glass. I asked the physician staying in the side hall, and he said Claire never came to see him. If you put out fire with your bare hands, your hands should be badly burned. May we see them? The maid flinched and hurriedly hid her hands behind her back. Before she could protest, the Duke had already surged forward and seized her arm in a grip like iron. He sniffed the air around her. You smell of medicine, he growled, dangerous red light burning in his eyes. Shall we try setting her on fire? His voice dropped into a horrifying whisper. If she doesn't burn, Letitia's suspicion will be proven true. The maid collapsed under his grip, all pretense vanishing. The Duke turned to the Emperor. You adopted an extraordinary daughter. She looks so small and adorable, but she's actually a genius, isn't she? The Empress's fury finally erupted in full. Claire, how could you do this? She screamed, her face twisted with grief and betrayal. What made you do such a thing? Was it all for money? What? Claire remained silent, her face like a cold, merciless mask, her eyes dead and hollow, devoid of all feeling. At last, she spoke, and the empty whisper chilled everyone to the bone. My daughter was taken from me. What? In the damp dungeon. Her voice echoed cold and utterly without mercy. She told the Emperor to ask Princess Anna what she had done. She knows better than anyone. Claire sneered, her eyes burning with righteous fury. She knows whose death she caused a few years ago. At the play festival. The words hung in the air, thick as poison. The blood drained from Anna's face in an instant, her eyes filling with horror, a strangled breath catching in her throat. Princess Anna, the Empress whispered tremulously. Anna could barely breathe. Her tiny hands clamped over her mouth as if to force a scream back inside, but her whole body shook uncontrollably. It was an accident, she stammered, the words tumbling out like a desperate plea. I swear it was an accident. Claire's voice cracked with rage, her face twisted by pure fury. She was only 5 years old. You made her do something impossible, and she fell from the ladder and died. What exactly happened here? The Emperor roared, his patience shattering like glass. He stormed forward and grabbed the front of Anna's delicate dress, yanking her brutally toward him. His face was only inches from hers, his eyes blazing with terrifying anger. Answer me, Anna. Fear swallowed Anna whole. Her mind went blank, and she could only stare at him helplessly, her body limp in his grip like a puppet with its strings cut. At last, the confession slipped from her in a broken whisper. It happened a few years ago, the day before the play festival. The memory came flooding back, vivid and dreadful. They had been rehearsing in the vast, empty theater. A little girl appeared, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and asked if they could play together. And I remembered thinking she was cute, so she had played with her for a while. But then the girl's attention landed on the splendid chandelier, covered in glittering imitation jewels. In a small, innocent voice, she asked for one. I only meant to tease her. Anna sobbed, tears streaming down her face. So I said if she could reach one, she could have it. But the little girl had taken her seriously. She had really started climbing the ladder. It was a tall, shaky ladder, so high it nearly touched the ceiling, and it looked dangerously unstable. Anna wept as she continued. I told her to come down right away, but when I shouted, I startled her, and she missed a step. The scene had been branded into her mind forever. The small body falling, the sickening dull thud, the deathly silence that followed, and her own horrified face with both hands clapped over her mouth, unable even to scream. I really never thought it would end like that. A shriek of utter agony tore through the dungeon, hoarse and horrific, laden with years of pain. It was my daughter. Claire was screaming, her face like a portrait of unbearable suffering. The Empress staggered back, clutching her chest, her face full of disbelief. She was her daughter, Claire. But you were never married, the Empress stammered. How is that possible? That kind of thing is hardly rare, Claire said in a low voice. Empty as death. Her father refused to acknowledge her as his child, so I pretended she was an orphan I had adopted and secretly raised her outside the palace. I never imagined something like this would happen. And of all days, it had to be the one day I brought her here, the day none of you knew you would take my daughter away from me. Her voice suddenly rose into a furious roar. You're all just as selfish as her arrogant father. The Empress flinched as if struck. Why didn't you ask us for help, Claire? I had no idea. Help? Claire lunged forward and seized the Empress's luxurious gown with both hands, yanking viciously at the fabric. Her eyes had gone mad with grief and insanity. You hid my daughter's corpse and pretended nothing had happened. What would you possibly have done for me? All you know how to do is pretend you're saints. My daughter should be about Princess Lavi's age by now. At the sound of her own name, Lavi collapsed to the floor in shock. I just wanted you to suffer the way I suffered. Claire screamed, her voice tearing apart. I will never forgive any of you. I curse all of you. She struggled wildly as the guards held her fast, her body twisting in useless rage. Take her away at once, the Emperor roared. But just as the guards were about to drag her off, the Duke's calm voice cut through the chaos. You still haven't given a reason Lavi had to die. The guard stopped. The Duke looked at the broken woman. There was no anger in his eyes, only a deep and unsettling understanding. Lavi's only crime was being loved by someone. Lavi raised her head, her green eyes full of confusion. The Duke's words struck Claire like lightning. Just as you loved your daughter. What are you doing? The Emperor bellowed furiously, his face purple with rage. Throw her into the dungeon. This time, the guards hesitated no longer and dragged Claire away at once. Her body went limp, leaving only the posture of someone who had utterly given up, as though the darkness of the dungeon was about to swallow her whole. Not long after, the heavy doors of the hall were pushed open. But when Letitia stepped inside, silence swept across the entire room. Why is everyone looking at me? She thought, her heartbeat quickening. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on her, their gazes startlingly intense. Are they angry? Because a low-born, adopted daughter meddled in this? That's terrifying. Just then, the Duke's voice rang through the hall. Father, Jed, your daughter is truly a genius. The Duke and Duchess were all smiles, their faces glowing with pride. She saved Lavi's life. His Grace Duke Llewellyn is absolutely right. She solved everything on her own. She even discovered the secret passage and rescued us from the fire. She's a genius. The hall instantly erupted in a clamor of admiration and praise. Karen stepped forward and pulled Letitia into his arms, his cheeks slightly flushed with pride. That's right. His heart was swelling with pride. That's my daughter. But that pride quickly turned into possessiveness. My daughter worked this hard today, and that's all you have to say? A dark and terrifying aura radiated from him, startling a small squeak out of Letitia. Can't you come up with praise worthy of my brilliant daughter? Everyone froze at once, stunned into silence by the oppressive force of his sudden outburst. The Duke cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Lady Letitia, thank you very much. And I feel the same. I am truly grateful, the Duchess added, pressing a hand to her chest. When I think that we nearly lost Lavi. We will never forget this kindness. I swear it. We will repay you. But Karen's expression did not soften in the slightest. More than formal thanks, he wanted them to provide something tangible. Letitia shifted uneasily in his arms. Father, please don't say that. She quickly bowed to the imperial couple and said softly, I'm already more grateful than I can say to receive praise from your majesty and her majesty. I will remember it forever. The moment she finished bowing, thunderous applause filled the hall. Now, the Emperor declared, pay your respects to House Llewellyn. Hooray! Lady Letitia is a true genius. Long live House Llewellyn. Long live the Duke. The cheers were deafening. Startled by the uproar, both Letitia and Jed hid behind Karen's tall figure. Hee. Peeking her head out from behind his cloak, she thought, yes, that's exactly the kind of person Father is. Whether it's himself or his family, he cannot tolerate even the slightest harm coming to them. Jed merely let out a smug little huff. Now, Karen said, sweeping an icy gaze across the room. The hall fell silent at once. You should apologize to my daughter for ever doubting her. A chill swept through the entire hall. Letitia shuddered. Oh no, he never lets this kind of thing go easily. All the nobles stood frozen, trapped in the suffocating silence of the hall. Meanwhile, in a dim corridor, Two figures were quietly watching the scene. You didn't even need to step in, a silver-haired boy stammered. Lady Letitia already figured everything out. You're right, Cedric replied, turning away. I heard Lavi nearly died, so I came over in secret. But it seems everything has already been taken care of. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. There was no need for us to come here at all. Cedric, the younger boy, tugged at his sleeve, his eyes full of wonder. JG's, who is she? She's so pretty, and she's even smarter than the adults. Is she Duke Llewellyn's daughter? Yes, Cedric confirmed softly. His adopted daughter. Isn't she fascinating? The boy's face instantly turned bright red. Do you know her? Cedric recalled a memory, and a faint blush rose to his own face as well, a gentle smile lingering on his lips. She's not the kind of person you can ever forget. The boy grew even more curious. How old is she? Is she really not his biological daughter? He tried pulling Cedric back toward the hall. She's so smart and so beautiful. She's just like him. Are you sure? That's what everyone says. Cedric pulled him back, though somehow that only makes it harder to believe. The young boy gazed longingly toward the distant hall. I really want to go say hello to her. But now isn't the right time, Cedric said firmly, leading him back into the shadows. Back in the hall, Angela approached Letitia. Now, I finally understand why everyone says you're talented, she said with a faint smile. You're an amazing girl. Then she stepped closer and lowered her voice. Will you tell me now, Angela? Tell you what. Angela leaned in, her eyes searching Letitia's face. You're not actually afraid of knives, are you? Letitia flinched slightly. At first, I really did suspect you, Angela admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. After all, you asked me to stab Lavi in your place. But no matter how I looked at it, you didn't seem like the real culprit. Letitia's eyes widened. Can you tell me what was really going on? Angela was silent for a moment. Then she revealed a startling secret. Actually, I'm an illegitimate child of the imperial family. What? Then you and Lavi are no. Angela waved her hands in a panic. My father is already dead. My father was the emperor's younger brother, she explained, gradually calming down. But my parents were never married, so the imperial family had me adopted by a noble house. I see. So that's why she was kind to me from the very beginning. Understanding dawned on Letitia. She and I are the same. She was adopted too. Isn't it strange for an illegitimate daughter with imperial blood to become a candidate for crown princess? Angela said with a self-mocking scratch of her cheek. That's why I've always wanted to withdraw. What about me? I was just a commoner. That's different. You're an outsider, while I'm an illegitimate child with royal blood. That would cause a completely different kind of problem. Letitia's thoughts spun quickly. Wait, did Claire know Angela's background? Maybe she wanted to frame Lavi's death as Angela's doing, but couldn't bear to see Angela get hurt. So she changed her method and tried to land the final blow with her bare hands instead. Letitia looked at Angela. She had clearly been carrying a heavy past all this time as well. Letitia, about what I just told you, I'll keep it secret for you, Letitia promised seriously. If you want, I can even swear an oath. Angela only nodded, a grateful smile on her face. We're still friends, right? Of course. Letitia beamed and hooked her pinky with Angela's. Let's go home, Letitia, Jed called. Okay. Letitia waved goodbye to her friend and hurried over to her brother. As soon as father comes back, we're leaving, Jed said. Where did he go? The dungeon, Jed answered calmly. He went to interrogate that woman. Oh, a chill ran down Letitia's spine. Looks like Claire is going to become his prey. Thinking that, I feel kind of strange. By the way, Jed, she changed the subject. You were really good. When you pretended to faint, it looked so real. And later, when you imitated Young, that's enough. Jed turned his face away, adorably sulky. I have no idea what you're talking about. Letitia noticed a faint flush creeping up his neck and couldn't help laughing. Jed, your face is all red. It is not, he insisted stubbornly, turning his back to her completely. Just then, Karen appeared. You back already? Karen merely nodded. Yes. Letitia noticed a faint blush creeping up his neck as well and burst into giggles. Jed, your face is all red. It is not, he stubbornly maintained, turning away from her. Just then, Karen appeared. You're back already? Karen simply nodded. Yes. Let's go. They walked down the long staircase from the hall, and Letitia could not help wondering, did he kill Claire? If father wanted to, 5 minutes would be enough to make someone disappear. Too much happened today, as she thought that fatigue seemed to seep into her bones little by little. When they stepped outside, the cool night air washed over them. The carriage was quiet at first, filled only with the rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground, oddly soothing to hear. Father, Letitia said, leaning against him. How do you think Claire knew about those secret passages? Even the Imperial family seemed unaware of them. Karen merely curled his lips into a faint smile. That's something the Emperor should have someone pry out of her. Stop thinking about it. If you keep at it, you'll only wear yourself out. He gently patted her head, and Letitia's eyelids slowly drooped. Honestly, even if I wanted to keep thinking, both my mind and body are already at their limit. I really want to grow up soon. By then, I hope both my body and my mind will be stronger. Just like that, she fell fast asleep on his lap. The carriage rolled onward through the moonlit night. Are we almost there? Jed muttered drowsily. Almost, Karen replied softly. By the way, he added in a lowered voice, I didn't eat anything. Jed instantly woke up. You mean you let the murderer go? The Imperial family actually gave me permission to kill her because they know I enjoy that sort of thing. But I couldn't do it. Strange. She had a daughter too. Jed shrugged. Maybe you finally started becoming human. You mean I wasn't human before? You were closer to a beast, Jed replied coldly. Or rather, a monster. If that's the case, then you're a little monster. An invisible crackle of lightning seemed to erupt between the two of them. I'm much more civilized than you. Fine, I'll pretend to accept that absurd claim. Karen lowered his gaze to the sleeping girl on his lap. Then what would that make her? Letitia, pretending to sleep, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. A puppy that wandered into a dragon's lair, Karen said thoughtfully. A healthy, lively little puppy that barks and runs around everywhere. A puppy? Letitia cried inwardly while continuing to feign sleep. And I have no idea how much this puppy has already seen through me. I'm rather curious too. She's a very clever girl, Jed said. Oh no, do they know I'm awake? Letitia's heart pounded wildly. But I still can't believe that woman. To kill a young princess for revenge. To vent her anger on someone innocent. She must have been insane. It certainly looked that way, Karen agreed. But tell me, why do I feel sympathy for her? Jed fell silent. If my daughter had been harmed today, Karen's voice dropped, cold and dangerous. I would have vented my anger on everyone in that room. I would have done it with you, Jed said without hesitation. Karen gently stroked Letitia's hair. But father, have you finally started to mature? Lately, you seem to have more empathy than before. Karen shot him an irritated glare. Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the carriage. Are we there? Letitia jolted upright, and when she realized the sound had come from her own stomach, her face instantly turned scarlet, so horrified she could barely speak. For a moment, stunned silence filled the carriage. Then Karen and Jed both turned their faces away, their shoulders shaking as they desperately held back laughter. Why, you're not allowed to laugh, she muttered softly, mortified beyond words. So you're finally awake, Karen said, amusement thick in his voice. Are you hungry? Letitia nodded pitifully. Yes, very hungry. It's long past dinner time. I don't think food alone will be enough to soothe that stomach of yours, Jed teased, struggling not to laugh. Letitia puffed out her cheeks in indignation. There, Karen chuckled. Let's go eat dinner and have some hot cocoa too. That way you'll grow up big and strong. Jed reached out and lightly patted her head. Just as I thought, seeing the gentle look on her brother's face, Letitia's own expression softened into a smile. Even though he sounds so harsh, he really is kind. Oh yeah. By the time the carriage finally came to a stop, she was cheering out loud. Once they entered the mansion, Sean hurried over, his eyes full of shock. What in the world happened? What's with your clothes? And young Master Jed wasn't wearing that when he left, was he? Why is he in a magician's cloak now? Today was a great day, Karen announced to the servants. And my daughter has once again proven how beautiful and intelligent she is. She's a genius. Sean could only stare blankly at him, utterly bewildered by his crooked necktie and that absurdly brief summary. That really is the most Karen-style summary possible. Letitia snickered. I'll go prepare fresh clothes and bathwater first. No, Karen cut him off. Prepare dinner first. That's more important. We'll eat just like this. Sean was too stunned to speak. Like this? Without even bathing first. Seeing the butler's expression as if he'd been struck by lightning, Letitia burst out laughing. And so, amid Sean's frantic scrambling to set the table and us eating in soot-stained clothes, dinner turned out to be truly unforgettable. Later, once the commotion after supper had finally settled, Letitia found Jed in the corridor. Jed, thank you for what happened earlier. Thank you for covering for me. And thank you for helping me catch the culprit. Me? He looked genuinely confused. Looks like you forgot again. Letitia thought with a faint smile. Yes, you. I'm happy, she said, fidgeting with her fingers. Even though I'm not really your biological little sister, you're always helping me, and Karen always takes such good care of me. I still remember your back when you stood in front of me, and Karen yelling at the Emperor. I'm still not used to this feeling. Those moments when I can truly feel that I'm not alone anymore make me really happy. But you didn't actually need to step in, Jed said, turning to look at her. I could have figured out a way myself. Then next time, I'll work hard to become a little sister who can help too, Letitia declared, clenching her fists with determination. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Hear what? Even if you hadn't solved this case, everything would still have been fine. What do you think we would have done if the Emperor had tried to arrest you? You probably would have helped me escape? Exactly. He leaned closer and said in a low voice, even if we had to kill a few people on the way, we would have escaped with you. Letitia sucked in a sharp breath. Wouldn't that be rebellion? It only matters if you get caught. What kind of reckless thinking is that? You may still be young and not understand. If you have enough money, even life as a fugitive can be quite comfortable. As he said this, he smiled, and he seemed to shine all over. I get it. Of course. Jed really does know how to survive. In her mind, Letitia slapped down a stack of imaginary documents. And we could always flee to another country and become nobles there, he continued, sounding as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. The Emperor knows that very well, so he won't make a move against us. He says it so lightly, but it still sounds completely outrageous. I wasn't raised to become the kind of useless future duke who wouldn't risk himself for his family. You're my sister, so it's my responsibility to protect you. Just like Bobo. Am I on the same level as the pet? Well, whatever. At this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. Something that doesn't require too much effort would be best. What exactly are you planning? I'll tell you later. He gently took her hand and led her toward her room. Well, I guess he'll tell me when the time comes, so there's nothing I can do about it now. She let out a huge yawn. I need to wash up and go to bed. I'm so tired I could pass out the moment my head hits the pillow. If you collapse straight onto your bed in those dirty clothes, Sean will be angry, he reminded her. I know. Good night, Jed. She poked her head out from the doorway as she spoke. Good night, Letitia. Just then, her maid appeared. My lady, your bath is ready, so please put on your robe and come this way. All right. Click. Letitia shut the door. I'm exhausted, she sighed, untying the ribbon from her hair. Claire had been far too hasty today and made far too many mistakes. Maybe she wasn't the one who came up with the plan. Was she just an accomplice? At that thought, a cold memory suddenly surfaced. Who was the person who touched me? In that dark passage, the real culprit touched me. Her eyes flew wide open. I should tell the adults. I'll bathe first, then go find Karen. When she reached for the dress she had taken off, her fingers brushed against something hidden in its folds. What's this? A flower, red as blood, fell to the floor. That was, and along with the flower, a folded note slipped out as well. Her hands trembling, she read the words written on it. It was a message from the true mastermind. The villain left this behind. A very, very evil person. I knew you might become his target because you had a red flower on you. It felt as though all the blood in her body froze in an instant, and a scream tore from her throat. She stumbled backward, tripping over her robe. Letitia, Jed's voice came from outside the door. Karen, she gasped, her breathing ragged and broken. What happened? Jed slammed the door open, panic filling his eyes. Letitia, her mind was in chaos. All she could see was the red flower scattered from the dress onto the floor.